ahead of US aid, met with the coordinators within the Israeli military the day before. So just speculating here, did Israel send this convoy in as a bait to effectively draw out the Palestinian young men who would be the ones going to find the food, and then open fire on them? We can maybe go to the last video, Mike, which just shows part of the Euromed investigation. And I just wanted to point out, when you look at these images, the IOF video footage, this was disseminated by the majority of mainstream media. And in my view, this increases the dehumanization of Palestinians, because this is the only footage seen in the mainstream media, which makes them look very much like ants. It basically objectifies them. So let's have a look at the Euromed investigation very quickly, and as you see, that will be footage from on the ground.
Welcome back, brothers and sisters. Welcome to part 2. In this portion, we will be reading from Numbers and from Deuteronomy. And Brother Justin, if you want to go ahead and get us started.
Three books in, guys. Praise Yah. Numbers 1. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in the wilderness of Sinai, in the tabernacle of the assembly, on the first day of the second month, in the second year, after they were come out of the land of Mitzrayim, saying, Take ye at the sum of all the assembly of the children of Yashrael, after their families, by the house of their fathers, with the number of their names, every male by their polls. From 20 years old and upward, all that are able to go forth to war in Yisrael, you and Aaron shall number them by their armies. And with you there shall be a man of every tribe, every one head of the house of his fathers. And these are the numbers of the men that shall stand with you, of the tribe of Reuben, Eliezer, son of Shadir, of Shimon, Shelomiel, son of Tershadai, of Yehuda, Nachshon, son of Aminadab, of Yishakar, Nathaniel, the son of Tuzar, of Zebulun, Eliab, the son of Elon, of the children of Yosef, of Ephraim, Elishama, the son of Amihud, of Manasseh, Gamaliel, the son of Pedhatzar, of Benjamin, Abidan, the son of Gideoni, of Dan, Achiezer, son of Ammishaddai, of Asher; Pagiel, the son of Ochran; of Gad, Eliasaph, the son of Deuel; of Naphtali, Acra, the son of Enan. These were the renowned of the assembly, princes of the tribes of their fathers, heads of thousands in Yashrael. And Moshe and Aaron took these men, which are expressed by their names, and they assembled all the assembly together on the first day of the second month. And they declared their pedigrees after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward by their polls. As Yahweh commanded Moshe, so he numbered them in the wilderness of Sinai. And the children of Reuben, Yashrael's eldest son, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, by their polls, every male from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Reuben, were 46,500. Of the children of Shimon, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, those that were numbered of them according to the number of the names, by their polls, every male from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Shimon, were 59,300. And of the children of Gad, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of their names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Gad, were 45,650. Of the children of Yehudah, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Yehudah, were 314,600. Of the children of Yishachar, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Yishachar, were 54,400. Of the children of Zebulun, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Zebulun, were 57,400. Of the children of Joseph, namely of the children of Ephraim, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Ephraim, were 40,500. Of the children of Manasseh, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Manasseh, were 32,200. Of the children of Benjamin, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Benjamin, were 35,400. Of the children of Dan, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Dan, were 32,700. Of the children of Asher, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Asher, were 41,500. Of the children of Naphtali, throughout their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Naphtali, were 53,400. These are those that were numbered, which Moshe and Aaron numbered, and the princes of Yashrael, being 12 men, each one for the house of his fathers. So were all those that were numbered of the children of Yashrael by the house of their fathers, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war in Yashrael. Even all they were numbered were 600,000 and 3,550. But the Leviim, after the tribe of their fathers, were not numbered among them. For Yahweh had spoken unto Moshe, saying, Only you shall not number the tribe of Levi, neither taketh the sum of them among the children of Yashrael. But you shall appoint the Leviim over the tabernacle of testimony, and over all the vessels thereof, and over all the things that belong to it. They shall bear at the tabernacle, and all the vessels thereof, and they shall minister unto it, and shall encamp round about the tabernacle. And when the tabernacle sets forward, the Leviim shall take it down, and when the tabernacle is to be pitched, the Leviim shall set it up. And the stranger that comes nigh shall be put to death. And the children of Yashrael shall pitch their tents, every man by his own camp, and every man by his own standard, throughout their host. But the Levim shall pitch round about the tabernacle of testimony, that there be no wrath upon the assembly of the children of Yashrael. And the Levim shall guard at the watch of the tabernacle of the testimony. And the children of Yashrael did according to all that Yahweh commanded of Moshe, so did they. Numbers chapter 2. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and unto Aaron, saying, Every man of the children of Yashrael shall pitch by his own standard, with the ensign of their father's house. Far off about the tabernacle of the assembly shall they pitch. And on the east side toward the rising of the sun, they shall have the standard of the camp Yehuda pitch throughout their armies, and Nachshon, the son of Amminadab, shall be captain of the children of Yehuda. And his host, and those that were numbered of them, were 14,600. And those that do pitch next unto him shall be the tribe of Issachar. And Nathaniel, the son of Tizar, shall be captain of the children of Issachar. And his host, and those that were numbered thereof, were 54,400. Then the tribe of Zebulun, and Eliab, the son of Helon, shall be captain of the children of Zebulun, and his host, and those that were numbered thereof were 57,400. All that were numbered in the camp of Yehuda were 100,000, and 4,000, and 6,400 throughout their armies. These shall first set forth. On the south side shall be the standard of the camp of Reuben, according to their armies, and the captain of the children of Reuben shall be Eliezer, the son of Shadir, and his host, and those that were numbered thereof were 46,500. And those which pitch by them shall be the tribe of Shimon, and the captain of the children of Shimon shall be Shelumiel, the son of Tizar-Shaddai, and his host, and those that were numbered of them were 59,300. Then the tribe of Gad, and the captain of the sons of Gad shall be Eliasaph, the son of Reuel, and his host, and those that were numbered of them were 45,650. All that were numbered in the camp of Reuben were 100,050 and 1,450 throughout their armies, and they shall set forth in the second rank. Then the tabernacle of the assembly shall set forward with the camp of the Levim in the midst of the camp. As they encamp, so shall they set forward every man in his place by their standards. On the west side shall be the standard of the camp of Ephraim according to their armies, and the captain of the sons of Ephraim shall be Elishama, the son of Amihud, and his hosts, and those that were numbered of them were 40,500. And by him shall be the tribe of Manasseh, and the captain of the children of Manasseh shall be Gamaliel, the son of Pedahzur, and his hosts, and those that were numbered of them were 30 and 2,200. Then the tribe of Benjamin, and the captain of the sons of the Benjamin shall be Abidan, the son of Gidoni, and his hosts, and those that were numbered of them were 30 and 5,400. All that were numbered of the camp of Ephraim were 100,000 and 8,100 throughout their armies, and they shall go forward in the third rank. The standard of the camp of Dan shall be on the north side by their armies, and the captain of the children of Dan shall be Achiezer, the son of Ammishaddai, and his hosts, and those that were numbered of them were 62,700. And those that encamp by him shall be the tribe of Asher, and the captain of the children of Asher shall be Pagiel, the son of Ochran. And his hosts, and those that were numbered of them were 40 and 1,500. Then the tribe of Naphtali, and the captain of the children of Naphtali shall be Akira, the son of Enan. And his hosts that were numbered of them were 50 and 3,400. And they that were numbered in the camp of Dan were 100,050 and 7,600. They shall go hindmost with their standards. These are those who were numbered of the children of Yashrael by the houses of their fathers. All those that were numbered of the camps throughout their hosts were 600,000 and 3,550. But the Levim were not numbered among the children of Yashrael as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the children of Yashrael did according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe, so they pitched by their standards, and so they set forward, everyone after their families, according to the house of their fathers. Numbers chapter 3. These are the generations of Aaron and Moshe in the day that Yahweh spoke with Moshe in Mount Sinai. And these are the names of the sons of Aaron: Nadab, the firstborn, and Abiyahu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. And these are the names of the son of Aaron, the priest, which were anointed, whom he consecrated to minister in the priest's office. And Nadav and Abihu died before Yahweh when they offered strange fire before Yahweh in the wilderness of Sinai, and they had no children. And Eleazar and Ithamar ministered in the priest's office in the sight of Aaron their father. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Bringeth the tribe of Levi near, and present them before Aaron the priest, that they may minister unto him. And they shall guard at his watch, and at the watch of the whole assembly before the tabernacle of the assembly, and to do the service of the tabernacle. And they shall guard at all the instruments of the tabernacle of the assembly, and at the charge of the children of Yashrael to do the service of the tabernacle. And you shall give it the Levim unto Aaron and to his sons. They are wholly given unto him out of the children of Yashrael. And you shall appoint Aaron and his sons, and they shall guard at the priest's office, and the stranger that comes nigh shall be put to death. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, And I, behold, I have taken at the Levim from among the children of Yashrael, instead of all the firstborn that opens the womb among the children of Yashrael. Therefore the Levim shall be mine, because all the firstborn are mine. For one day that I smote all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, I hallowed unto me all the firstborn of Yashrael, both man and beast. Mine shall they be. I am Yahweh. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in the wilderness of Sinai, saying, Number the children of Levi after the house of their fathers by their families. Every male from a month old and upward shall you number them. And Moshe numbered them according to the word of Yahweh as he was commanded. And these are the sons of Levi by their names, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. And these are the names of the sons of Gershon by their families, Libni and Shimi. And the sons of Kohath by their families, Amram and Yitzhar, Chevron and Uziel. And the sons of Moriah by their families, and Machli and Mushi. These are the families of the Levim, according to the house of their fathers. Of Gershon was the family of Levinim, and the family of Shimeim. These are the families of Gerashunim. Those that were numbered of them, according to the number of all the males from a month old and upward, even those that were numbered of them were 7,500. The families of Gerashunim shall pitch behind the tabernacle westward, and the chief of the house of the father of the Gerashunim shall be Elisaph, the son of Leel. And the charge of the sons of Gershon in the temple, and the charge of the sons of Gershon in the tabernacle of the assembly shall be the tabernacle, and the tent, the covering thereof, and the hanging for the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and the hangings of the court, and at the curtain for the door of the court, which is by the tabernacle, and by the altar round about, and at the courts of it for all the service thereof. And of Kohath was the family of the Amram, and the family of the Yitzharim, and the family of the Heberim, and the family of the Uzuim. These are the families of the Kohathim. And the number of all the males from a month old and upward were 8,600, guarding the watch of the sanctuary. The families of the sons of Kohath shall pitch on the side of the tabernacle southward. And the chief of the house of the fathers of the families of the Kohathim shall be Elisaphan, the son of Uziel. And their charge shall be the ark, and the table, and the menorah, and the altars, and the vessels of the sanctuary where they minister, and the hanging and all the service thereof. And Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, shall be chief over the chief of the Levim, and have the oversight of them that guard the watch of the sanctuary. Of Moriah was the family of the Mountkalim, and the family of the Mushim. These are the families of Moriah. And those that were numbered of them, according to the number of all males, from a month old and upward, were 6,200. And the chief of the house of the father of the families of Merari was Turiel, the son of Abihalil. These shall pitch on the side of the tabernacle northward, and under the custody in charge of the sons of Merari shall be the boards of the tabernacle, and the bars thereof, and the pillars thereof, and the sockets thereof, and all the vessels thereof, and all that serves thereto. And the pillars of the court round about, and their sockets, and their pins, and their cords. But those that encamp before the tabernacle toward the east, even before the tabernacle of the assembly eastward, shall be Moshe and Aaron and his sons, guarding the watch of the sanctuary for the watch of the children of Yashrael, and the stranger that comes nigh shall be put to death. All that were numbered of the Levim, which Moshe and Aaron numbered at the commandment of Yahweh throughout their families, all the males from a month old and upward were 22,000. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Number all the firstborn males of the children of Yashrael from a month old and upward, and taketh the number of their names. And you shall take it the Levim for me, I am Yahweh, instead of all the firstborn among the children of Yashriel, and if the cattle of the Levim, instead of all the firstlings among the cattle of the children of Yashriel. And Moshe numbered, as Yahweh commanded him, if all the firstborn among the children of Yashriel, and all the firstborn males by the number of names, from a month old and upward, of those that were numbered of them, were 20,203 And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Take it the Levim instead of all the firstborn among the children of Yashriel, and if the cattle of the Levim instead of their cattle, and the Levim shall be mine. I am Yahweh. And if for those that are to be redeemed of the 213 of the firstborn of the children of Yashriel, which are more than the Levim, you shall even take 5 shekels apiece by the pole. After the shekel of the sanctuary shall you take them. And you shall give the money wherewith the odd of the number of them is to be redeemed unto Aaron and to his sons. And Moshe took it the redemption money of them that were over and above them that were redeemed by the Levim. Of the firstborn of the children of Yashriel took he the money, 1,365 shekels after the shekel of the sanctuary. And Moshe gave it the money of them that were redeemed unto Aaron and his sons, according to the word of Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded it Moshe. Numbers 4. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and unto Aaron, saying, Take it the sum of the sons of Kohath from among the sons of Levi, after their families, by the house of their fathers. From 30 years old and upward, even until 50 years old, all that enter into the host to do work in the tabernacle of the assembly. This shall be the service of the sons of Kohath in the tabernacle of the assembly, about the most holy things. And when the camp sets forward, Aaron shall come and his sons, and they shall take down the covering veil, and covereth the ark of the testimony with it, and shall put thereon the covering of badger skins, and shall spread over it a cloth wholly of blue, and shall put in the staves thereof. And upon the table of the showbread they shall spread a cloth of blue, and put thereon its dishes, and its spoons, and its bowls, and its covers to cover withal, and the continual bread shall be thereon. And they shall spread upon them a cloth of scarlet, and cover the same with the covering of badger skins, and they shall put it the staves thereof. And they shall take a cloth of blue, and cover it the menorahs of the light, and at the lamps, and at the tongs, and at the stuffed dishes, and at all the oil vessels thereof, wherewith they minister unto it. And they shall put it with all the vessels thereof with the covering of badger skins, and shall put it upon a bar. And upon the golden altar they shall spread a cloth of blue, and cover it with the covering of badger skins, and shall put it the staves thereof. And they shall take all the instruments of ministry, wherewith they minister in the sanctuary, and put them in a cloth of blue, and cover them with the covering of badger skins, and they shall put them on a bar. And they shall take away the ashes from the altar, and spread a purple cloth thereon. And they shall put upon it all the vessels thereof, wherewith they minister about it, even at the censers, at the flesh hooks, and at the shovels, and at the basins, all the vessels of the altar. And they shall spread upon it a covering of badger skins, and put to the staves of it. When Aaron and his sons have made an end of covering at the sanctuary, and at all the vessels of the sanctuary, as the camp is set forward, after that the sons of Kohath shall come to bear it, but they shall not touch any holy thing, lest they die. These things are the burden of the sons of Kohath in the tabernacle of the assembly. And to the office of Eleazar the son of Aaron, the priest, pertains the oil for the light, and the sweet incense, and the daily meat offering, and the anointing oil, and the oversight of the tabernacle, and of all that therein is, in the sanctuary and in the vessels thereof. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and unto Aaron, saying, Cut ye not off at the tribe of the families of the Kohathim from among the Levim, but thus do unto them that they may live, and not die, when they approach unto the most holy things. And Aaron and his sons shall go in, and appoint them every one to his service and to his burden. But they shall not go in to see if the holy things are covered, lest they die. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Take also at the sum of the sons of Gershon, throughout the houses of their fathers, by their families. From 30 years old and upward until 50 years old shall you number them, all that enter in to perform the service, to do the work in the tabernacle of the assembly. This is the service of the families of Gershon, of Gerish, Unim, to serve and for burdens. And they shall bear at the curtains of the tabernacle, and at the tabernacle of the assembly his covering, and the covering of the badger skins that is above upon it, and at the hanging from the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And at the hangings of the court, and at the hanging for the door of the gate of the court, which is by the tabernacle, and by the altar round about, and at their cords, and at all the instruments of their service, and at all that is made for them, and so shall they serve. At the appointment of Aaron and his son shall be all the service of the sons of the Gershoni, and all their burdens, and in all their service, and ye shall appoint unto them in charge of all their burdens. This is the service of the families of the sons of Gershon in the tabernacle of the assembly, and their charge shall be under the hand of Ithamar, the son of Aaron, the priest. As for the sons of Merari, you shall number them after their families, by the house of their fathers. From 30 years old and upward, even unto 50 years old, shall you number them. Everyone that enters into the service to do with the work of the tabernacle of the assembly. And this is the charge of their burden, according to all their service in the tabernacle of the assembly. The boards of the tabernacle, and the bars thereof, and the pillars thereof, and the sockets thereof, and the pillars of the court round about, and their sockets, and their pins, and their cords, with all their instruments, and with all their service. And by name ye shall reckon it the instruments of the charge of their burden. This is the service of the families of the sons of Merari, according to all their service in the tabernacle of the assembly, under the hand of Ithamar, the son of Aaron, the priest. And Moshe and Aaron and the chief of the assembly numbered it the sons of the Kohathim after their families, after the house of their fathers. From 30 years old and upward, even unto 50 years old, everyone that enters into the service for the work in the tabernacle of the assembly. And those that were numbered of them by their families were 2,750. These were they that were numbered of the family of the Kohathim, all that might do service in the tabernacle of the assembly, which Moshe and Aaron did number according to the commandment of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. And those that were numbered of the sons of Gershon throughout their families and by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even unto 50 years old, everyone that enters into the service for the work in the tabernacle of the assembly. Even those that were numbered of them throughout their families by the house of their fathers were 2,630. These are they that were numbered of the families of the sons of Gershon, of all that might do service in the tabernacle of the assembly, whom Moshe and Aaron did number according to the commandment of Yahweh. And those that were numbered of the families of the sons of Merari throughout their families by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even unto 50 years old, everyone that entered into the service for the work of the tabernacle, for the work in the tabernacle of the assembly. Even those that were numbered of them after their families were 3,200. These be those that were numbered of the families of the sons of Merari, whom Moshe and Aaron numbered according to the word of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. And all those that were numbered of Ethel-Levim, whom Moshe and Aaron and the chief of Yashriel numbered after their families and after the houses of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even unto 50 years old, everyone that came to do the service of the ministry and the service of the burden in the tabernacle of the assembly. Even those that were numbered of them were 8,500 fourscore. According to the commandment of Yahweh, they were numbered by the hand of Moshe, everyone according to his service and according to his burden. Thus they were numbered of him, as Yahweh commanded it Moshe. Numbers 5. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Commandeth the children of Yashriel that they put out of the camp every leper, and everyone that has an issue, and whosoever is defiled by the dead, both male and female shall ye put out. Without the camp shall ye put them, that they defile not at their camps, in the midst whereof I dwell. And the children of Yashriel did so, and put them out without the camp, as Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, so did the children of Yashriel. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashriel, when a man or a woman shall commit any sin that men commit, do a trespass against Yahweh, and that a person be guilty, they shall confess their sin which they have done, and he shall recompense his trespass with the principal thereof, and add unto it the fifth part thereof, and give it unto him against whom he has trespassed. But if the man have no kinsman to recompense the trespass unto, let the trespass be recompensed unto Yahweh, even to the priest, beside the ram of atonement, whereby an atonement shall be made for him. And every offering of all the holy things of the children of Yashriel, which they bring unto the priest, shall be his. And every man that's hallowed thing shall be his. Whatsoever any man gives the priest, it shall be his. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashriel, and say unto them, If any man's woman go aside and commit a trespass against him, and a man lie with her carnally, and it be hid from the eyes of her man, and he be kept close, and she be defiled, and there be no witness against her, neither should be taken with the manner. And the ruach of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his woman, and she be defiled. Or if the ruach of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his woman, and she be not defiled, then shall the man bringeth his woman unto the priest, and he shall bringeth her offering for her, the 10th part of an ephah of barley meal. He shall pour no oil upon it, nor put frankincense thereon, for it is an offering of jealousy, an offering of a memorial, bringing iniquity to remembrance. And the priest shall bring her near, and set her before Yahweh, And the priest shall take holy water in the earthen vessel, and of the dust that is in the floor of the tabernacle, the priest shall take and put it into the water. And the priest shall set it the woman before Yahweh, and uncover it the woman's head, and put it the offering of memorial in her hands, which is the jealousy offering. And the priest shall have his hand the bitter water that causes the curse. And the priest shall charge her by an oath, and say unto the woman, If no man have lain with you, and if you have not gone aside to uncleanliness with another instead of your man, be free from this bitter water that causes the curse. But if you have gone aside to another instead of your man, and if you be defiled, and some man have laineth with you beside your man, then the priest shall charge the woman with an oath of cursing. And the priest shall say unto the woman, Yahweh make you a curse and an oath among your people, when Yahweh makes it your thigh to rot, and if your belly to swell. And this water that causes the curse shall go into your bowels, to make your belly to swell, and your thigh to rot. And the women shall say, Amen, Amen. And the priest shall write these curses in a zephyr, and he shall blot them out with the bitter water. And he shall cause the woman to drink at the bitter water that causes the curse. And the water that causes the curse shall enter into her and become bitter. Then the priest shall take the jealousy offering out of the woman's hand, and if all shall wave at the offering before Yahweh, and offer it upon the altar. And the priest shall take a handful of the offering, even at the memorial thereof, and burn it upon the altar, and afterward shall cause the woman to drink the water. And when he has made her to drink at the water, then it shall come to pass that if she be defiled, and have done trespass against her man, then the water that causeth the curse shall enter into her, and become bitter, and her belly shall swell, and her thigh shall rot, and the woman shall be a curse among her people. And if the woman be not defiled, but clean, then shall she be made free. She shall conceive seed. This is the Torah of jealousies, when a woman goes aside to another instead of her man, and is defiled. Or when the ruach of jealousy comes upon him, and he be jealous over his woman, and shall set the woman before Yahweh, and the priest shall execute upon her all this Torah. Then shall the man be guiltless from iniquity, and this woman shall bear her iniquity. Number 6. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashrael, and say unto them, Whenever a man or a woman separate themselves to vow a vow of a Nazir, to separate themselves unto Yahweh, he shall separate himself from wine and strong drink, and shall drink no vinegar of wine, or vinegar of strong drink. Neither shall he drink any liquor of grapes, nor eat moist grapes, or dry. All the days of his separation shall he eat nothing that is made of the vine tree, from the kernels even to the husk. All the days of the vow of his separation, there shall no razor come upon his head, until the days be fulfilled, in which he separates himself unto Yahweh. He shall be holy, and shall let the locks of the hair of his head grow. All the days that he separates himself unto Yahweh, he shall come at no dead body. He shall not make himself unclean for his father, or for his mother, for his brother, or for his sister when they die, because the consecration of his Elohim is upon his head. All the days of his separation he is holy unto Yahweh. And if any man die very suddenly by him, and he has defiled the head of his consecration, then he shall shave his head in the day of his cleansing, and on the 7th day shall he shave it. And on the 8th day he shall bring 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, to the priest, to the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall offer for one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, and make an atonement for him, for that he sinned by the dead, and shall halloweth his head the same day. And he shall consecrate unto Yahweh at the days of his separation, and shall bring a lamb of the first year for a trespass offering. But the days that were before shall be lost, because his separation was defiled. And this is the Torah of the Nazir. When the days of his separation are fulfilled, he shall be brought into the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he shall offer his offering unto Yahweh, 1 lamb of the first year without blemish for a burnt offering, and 1 lamb of the first year without blemish for a sin offering, and 1 ram without blemish for a peace offering. And a basket of matzah, cakes of fine flour mingled with oil, and wafers of matzah, anointed with oil in their meat offerings and their drink offerings. And the priest shall bring them before Yahweh, and shall offer it the sin offering, and at the burnt offering. And he shall offer it the ram for a sacrifice of peace offerings unto Yahweh with a basket of matzah. The priest shall offer also at his meat offering, and at his drink offering. And the Nazir shall shave the head of his separation at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall take at the hair of the head of his separation, and put it in the fire which is under the sacrifice of the peace offerings. And the priest shall take at the sodden shoulder of the ram, and 1 matzah cake out of the basket, and 1 matzah wafer, and shall put them upon the hands of the Nazir, after the hair of his separation is shaven. And the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. This is holy for the priest, with the waved breast and heaved shoulder, and after that the Nazir may drink wine. This is the Torah of the Nazir, who has vowed, and of his offering unto Yahweh for his separation. Beside that his hand shall get, according to the vow which he vowed, so he must do after the Torah of his separation. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying, Speak unto El Aaron and to his son, saying, On the wise ye shall bless the children of Yashrael, saying unto them, Yahweh will bless you and guard you. Yahweh will make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. Yahweh will lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. And they shall put at the name of the children of Yashrael, and I will bless them. Amen. Number 7. And it came to pass on that day that Moshe had fully set up the tabernacle and had anointed it and sanctified it, and with all the instruments thereof, both at the altar and at all the vessels thereof, and had anointed them and sanctified them, that the princes of Yashrael, heads of the house of their fathers, who were the princes of the tribes, and were over them that were numbered, offered. And they brought up their offering before Yahweh, 6 covered wagons, and 12 oxen, a wagon for 2 of the princes, and for each one an ox, and they brought them before the tabernacle. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Take it of them, that they may be to do at the service of the tabernacle of the assembly, and ye shall give them unto the Levim, to every man according to his service. And Moshe tooketh the wagons and at the oxen, and gave them unto the Levim. And at the 2 wagons and at the 4 oxen he gave unto the sons of Gershon according to their service. And at the 4 wagons and at the 8 oxen he gave unto the sons of Merari according to their service, under the hand of Ithamar the son of Aaron the priest. But unto the sons of Kohath he gave none, because the service of the sanctuary belonging to them was that they should bear upon their shoulders. And the princes offered as for dedicating of the altar in the day that it was anointed, even the princes offered at their offering before the altar. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe, They shall offer their offering, each prince on his day, for the dedicating of the altar. And he that offered his offerings the first day was Nachshon, the son of Amminadab, of the tribe of Yehudah. And his offering was 1 silver charger, the weight thereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them were full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 spoon of 10 shekels of gold, full of incense. 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering. 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering. And for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Nachshon, the son of Amminadab. On the second day, Nathaniel, the son of Tizur, prince of Yishakar, did offer. He offered it for his offering 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 spoon of gold of 10 shekels, full of incense. 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering. 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Nathaniel, the son of Zuar. On the third day, Eliab, the son of Helon, prince of the children of Zebulun, did offer. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Eliab, the son of Helon. On the 4th day, Eliezer, the son of Shadur, prince of the children of Reuben, did offer. His offering was 1 silver charger of the weight of 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense. 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering. 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering. And for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Eliezer, the son of Shadur. On the 5th day, Shalumiel, the son of Tershadai, prince of the children of Shimon, did offer. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Shemuel, the son of Tershadai. On the day that Eliasaph, the son of Deuel, prince of the children of Gad, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger of the weight of 130 shekels, a silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Eliasaph, the son of Deuel. On the 7th day, Elishama, the son of Amihud, the prince of the children of Ephraim, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Elishama, the son of Amihud. On the 8th day offered Gamliel, the son of Pedhatzur, prince of the children of Manasseh. His offering was 1 silver charger of the weight of 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Gamliel, the son of Pedhatzur. On the 9th day, Abidan, the son of Gidami, prince of the children of Benjamin, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with the oil for a meat offering. 1 gold spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Abidan, the son of Gidami. On the 10th day, Achiezer, the son of Ammishaddai, the prince of the children of Dan, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Achiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. On the 11th day, Pagiel, the son of Ochran, prince of the children of Asher, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Pagiel, the son of Ochran. On the 12th day, Akira, the son of Enan, prince of the children of Naphtali, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight thereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Achira, the son of Enan. This was the dedication of the altar in the day when it was anointed by the princes of Yashrael. 12 chargers of silver, 12 silver bowls, 12 spoons of gold, each charger of silver weighing 130 shekels, each bowl 70. All the silver vessels weighed 2,400 shekels after the shekel of the sanctuary. The golden spoons were 12, full of incense, weighing 10 shekels apiece after the shekel of the sanctuary. All the gold of the spoons was 120 shekels. All the oxen for the burnt offering were 12 bullocks, the rams 12, the lambs of the first year 12 with their meat offering, and the kids of the goats for a sin offering 12. And all the oxen for the sacrifice of the peace offerings were 20 and 4 bullocks, the rams 60 and the he-goats 60, the lambs of the first year 60. This was the dedication of the altar after that it was anointed. And when Moshe was gone into the tabernacle of assembly to speak with him, then he heard the voice of one speaking unto him from off the mercy seat that was upon the ark of testimony, between the 2 cherubim, and he spoke unto him. 1 second. Numbers 8. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto Aaron, and say unto him, When you light the lamps, the 7 lamps shall giveth light over against the menorah. And Aaron did so. He lighted the lamps thereof over against the menorah, as Yahweh commanded of Moshe. And this work of the menorah was of beaten gold, unto the shaft thereof, unto the flowers thereof, was beaten work, according unto the pattern which Yahweh showed Moshe. So he made it the menorah. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Take at the Levim from among the children of Yashrael, and cleanse them. And thus shall you do unto them, to cleanse them. Sprinkle water of purifying upon them, and let them shave all their flesh, and let them wash their clothes, and so make themselves clean. Then let them take a young bullock with his meat offering, even fine flour mingled with oil, and another young bullock shall you take for a sin offering. And ye shall bring it to Levim before the tabernacle of the assembly, and ye shall gather it the whole assembly of the children of Yashrael together. And ye shall bring it to Levim before Yahweh, and the children of Yashrael shall put their hands upon the Levim. And Aaron shall offer it to Levim before Yahweh for an offering of the children of Yashrael, that they may execute at the service of Yahweh. And the Levim shall lay their hands upon the heads of the bullocks, and ye shall offer it, one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering unto Yahweh, to make an atonement for the Levim. And ye shall set it to the Levim before Aaron and before his sons, and offer them for an offering unto Yahweh. Thus shall you separate it, the Levim, from among the children of Yashrael, and the Levim shall be mine. And after that shall the Levim go in to do the service of the tabernacle of the assembly, and ye shall cleanse them, and offer them for an offering. For they are wholly given unto me from among the children of Yashrael. Instead of such as open every womb, instead of the firstborn of all the children of Yashrael, have I taken them unto me. For all the firstborn of the children of Yashrael are mine, both man and beast. On the day that I smote every firstborn in the land of Mizraim, I sanctified them for myself. And I have taken it to Levim for all the firstborn of the children of Yashrael, and I have given it to Levim as a gift to Aaron and to his sons from among the children of Yashrael, to do at the service of the children of Yashrael in the tabernacle of the assembly, and to make an atonement for the children of Yashrael, that there be no plague among the children of Yashrael when the children of Yashrael come nigh unto the sanctuary. And Moshe and Aaron and all the assembly of the children of Yashrael did to the Levim according to unto all that Yahweh commanded of Moshe concerning the Levim. So did the children of Yashrael unto them. And the Levim were purified, and they washed their clothes, and Aaron offered them as an offering before Yahweh, and Aaron made an atonement for them to cleanse them. And after that went the Levim in to do it the service in the tabernacle of the assembly before Aaron, and before his sons, as Yahweh commanded of Moshe concerning the Levim, so did they unto them. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, This is it that belongs unto Levim. From 20 and 5 years old and upward they shall go in to wait upon the service of the tabernacle of the assembly. And from the age of 50 years they shall cease waiting upon the service thereof, and shall serve no more, but shall minister with their brethren in the tabernacle of the assembly, to guard at the watch, and shall do no service. Thus shall you do unto the Levim touching their charge. Numbers chapter 9. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in the wilderness of Sinai in the first month of the second year, after they were come out of the land of Mizraim, saying, Let the children of Yashrael also keep at the Pesach at his appointed time, In the 14th day of this month, at evening, ye shall keep it in his appointed time, according to all the rites of it, and according to all the ceremonies thereof shall ye keep it. And Moshe spoke unto the children of Yashrael that they should keep the Pesach. And they kept it the Pesach on the 14th day of the first month at evening in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all that Yahweh commanded of Moshe, so did the children of Yashrael. And there were certain men who were defiled by the dead body of a man, that they could not keep the Pesach on that day. And they came before Moshe and before Aaron on that day. And those men said unto him, We are defiled by the dead body of a man. Wherefore are we kept back, that we may not offer it an offering of Yahweh in his appointed season among the children of Yashrael? And Moshe said unto them, Stand still, and I will hear what Yahweh will command concerning you. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashrael, saying, If any man of you or of your posterity shall be unclean by reason of a dead body, or be in a journey afar off, yet he shall keep the Pesach unto Yahweh. The 14th day of the second month at evening they shall keep it, and eat with matzah in bitter herbs. They shall leave none of it unto the morning, nor break any bone of it. According to all the ordinances of the Pesach they shall keep it. But the man that is clean and is not in a journey, and forbears to keep the Pesach, even the same soul shall be cut off from among his people, because he brought not an offering of Yahweh in his appointed season. That man shall bear his sin. And if a stranger shall sojourn among you, and will keep the Pesach unto Yahweh, according to the ordinance of the Pesach, and according to the manner thereof, so shall he do. Yet, ye shall have one ordinance, both for the stranger, and for to him that was born in the land. And on the day that at the tabernacle was reared up, the cloud covered at the tabernacle, namely the tent of the testimony. And at evening there was upon the tabernacle, as it were, the appearance of fire until the morning. So it was always. The cloud covered it by day, and the appearance of fire by night. And when the cloud was taken up from the tabernacle, then after the children of Yashrael journeyed, and in the place where the cloud abode, there the children of Yashrael pitched their tents. At the commandment of Yahweh, the children of Yashrael journeyed, and at the commandment of Yahweh they pitched. As long as the cloud abode upon the tabernacle, they rested in their tents. When the cloud tarried long upon the tabernacle many days, then the children of Yashrael did guard at the watch of Yahweh, and journeyed not. And so it was. When the cloud was a few days upon the tabernacle, according to the commandment of Yahweh, they abode in their tents, and according to the commandment of Yahweh, they journeyed. And so it was. When the cloud abode from evening unto morning, and that the cloud was taken up in the morning, then they journeyed. Whether it was by day or by night that the cloud was taken up, they journeyed. Or whether it were 2 days, or a month, or a year, that the cloud tarried upon the tabernacle, remaining thereon, the children of Yashrael abode in their tents, and journeyed not. When it was taken up, they journeyed. At the commandment of Yahweh, they rested in their tents, and at the commandment of Yahweh, they journeyed. They guarded the watch of Yahweh at the commandment of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. Numbers chapter 10. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Make you 2 trumpets of silver, of whole piece shall you make them, that you may use them for the calling of the assembly, and for the journeying of the camps. And when they shall blow them, all the assembly shall assemble themselves to you at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And if they blow but one trumpet, then the princes which are the heads of the thousands of Yashrael shall gather themselves unto you. When you blow an alarm, then the camps that lie on the east part shall go forward. When you blow an alarm the second time, then the camps that lie on the south side shall take their journey. They shall blow an alarm for their journeys. But when the assembly is gathered together, you shall blow, but you shall not sound an alarm. And the sons of Aaron, the priest, shall blow with trumpets, and they shall be to you for an ordinance forever throughout your generations. And if you go to war in your land against the enemy that oppresses you, then you shall blow an alarm with the trumpets, and you shall be remembered before Yahweh Elohim, and you shall be saved from your enemies. Also in the day of your gladness, and in your solemn days, and in the beginning of your months, you shall blow with trumpets over your burnt offerings, and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings, that they may be to you for a memorial before Elohim. I am Yahweh Elohim. And it came to pass on the 20th day of the second month, in the second year, that the cloud was taken up from off the tabernacle of the testimony. And the children of Yashrael took their journeys out of the wilderness of Sinai, and the cloud rested in the wilderness of Paran. And they first took their journey according to the commandment of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. In the first place went the standard of the camp of the children of Yehudah according to their armies, and over his host was Nachshon, the son of Amminadab. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Issachar was Nathanael, the son of Zuar. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Zebulun was Eliab, the son of Helon. And the tabernacle was taken down, and the sons of Gershon and the sons of Merari set forward bearing the tabernacle. And the standard of the camp of Reuben set forward according to their armies. Over his host was Eleazar, the son of Shadur. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Shimon was Shelmiel, the son of Tershadai. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Gad was Eliasaph, the son of Deuel. And the Kohathim set forward bearing the sanctuary, and the other did set up at the tabernacle against they came. And the standard of the camp of the children of Ephraim set forward according to their armies. And over his host was Elishama, the son of Ammihud. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Manasseh was Gamliel, the son of Padatsur. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Benjamin was Abidan, the son of Gedoni. And the standard of the camp of the children of Dan set forward, which was the rear ward of all the camps throughout their hosts. And over his host was Achiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Asher was Pagiel, the son of Ochran. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Naphtali was Akira, the son of Enan. These were the journeyings of the children of Yashrael according to their armies when they set forward. And Moshe said unto Kohath, the son of Reuel, the Midianite, Moshe's father-in-law, we are journeying unto the place of which Yahweh said, I will give it to you. Come with us, and we will do you good, for Yahweh has spoken good concerning Yashrael. And he said unto him, I will not go, but I will depart to my own land and to my kindred. And he said, leave us not, I pray you, for as much as you know how we are to encamp in the wilderness, and you may be to us instead of eyes. And it shall be, if you go with us, it shall be that what goodness Yahweh shall do unto us, the same will we do unto you. And they departed from the mount of Yahweh 3 days' journey, and the ark of the covenant of Yahweh went before them in 3 days' journey to search out a resting place for them. And the cloud of Yahweh was upon them by day when they went out of the camp. And it came to pass when the ark set forward that Moshe said, rise up, Yahweh, and let your enemies be scattered, and let them that hate you flee before you. And when it rested, he said, return, O Yahweh, unto the many thousands of Yashrael.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for reading. And
No problem. Praise Yah.
Praise to you. Praise to you. All right, brothers and sisters. So now I'm going to introduce you to Adam Roberge, and he's actually here with me at the POTV. I call it studio. It's more like a garage. So give me just a second, and we will screen share, and we will resume at Numbers 11. All right, Adam.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. Numbers chapter 11. And when the people complained, it displeased Yahweh, and Yahweh heard it, and his anger was kindled, and the fire of Yahweh burnt among them, and consumed them that were in the outermost parts of the camp. And the people cried unto Moshe, and when Moshe prayed unto Yahweh, the fire was quenched. And he called the name of the place Tavarah, because the fire of Yahweh burnt among them. And the mixed multitude that was among them fell a-lusting. And the children of Joshua also wept again and said, who shall give us flesh to eat? We remember the fish which we did eat in Mitzrayim freely, the cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, the onions, and the garlic. But now our soul is dried away. There is nothing at all beside this manna before our eyes. And the manna was as coriander seed, and the color thereof was the color of bdellium. And the people went about and gathered it and ground it in mills and beat it in a mortar and baked it in pans and made cakes of it. And the taste of it was the taste of fresh oil. And when the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell upon it. Then Moshe heard the people weep throughout their families, every man in the door of his tent, and the anger of Yahweh was kindled greatly, and Moshe also was displeased. And Moshe said unto Yahweh, wherefore have you afflicted your servant? And wherefore have I not found favor in your sight, that you lay the burden of this people upon me? Have I conceived all these people? Have I begotten them? That you should say unto me, carry them in your bosom, as a nursing father bears the suckling child, unto the land which you swore unto their fathers. Whence should I have flesh to give unto all these people? For they weep unto me, saying, give us flesh that we may eat. Am I not able to bear all this people alone? I am not able to bear all this people alone, because it is too heavy for me. And if you deal thus with me, kill me, I pray you, out of hand, if I have found favor in your sight, and let me not see my wretchedness. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, gather unto me 70 men of the elders of Yasharel, whom you know to be the elders of the people, and officers over them, and bring them unto the tabernacle of the assembly, that they may stand there with you. And I will come down and talk with you there, and I will take of the ruach which is upon you, and will put it upon them, and they shall bear the burden of the people with you, that you bear it not yourself alone. And say you unto the people, sanctify yourself again tomorrow, and ye shall eat flesh, for ye have wept in the ears of Yahweh, saying, who shall give us flesh to eat? For it was well with us in Mitzrayim, therefore Yahweh will give you flesh, and ye shall eat. You shall not eat 1 day, nor 2 days, nor 5 days, neither 10 days, nor 20 days, but even a whole month, until it come out of your nostrils, and it be loathsome unto you, because that ye have despised Yahweh which is among you, and have wept before him, saying, why came we forth out of Mitzrayim? And Moshe said, the people, among whom I am, are 600,000 footmen, and you have said, I will give them flesh, that they may eat a whole month. Shall the flocks and the herds be slain for them, to suffice them? Or shall all the fish in the sea be gathered together for them, to suffice them? And Yahweh said unto Moshe, is Yahweh's hand waxed short? You shall see now whether my word shall come to pass unto you or not. And Moshe went out, and told the people the words of Yahweh, and gathered the 70 men of the elders of the people, and set them round about the tabernacle. And Yahweh came down in a cloud, and spoke unto him, and took of the ruach which was upon him, and gave it unto the 70 elders. And it came to pass that, when the ruach rested upon them, they prophesied, and did not cease. But there remained 2 of the men of the camp. The name of the one was Eldad, and the name of the other was Medad. And the ruach rested upon them, and they were of them that were written, but went not out unto the tabernacle, and they prophesied in the camp. And there ran a young man, and told Moshe, and said, Eldad and Medad do prophesy in the camp. And Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of Moshe, one of his young men, answered and said, my lord Moshe, forbid them. And Moshe said unto them, envy you for my sake? Would to Elohim that all Yahweh's people were prophets, and that Yahweh would put his ruach upon them. And Moshe got him into the camp, he and the elders of Yasharel. And there went forth a wind from Yahweh, and brought quails from the sea, and let them fall by the camp, as it were a day's journey on this side, and as it were a day's journey on the other side, round about the camp, and as it were 2 cubits high upon the face of the earth. And the people stood up all that day, and all that night, and all the next day, and they gathered the quail. He that gathered least gathered 10 homers, and they spread them all abroad for themselves round about the camp. And while the flesh was yet between their teeth, ere it was chewed, the wrath of Yahweh was kindled against the people, and Yahweh smote the people with a very great plague. And he called the name of the place Kivrat Hatovah, because they were buried, the people that lusted. And the people journeyed from Kivrat Hatovah unto the Chetzroth, and abode at Chetzroth. And Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moshe because of the Cushite woman whom he had married, for he had married a Cushite woman. And they said, has Yahweh indeed spoken only by Moshe? Has he not spoken also by us? And Yahweh heard it. Now the man Moshe was very meek, above all the men which were upon the face of the earth. And Yahweh spoke suddenly unto El Moshe, and unto El Aaron, and unto Miriam, come out ye 3 unto the tabernacle of the assembly. And they 3 came out. And Yahweh came down in the pillar of the cloud, and stood in the door of the tabernacle, and called Aaron and Miriam, and they both came forth. And he said, hear now my words. If there be a prophet among you, I, Yahweh, will make myself known unto him in a vision. and will speak unto him in a dream. My servant Moshe is not so, who is faithful in all my house. With him will I speak mouth to mouth, even apparently, and not in dark speeches, and the similitude of Yahuwah shall he behold. Wherefore then were ye not afraid to speak against my servant Moshe? And the anger of Yahuwah was kindled against them, and he departed. And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow. And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. And Aaron said unto Moshe, Alas, my Lord, I beseech you, lay not the sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, and wherein we have sinned. Let her not be as one dead, of whom the flesh is half consumed when he comes out of his mother's womb. And Moshe cried unto El Yahuwah, saying, Heal her now, O El, I beseech you. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, If her father had but spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? Let her be shut out from the camp 7 days, and after that let her be received in again. And Miriam was shut out of the camp 7 days, and the people journeyed not till Miriam was brought in again. And afterwards the people were removed from Chasseroth, and pitched in the wilderness of Paran. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, Send you men, that they may search the land of Canaan, which I give unto the children of Yasharel. Of every tribe of their fathers shall ye send a man, every one a ruler among them. And Moshe, by the commandment of Yahuwah, sent them from the wilderness of Paran. All those men were heads of the children of Yasharel. And these were their names: of the tribe of Reuben, Shamuma, the son of Zakur; of the tribe of Shimon, Shaphat, the son of Chiroi; of the tribe of Yahudah, Caleb, the son of Yephanneh; of the tribe of Yishkar, Yigal, the son of Yosef; of the tribe of Ephraim, Hush, the son of Nun; of the tribe of Benjamin, Palti, the son of Raphu; of the tribe of Zebulon, Gadiel, the son of Kodi; of the tribe of Yosef, namely, of the tribe of Manasseh, Gadai, the son of Susi; of the tribe of Dan, Amiel, the son of Gamile; of the tribe of Asher, Sether, the son of Mikael; of the tribe of Naphtali, Nachib, the son of Vophsi; of the tribe of Gad, Guel, the son of Makai. These are the names of the men which Moshe sent to spy out the land. And Moshe called Husha the son of Nun Yahusha. And Moshe sent them to spy out the land of Canaan, and said unto them, Get you up this way southward, and go up unto the mountain. See what the land, what it is, and the people that dwell therein, whether they be strong or weak, few or many. Number, and what the land is that they dwell in, whether it be good or bad, and what cities they be that they dwell in, whether in tents or in strongholds, and what the land is, whether it be fat or lean, whether there be wood therein or not. And be ye of good courage, and bring of the fruit of the land. Now the time was the time of the first striped grapes. So they went up and searched the land from the wilderness of Sin until Rechov, as men came to Chemoth. And they ascended by the Negev, and came unto Chevron, where Achaman, Sheshai, and Talmai, the children of Anak, were. Now Chevron was built 7 years before Soan in Mitzrayim. And they came unto the brook of Eshkol, and cut down from thence a branch with one cluster of grapes, and they bore between two upon a staff, and they brought of the pomegranates and of the figs. The place was called Nachal Eshkol, because of the cluster of grapes which the children of Yasharel cut down from thence. And they returned from searching of the land after 40 days. And they went and came to El Moshe and to El Aaron and to all the assembly of the children of Yasharel unto the wilderness of Paran to Kadesh, and brought back word unto them, and unto all the assembly, and showed them the fruit of the land. And they told him and said, We came into the land whither you sent us, and surely it flows with milk and honey, and this is the fruit of it. Nevertheless, the people be strong that dwell in the land, and the cities are walled and very great. And moreover, we saw the children of Anak there. The Amalekim dwell in the land of the Negev, and the Chittim, and the Yebusim, and the Amorim dwell in the mountains, and the Kenim dwell by the sea and by the coast of the Yarden. And Caleb stilled the people before Moshe and said, "Let us go up at once and possess it, for we are well able to overcome it." But the men that went up with him said, "We be not able to go up against these people, for they are stronger than we." And they brought up an evil report of the land which they had searched unto the children of Yasharel, saying, "The land through which we have gone to search it is a land that eats up its inhabitants thereof, and all the people that we saw in it are men of great stature. And there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, which come of the Nephilim, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight." And all the assembly lifted up their voice and cried, and the people wept that night. And all the children of Yasharel murmured against Moshe and against Aaron. And the whole assembly said unto them, "Would to Elohim that we had died in the land of Mizraim, or would to Elohim we had died in this wilderness. And wherefore has Yahweh brought us unto this land, to fall by the sword, that our women and our children should be a prey? Were it not better for us to return to Mizraim?" And they said one to another, "Let us make a captain, and let us return to Mizraim." Then Moshe and Aaron fell on their faces before all the assembly of the multitude of the children of Yasharel. And Yahusha the son of Nun and Caleb the son of Jephunneh said, which were of them that searched the land, rent their clothes. And they spoke unto all the company of the children of Yasharel, saying, "The land which we passed through to search it is an exceedingly good land. If Yahweh delight in us, then he will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which flows with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against Yahweh, neither fear the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their defense is departed from them, and Yahweh is with us. Fear them not." But all the assembly bade stone them with stones, and the glory of Yahweh appeared in the tabernacle of the assembly before all the children of Yasharel. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, "How long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me, for all the signs which I have showed among them? I will smite them with pestilence and disinherit them, and I will make of you a greater nation and mightier than they." And Moshe said unto Yahuwah, "Then the Mitzrayim shall hear it, for you brought up the people out of in your might from among them. And they will tell it to the inhabitants of this land, for they have heard that you, Yahuwah, are among this people, that you, Yahuwah, are seen face to face, and that your cloud stands over them, and that you go before them by daytime in a pillar of a cloud, and in a pillar of fire by night. Now, if you shall kill all this people as one man, then the nations which have heard the fame of you will speak, saying, because Yahuwah was not able to bring this people into the land which he swore unto them, therefore he has slain them in the wilderness. And now I beseech you, let the power of my Adonai be great, according as you have spoken, saying, Yahuwah is long-suffering, and of great mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression, and by no means clearing the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation. Pardon, I beseech you, the iniquity of this people according unto the greatness of your mercy, and as you have forgiven this people from Mitzrayim even until now. And Yahuwah said, I have pardoned according to your word, but as truly as I live, all the earth shall be filled with the glory of Yahuwah, because all these men which have seen my glory and my miracles, which I did in Mitzrayim and in the wilderness, and have tempted me now these 10 times, and have not hearkened to my voice, surely they shall not see the land which I swore unto their fathers, neither shall any of them that provoke me see it. But my servant Caleb, because he had another Ruach with him, and has followed me fully, him will I bring into the land wherein he went, and his seed shall possess it. Now the Amalekim and the Kenim dwell in the valley. Tomorrow turn you, and get you into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and unto El Aaron, saying, How long shall I bear with this evil assembly, which murmur against me? I have heard the murmurings of the children of Yasharel, which they murmur against me. Say unto them, As truly as I live, says Yahuwah, as ye have spoken in my ears, so will I do to you. Your carcasses shall fall in this wilderness, and all that were numbered of you, according to your whole number, from 20 years old and upward, which have murmured against me. Doubtless ye shall not come into this land, concerning which I swore to make you dwell therein, save Caleb the son of Jephunneh and Yahusha the son of Nun. But your little ones, which ye said should be a prey, them will I bring in, and they shall know the land which ye have despised. But as for you, your carcasses, they shall fall in this wilderness. And your children shall wander in the wilderness 40 years, and bear your whoredoms, until your carcasses be wasted in the wilderness. After the number of the days in which ye searched the land, even 40 days, each day for a year, shall ye bear your iniquities, even 40 years, and ye shall know my breach of promise. I, Yahuwah, have said, I will surely do it unto all this evil assembly that are gathered together against me. In this wilderness they shall be consumed, and there they shall die. And the men which Moshe sent to search the land, who returned and made all the assembly to murmur against him by bringing up a slander upon the land, even those men that did bring up the evil report upon the land, died by the plague before Yahuwah. But Yahusha the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, which were of the men which went to search the land, lived still. And Moshe told these sayings unto all the children of Yasharel, and the people mourned greatly. And they rose up early in the morning, and got them up unto the top of the mountain, saying, Lo, we be here, and will go up into the place which Yahuwah has promised, for we have sinned. And Moshe said, Wherefore now do ye transgress the commandment of Yahuwah? But it shall not prosper. Go not up, for Yahuwah is not among you, that ye be not smitten before your enemies. For the Amalekim and the Kenim are there before you, and ye should fall by the sword, because ye have turned away from Yahuwah. Therefore Yahuwah will not be with you. But they presumed to go up unto the hilltop. Nevertheless, the ark of the covenant of Yahuwah and Moshe departed not out of the camp. Then the Amalekim came down, and the Kenim which dwelt in that hill, and smote them, and discomfited them, even unto Chormoth. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye are come into the land of your habitations, which I give unto you, and will make an offering by fire unto Yahuwah, a burnt offering, or a sacrifice in performing a vow, or in a freewill offering, or in your solemn feasts, to make a sweet savor unto Yahuwah of the herd or of the flock. Then shall he that offers his offering unto Yahuwah bring a meat offering of a 10th deal of flour, mingled with the 4th part of a hin of oil, and the 4th part of a hin of wine for a drink offering shall you prepare with the burnt offering or sacrifice for one lamb. Or for a ram, you should prepare for a meat offering 2/10 deals of flour, mingled with the 3rd part of a hin of oil. And for a drink offering, you shall offer the 3rd part of a hin of wine for a sweet savor unto Yahuwah. And when you prepare a bullock for a burnt offering, or for a sacrifice in performing a vow, or peace offerings unto Yahuwah, then shall he bring with a bullock a meat offering of 3/10 deals of flour, mingled with half a hin of oil. And you shall bring for a drink offering half a hin of wine, for an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahuwah. Thus shall it be done for one bullock, or for one ram, or for a lamb, or a kid, according to the number that ye shall prepare. So shall ye do everyone according to their number. All that are born of the country shall do these things after this manner, in offering an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahuwah. And if a stranger sojourn with you, or whosoever be among you in your generations, and will offer an offering made by fire, or a sweet savor unto Yahuwah, as ye do, so he shall do. One ordinance shall be both for you of the assembly, and also for the stranger that sojourns with you, an ordinance forever in your generations. As ye are, so shall the stranger be before Yahuwah. One Torah and one manner of law shall be for you, and for the stranger that sojourns with you. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land whither I bring you, then it shall be that, when ye eat of the bread of the land, ye shall offer up a heave offering unto Yahuwah. Ye shall offer up a cake of the first of your dough for a heave offering. As ye do the heave offering of the threshing floor, so shall ye heave it. Of the first of your dough ye shall give unto Yahuwah a heave offering in your generations. And if ye have erred and not observed all these commandments which Yahweh has spoken unto Moshe, even all that Yahweh has commanded you by the hand of Moshe, from the day that Yahweh commanded Moshe and henceforward among your generations, then it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance without the knowledge of the assembly, that all the assembly shall offer one young bullock for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor unto Yahweh, with his meat offering and his drink offering, according to the manner, and one kid of the goats for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, and it shall be forgiven them, for it is ignorance. And they shall bring their offering, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh, and their sin offering before Yahweh for their ignorance. And it shall be forgiven all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, and the stranger that sojourns among them, seeing all the people were in ignorance. And if any soul sin through ignorance, then he shall bring a she-goat of the first year for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for the soul that sins ignorantly, when he sins by ignorance before Yahweh, to make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. He shall have one Torah for him that sins through ignorance, both for him that is born among the children of Yasharel, and for the stranger that sojourns among them. But the soul that does aught presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproaches Yahweh, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people, because he has despised the word of Yahweh, and has broken his commandment. That soul shall utterly be cut off, his iniquity shall be upon him. And while the children of Yasharel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Sabbath. And they that found him gathering sticks brought him unto El Moshe and El Aaron, and unto all the assembly. And they put him in a ward, because it was not declared what should be done to him. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, the man shall be surely put to death. All the assembly shall stone him with stones without the camp. And all the assembly brought him out without the camp, and stoned him with stones, and he died, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying, speak unto the children of Yasharel, and bid them that they make them tzitzis on the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the tzitzis a tassel or fringe on the borders of the garment, of the borders a riband of blue. And it shall be unto you a tzitzi, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of Yahweh, and do them, and that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a whoring, that ye may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy unto your Elohim. I am Yahweh Elohim, which brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, to be your Elohim. I am Yahweh Elohim. Now Korach, the son of Yitzhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and Dathan, and Avriam, the sons of Eliav, and On, the son of Peleteth, the sons of Reuben, took men, and they rose up before Moshe with certain of the children of Yasharel, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the assembly, men of renown. And they gathered themselves together against Moshe and against Aaron, and said unto them, ye take too much upon you, seeing all the assembly are holy, every one of them, and Yahweh is among them. Wherefore then lift ye up yourselves above the assembly of Yahweh. And when Moshe heard it, he fell upon his face. And he spoke unto Korach and unto all his company, saying, even tomorrow Yahweh will show who are his, and who is holy, and will cause him to come near unto him. Even him whom he has chosen will he cause to come near unto him. And there came out a fire from Yahweh, and consumed the 250 men that offered incense. This do, take you censers, Korach and all his company, and put fire therein, and put incense in them before Yahweh tomorrow. And it shall be that the man whom Yahweh chooses, he shall be holy. Ye take too much upon you, ye sons of Levi. And Moshe said unto Korach, hear, I pray you, ye sons of Levi. Does it seem but a small thing unto you, that the Elohai of Yasharel has separated to stand before the assembly to minister unto them? And he has brought you near to him, and all your brethren the sons of Levi with you, and seek ye the priesthood also? For which cause both you and all your company are gathered together against Yahweh. And what is Aaron, that ye murmur against him? And Moshe sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, which said, "We will not come up. It is a small thing that you have brought us up out of the land that flows with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness, except you make yourself altogether a prince over us. Moreover, you have not brought us into a land that flows with milk and honey, or given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Will you put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up." And Moshe was very wroth, and said unto Yahuwah, "Respect not you their offering. I have not taken one ass from them, neither have I hurt one of them." And Moshe said unto Korach, "Be ye in all your company before Yahuwah, you and they and Aaron tomorrow, and take every man his censer, and put incense in them, and bring ye before Yahuwah every man his censer, 250 censers, you also, and Aaron, each of you his censer." And they took every man his censer, and put fire in them, and laid incense thereon, and stood in the door of the tabernacle of the assembly with Moshe and Aaron. And Korach gathered at all the assembly against them until the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and the glory of Yahuwah appeared unto all the assembly. And Yahuwah spoke unto El Moshe and unto El Aaron, saying, "Separate yourself from among this assembly, that I may consume them in a moment." And they fell upon their faces and said, "O El, the Elohai of the Ruachoth of all flesh, shall one man sin, and will you be wroth with all the assembly?" And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, "Speak unto the assembly, saying, Get ye up from about the tabernacle of Korach, Dathan, and Abiram." And Moshe rose up and went unto Dathan and Abiram, and the elders of Yasharel followed him. And he spoke unto the assembly, saying, "Depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs, lest ye be consumed in all their sins." So they got up from the tabernacle of Korach, Dathan, and Abiram on every side. And Dathan and Abiram came out, and stood in the doors of their tents, and their women, and their sons, and their little children. And Moshe said, "Hereby ye shall know that Yahuwah has sent me to do all these works, for I have not done them of my own mind. If these men die the common death of all men, or if they be visited after the visitation of all men, then Yahuwah has not sent me. But if Yahuwah make a new thing, and the earth open her mouth, and swallow them up, with all that appertain unto them, and they go down quick into the pit, then ye shall understand that these men have provoked Yahuwah." And it came to pass, as he had made an end of speaking all these words, that the ground clave asunder that was under them, and the earth opened her mouth, and swallowed them up, and their houses, and all the men that appertained unto Korach, and all their goods. They, and all that appertained to them, went down alive into the pit, and the earth closed upon them, and they perished from among the assembly. And all Yasharel that were round about them fled at the cry of them, for they said, "Lest the earth swallow us up also." And Yahuwah spoke unto El Moshe, saying, "Speak unto Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest, that he take up the censers out of the burning, and scatter you the fire yonder, for they are hollowed. The censers of these sinners against their own souls, them make them broad plates for a covering of the altar, for they offered them before Yahuwah, therefore they are hollowed, and they should be a sign unto the children of Yasharel." And Eleazar the priest took the brazen censers, wherewith they that were burnt had offered, and they were made broad plates for a covering of the altar, to be a memorial unto the children of Yasharel, that no stranger, which is not of the seed of Aaron, come near to offer incense before Yahuwah, that he be not as Korach and as his company, as Yahuwah said to him by the hand of Moshe. But on the morrow all the assembly of the children of Yasharel murmured against Moshe and against Aaron, saying, "Ye have killed the people of Yahuwah." And it came to pass, when the assembly was gathered against Moshe and against Aaron, that they looked toward the tabernacle of the assembly, and behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of Yahuwah appeared. And Moshe and Aaron came before the tabernacle of the assembly, and Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, "Get you up from among this assembly, that I may consume them as in a moment." And they fell upon their faces. And Moshe said unto El Aaron, "Take a censer, and put fire therein from off the altar, and put in incense, and go quickly into the assembly, and make an atonement for them. For there is wrath gone out from Yahweh, the plague is begun. And Aaron took as Moshe commanded, and ran into the midst of the assembly. And behold, the plague was begun among the people. And he put on incense, and made an atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stayed. Now they that died of the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah. And Aaron returned unto Moshe unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and the plague was stayed. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and take of every one of them a rod according to the house of their fathers, and all their princes according to the house of their fathers 12 rods. Write you every man's name upon his rod. And you shall write Aaron's name upon the rod of Levi, for one rod shall be for the head of the house of their fathers. And you shall lay them up in the tabernacle of the assembly before the testimony, where I will meet with you. And it shall come to pass that the man's rod, whom I shall choose, shall blossom, and I will make to cease from me the murmurings of the children of Yasharel, whereby they murmur against you. And Moshe spoke unto the children of Yasharel, and every one of their princes gave him a rod apiece, for each prince one according to their fathers' houses, even 12 rods, and the rod of Aaron's was among their rods. And Moshe laid the rods before Yahweh in the tabernacle of witness. And it came to pass that on the morrow Moshe went into the tabernacle of witness, and behold, the rod of Aaron for the house of Levi was budded, and brought forth buds, and bloomed blossoms, and yielded almonds. And Moshe brought out all the rods from before Yahweh unto all the children of Yasharel, and they looked, and took every man his rod. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Bring Aaron's rod again before the testimony, to be kept for a sign against the sons of rebellion, and you shall quite take away their murmurings from me, that they die not. And Moshe did so, as Yahweh commanded him, so did he. And the children of Yasharel spoke unto Moshe, saying, Behold, we die, we perish, we all perish. Wheresoever comes anything near unto the tabernacle of Yahweh shall die, shall we be consumed with dying. And Yahweh said unto Aaron, You and your sons and your father's house with you shall bear the iniquity of the sanctuary, and you and your sons with you shall bear the iniquity of your priesthood. And your brethren also of the tribe of Levi, the tribe of your father, bring with you, that they may be joined unto you and minister unto you. But you and your sons with you shall minister before the tabernacle of witness. And they shall guard your watch, and the watch of all the tabernacle. Only they shall not come nigh the vessels of the sanctuary and the altar, that neither they nor ye also die. And they shall be joined unto you, and guard the watch of the tabernacle of the assembly, for all the service of the tabernacle, and a stranger shall not come nigh unto you. And ye shall guard the watch of the sanctuary, and the watch of the altar, that there be no wrath any more upon the children of Yasharel. And I, behold, I have taken your brethren, the Levium, from among the children of Yasharel. To you they are given as a gift for Yahweh to do the service of the tabernacle of the assembly. Therefore, you and your sons with you shall guard your priest's office for everything of the altar and within the veil, and ye shall serve. I have given your priest's office unto you as a service of gift, and the stranger that comes nigh shall be put to death. And Yahweh spoke unto Aaron, saying, Behold, I also have given you the charge of my heave offerings of all the hallowed things of the children of Yasharel. Unto you I have given them by reason of the anointing, and to your sons by an ordinance forever. This shall be yours of the most holy things, reserved from the fire, every oblation of theirs, every meat offering of theirs, and every sin offering of theirs, and every trespass offering of theirs, which they shall render unto me, shall be most holy for you and for your sons. In the most holy place shall you eat it. Every male shall eat it. It shall be holy unto you. And this is yours, the heave offering of their gift, with all the wave offerings of the children of Yasharel. I have given them unto you, and to your sons and to your daughters with you, by a statute forever. Everyone that is clean in your house shall eat of it. all the best of the oil, and all the best of the wine, and of the wheat, and the first fruits of them which they shall offer unto Yahweh, them have I given you. And whatsoever is first ripe in the land, which they shall bring unto Yahweh, shall be yours. Every one that is clean in your house shall eat of it. Everything devoted in Yasharel shall be yours. Everything that opens the womb in all flesh, which they bring unto Yahweh, whether it be of men or beasts, shall be yours. Nevertheless, the firstborn of man shall you surely redeem, and the firstling of unclean beasts shall you redeem. And those that are to be redeemed from a month old shall you redeem, according to your estimation, for the money of 5 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, which is 20 gerahs. But the firstling of a cow, or the firstling of a sheep, or the firstling of a goat, you shall not redeem. They are holy. You shall sprinkle their blood upon the altar, and shall burn their fat for an offering made by fire, for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the flesh of them shall be yours, as the wave breast and as the right shoulder are yours. All the heave offerings of the holy things, which the children of Yasharel offer unto Yahweh, have I given you, and your sons and your daughters with you, by a statute forever. It is a covenant of salt before you, forever before Yahweh unto you, and to your seed with you. And Yahweh spoke unto Aaron, you shall have no inheritance in their land, neither shall you have any part among them. I am your part, and your inheritance among the children of Yasharel. And behold, I have given the children of Levi all the 10th of Yasharel for an inheritance, for their service which they serve, even the service of the tabernacle of the assembly. Neither must the children of Yasharel henceforth come nigh to the tabernacle of the assembly, lest they bear sin and die. But the Levium shall do the service of the tabernacle of the assembly, and they shall bear their iniquity. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, that among the children of Yasharel they have no inheritance. But the tithes of the children of Yasharel, which they offer as a heave offering unto Yahweh, I have given to the Levium to inherit. Therefore I have said unto them, among the children of Yasharel they shall have no inheritance. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Thus speak unto the Levium, and say unto them, when you take of the children of Yasharel the tithes which I have given you from them for your inheritance, then you shall offer up a heave offering of it for Yahweh, even a 10th part of the tithe. And this your heave offering shall be reckoned unto you, as though it were the grain of the threshing floor, and as the fullness of the winepress. Thus ye also shall offer a heave offering unto Yahweh for all your tithes, which ye receive of the children of Yasharel, and ye shall give thereof Yahweh's heave offering to Aaron the priest. Out of all your gifts ye shall offer every heave offering of Yahweh, of all the best thereof, even the hollowed part thereof out of it. Therefore ye shall say unto them, when ye have heaved the best thereof from it, then it shall be counted unto the Levium as the increase of the threshing floor, and as the increase of the winepress. And ye shall eat it in every place, ye and your households, for it is your reward for your service in the tabernacle of the assembly. And ye shall bear no sin by reason of it, when ye have heaved from it the best of it, neither shall ye pollute the holy things of the children of Yasharel, lest ye die. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and unto Aaron, saying, This is the ordinance of the Torah which Yahweh has commanded, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they bring you a red heifer without spot, wherein is no blemish, and upon which never came yoke. And ye shall give her unto Eleazar the priest, that he may bring her forth without the camp, and one shall slay her before his face. And Eleazar the priest shall take of her blood with his finger, and sprinkle of her blood directly before the tabernacle of the assembly 7 times. And one shall burn the heifer in his sight, her skin, and her flesh, and her blood, with her dung shall he burn. And the priest shall take cedar wood, and hyssop, and scarlet, and cast it into the midst of the burning of the heifer. Then the priest shall wash his clothes, and he shall bathe his flesh in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp, and the priest shall be unclean until the evening. And he that burns her shall wash his clothes in water, and bathe his flesh in water. and shall be unclean until the evening. And a man that is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer and lay them up without the camp in a clean place. And it shall be kept for the assembly of the children of Yasharel for a water of separation. It is a purification for sin. And he that gathers the ashes of the heifer shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. And it shall be unto the children of Yasharel and unto the stranger that sojourns among them for a statute forever. He that touches the dead body of any man shall be unclean 7 days. He shall purify himself with it on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day he shall be clean. But if he purify not himself on the 3rd day, then the 7th day he shall not be clean. Whosoever touches the dead body of any man that is dead, and purifies not himself, defiles the tabernacle of Yahuwah, and that soul shall be cut off from Yasharel, because the water of separation is not sprinkled upon him. He shall be unclean. His uncleanliness is yet upon him. This is the Torah. When a man dies in his tent, all that come into the tent, and all that is in the tent, shall be unclean 7 days. And every open vessel, which has no covering bound upon it, is unclean. And whosoever touches one that is slain with a sword in the open fields, or a dead body, or a bone of a man, or a grave, shall be unclean 7 days. And for an unclean person, they shall take of the ashes of the burnt heifer purification for sin, and running water shall be put thereunto in a vessel. And a clean person shall take hyssop, and dip it in the water, and sprinkle it upon the tent, and upon all the vessels, and upon the persons that were there, and upon him that touched a bone, or one slain, or one dead, or a grave. And the clean person shall sprinkle upon the unclean on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, and on the 7th day he shall purify himself, and wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and shall be clean at evening. But the man that shall be unclean, and shall not purify himself, that soul shall be cut off from among the assembly, because he has defiled the sanctuary of Yahuwah. The water of separation has not been sprinkled upon him. He is unclean. And it shall be a perpetual statute unto them, that he that sprinkles the water of separation shall wash his clothes, and he that touches the water of separation shall be unclean until evening. And whatsoever the unclean person touches shall be unclean, and the soul that touches it shall be unclean unto evening. Then came the children of Yasharel, even the whole assembly, unto the desert of Sin in the 1st month, and the people abode in Kadesh, and Miriam died there, and was buried there. And there was no water for the assembly, and they gathered themselves together against Moshe and against Aaron. And the people chode with Moshe, and spoke, saying, Would to Elohim that we had died when our brethren died before Yahuwah. And why have you brought up the assembly of Yahuwah into this wilderness, that we and our cattle should die here? And wherefore have ye made us to come up out of Mitzrayim, to bring us in unto this evil place? It is no place of seed, or of figs, or of vines, or of pomegranates, neither is there any water to drink. And Moshe and Aaron went from the presence of the assembly into the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and they fell upon their faces, and the glory of Yahuwah appeared unto them. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, Take the rod, and gather the assembly together, you and Aaron your brother, and speak ye unto the rock before their eyes, and it shall give forth his water, and you shall bring forth to them water out of the rock. So you shall give the assembly and their beasts drink. And Moshe took the rod from before Yahuwah, as he commanded him. And Moshe and Aaron gathered the assembly together before the rock, and he said unto them, Hear now, ye rebels, which must we fetch you water out of this rock? And Moshe lifted up his hand, and with his rod he smote the rock twice, and the water came out abundantly, and the assembly drank, and their beasts also. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe and Aaron, Because ye believed me not, to sanctify me in the eyes of the children of Yasharel, therefore ye shall not bring this assembly into the land which I have given them. This is the water of Meribah, because the children of Yasharel strove with Yahuwah, and he was sanctified in them. And Moshe sent messengers from Kadesh unto the king of Edom. Thus says your brother Yasharel, You know all the travail that has befallen us, how our fathers went down into Mitzrayim, and we have dwelt in Mitzrayim a long time, and the Mitzrayim vexed us and our fathers. And when we cried unto El Yahuwah, he heard our voice and sent an angel, and has brought us forth out of Mitzrayim. And behold, we are in Kadesh, a city in the uttermost of your border. Let us pass, I pray ye, through your country. We will not pass through your fields or through the vineyards, neither will we drink of the water of the wells. We will go by the king's highway. We will not turn to the right hand nor to the left until we have passed your borders. And Edom said unto them, You shall not pass by me, lest I come out against you with the sword. And the children of Yasharel said unto him, We will go by the highway, and if I and my cattle drink of your water, then I will pay for it. I will only, without doing anything else, go through on my feet. And he said, You shall not go through. And Edom came out against him with much people and with a strong hand. Thus Edom refused to give Yasharel passage through his border, wherefore Yasharel turned away from him. And the children of Yasharel, even the whole assembly, journeyed from Kadesh and came unto Mount Hor. And Yahuwah spoke unto El Moshe and El Aaron in Mount Hor by the coast of the land of Edom, saying, Aaron shall be gathered unto his people, for he shall not enter into the land which I have given unto the children of Yasharel, because he rebelled against my word at the water of Meribah. Take Aaron and Eleazar his son, and bring them up unto Mount Hor. And strip Aaron of his garments, and put them upon Eleazar his son, and Aaron shall be gathered unto his people, and shall die there. And Moshe did as Yahuwah commanded, and they went up unto Mount Hor in the sight of all the assembly. And Moshe stripped Aaron of his garments, and put them upon Eleazar his son, and Aaron died there on the top of the mount, and Moshe and Eleazar came down from the mount. And when all the assembly saw that Aaron was dead, they mourned for Aaron 30 days, even all the house of Yasharel. And when King Arad the Kenyan saw, which dwelt in the Negev, heard tell that Yasharel came by the way of the spies, then he fought against Yasharel and took some of them prisoners. And Yasharel vowed a vow unto Yahuwah and said, If you will indeed deliver this people into my hand, then I will utterly destroy their cities. And Yahuwah hearkened to the voice of Yasharel and delivered up the Kenaim, and they utterly destroyed them and their cities. And he called the name of the place Chormah. And they journeyed from Mount Hor by the way of the Red Sea to compass the land of Edom, and the soul of the people was much discouraged because of the way. And the people spoke against Elohim and against Moshe, Wherefore have ye brought us up out of Mitzrayim to die in the wilderness? For there is no bread, neither is there any water, and our soul loathes this light bread. And Yahuwah sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and much people of Yasharel died. Therefore the people came to Moshe and said, We have sinned, for we have spoken against Yahuwah and against you. Pray unto El Yahuwah that he take away the serpents from us. And Moshe prayed for the people. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Make you a fiery serpent, and set it upon a pole. And it shall come to pass that everyone that is bitten, when he looks upon it, shall live. And Moshe made a serpent of brass, and put it upon a pole. And it came to pass that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. And the children of Yasharel set forward and pitched in Ovoth. And they journeyed from Ovoth and pitched at Havarium in the wilderness which is before Moab, toward the sun rising. From thence they removed and pitched in the valley of Zered. From thence they removed and pitched on the other side of Arnon, which is in the wilderness that comes out of the coasts of the Amorim. For Arnon is the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorim. Wherefore it is said in the Sefer of the wars of Yahuwah, what he did in the Red Sea and in the brooks of Arnon, and at the stream of the brooks that goes down to the dwelling of Ar, and lies upon the border of Moab. And from thence they went to Beir, that is the well whereof Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, Gather the people together, and I will give them water. Then Yasharel sang this song, Spring up, O well, sing ye unto it. The princes dug the well. The nobles of the people dug it by the direction of the Torah giver with their staves. And from the wilderness they went to Matana. And from Matana to Nechalev, and from Nechalev to Bamoth, and from Bamoth in the valley that is in the country of Moab to the top of Pisgah, which looks towards Yeshimon. And Yasharel sent messengers unto Sichon, king of the Amorim, saying, Let me pass through your land. We will not turn unto the fields or unto the vineyards. We will not drink of the waters of the well, but we will go along by the king's highway until we be past your borders. And Sichon would not suffer Yasharel to pass through his borders, but Sichon gathered all his people together and went out against Yasharel into the wilderness, and he came to Yahatz and fought against Yasharel. And Yasharel smote him with the edge of the sword, and possessed his land from Renan into Yabab, even unto the children of Ammon, for the border of the children of Ammon was strong. And Yasharel took all these cities, and Yasharel dwelt in all the cities of the Amorim, in Chesbon, and in all the villages thereof. For Chesbon was the city of Sichon, the king of the Amorim, who had fought against the former king of Moab, and taken all his land out of his hand, even unto Anon. Wherefore, they that speak in Proverbs say, Come unto Chesbon, let the city of Sichon be built and prepared. For there is a fire gone out of Chesbon, a flame from the city of Sichon, as it has consumed Ar of Moab, and Bamoth of Arnon. Woe to you, Moab, you are undone. O people of Chemosh, he has given his sons that escaped, and his daughters unto captivity unto Sichon, king of the Amorion. We have shot at them. Chesbon is perished even unto Divion, and we have laid them waste even unto Nophak, which reaches unto Medeba. Thus Yasharel dwelt in the land of the Amorim. And Moshe sent to spy out Yazir, and they took the villages thereof, and drove out the Amorim that were there. And they turned and went up by the way of Bashan, and Og, the king of Bashan, went out against them, he and all his people, to the battle of Edrei. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Fear him not, your hand, and all his people, and his land, and you shall do to him as you did unto Sichon, king of the Amorim, which dwelt in Chesbon. So they smote him, and his sons, and all his people, until there was none left him alive, and they possessed his land. And the children of Yasharel set forward, and pitched in the plains of Moab on this side of the Yarden by Jericho. And Balak, the son of Zippor, saw all that Yasharel had done to the Amorim, and Moab was sore afraid of the people, because they were many, and Moab was distressed because of the children of Yasharel. And Moab said unto the elders of Midian, Now shall this company lick up all that are round about us, as the ox licks up the grass of the field. And Balak the son of Zippor was king of Moabim at that time. He sent messengers therefore unto Balaam the son of Beor to Pethor, which is by the river of the land of the children of his people, to call him, saying, Behold, there is a people come out from Mitzrayim. Behold, they cover the face of the earth, and they abide over against me. Come now, therefore, I pray you, curse me this people, for they are too mighty for me. Perchance I shall prevail, that we may smite them, and that I may drive them out of the land. For I know that he whom you bless is blessed, and he whom you curse is cursed. And the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the rewards of divination in their hands. And they came unto Balaam, and spoke unto him the words of Balak. And he said unto them, Lodge here this night, and I will bring you word again, as Yahuwah shall speak unto me. And the princes of Moab abode with Balaam. And Elohim came unto Balaam and said, What men are these with you? And Balaam said unto Elohim, Balak the son of Zippor, king of Moab, is sent unto me, saying, Behold, there is a people come out of Mitzrayim, which covers the face of the earth. Come now, curse me them. Perchance I shall be able to overcome them and drive them out. And Elohim said unto Balaam, You shall not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for they are blessed. And Balaam rose up in the morning and said unto the princes of Balak, Get you unto your land, for Yahweh refuses to give me leave to go with you. And the princes of Moab rose up, and they went unto Balak, and said, Balaam refuses to come with us. And Balak sent yet again princes more and more honorable than they. And they came to Balaam, and said to him, Thus says Balak the son of Zippor, Let nothing, I pray you, hinder you from coming unto me. For I will promote you unto very great honor, and I will do whatsoever you say unto me. Come therefore, I pray you, curse me this people. And Balaam answered and said unto the servants of Balak, If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of Yahweh Elohai to do less or more. Now therefore I pray ye, tarry ye also here this night, that I may know what Yahweh will say unto me more. And Elohim came unto Balaam at night, and said unto him, If the men come to call you, rise up and go with them. But yet the word which I shall say unto you, that shall you do. And Balaam rose up in the morning, and saddled his ass, and went with the princes of Moab. And Elohim's anger was kindled because he went, and the angel of Yahweh stood in the way for an adversary against him. Now he was riding upon his ass, and his two servants were with him. And the ass saw the angel of Yahweh standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand. And the ass turned aside out of the way, and went into the field. And Balaam smote the ass to turn her unto the way. But the angel of Yahweh stood in the path of the vineyards, a wall being on this side, and a wall on that side. And when the ass saw the angel of Yahweh, she thrust herself into the wall, and crushed Balaam's foot against the wall, and he smote her again. And the angel of Yahweh went further, and stood in a narrow place, where was no way to turn either to the right hand or to the left. And when the ass saw the angel of Yahweh, she fell down under Balaam, and Balaam's anger was kindled, and he smote the ass with his staff. And Yahweh opened the mouth of the ass, and she said unto Balaam, What have I done unto you, that ye have smitten me these 3 times? And Balaam said unto the ass, Because you have mocked me. I would there were a sword in my hand, for now I would kill you. And the ass said unto Balaam, Am not I your ass, upon which you have ridden ever since I was yours unto this day? Was I ever wont to do so unto you? And he said, Nay. Then Yahweh opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of Yahweh standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand, and he bowed down his head, and fell flat on his face. And the angel of Yahweh said unto him, Wherefore have you smitten your ass these 3 times? Behold, I went out to withstand you, because your way is perverse before me. And the ass saw me, and turned from me these 3 times. Unless she had turned from me, surely now also I had slain you, and saved her alive. And Balaam said unto the angel of Yahweh, I have sinned, for I knew not that you stood in the way against me. Now therefore, if it displease you, I will get me back again. And the angel of Yahweh said unto Balaam, Go with the men, but only the word which I shall speak unto you, that you shall speak. So Balaam went with the princes of Balak. And when Balak heard that Balaam was come, he went out to meet him unto a city of Moab, which is in the border of Arnon, which is in the utmost coast. And Balak said unto Balaam, Did I not earnestly send unto you to call you? Wherefore come you not unto me? Am I not able indeed to promote you to honor? And Balaam said unto Balak, Lo, I am come unto you. Have I now any power at all to say anything? The word that Elohim puts in my mouth, that shall I speak. And Balaam went with Balak, and they came out to Kirat Chusoth. And Balak offered oxen and sheep, and sent to Balaam and to the princes that were with him. And it came to pass on the morrow that Balak took Balaam, and brought him up into the high places of Baal, that thence he might see the utmost part of the people. And Balaam said unto Balak, Build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 oxen and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam had spoken, and Balak and Balaam offered on every altar a bullock and a ram. And Balaam said unto Balak, Stand by your burnt offering, and I will go. Perchance Yahweh will come to meet me, and whatsoever he shows me I will tell you. And he went to a high place. And Elohim met Balaam, and he said unto him, I have prepared 7 altars, and I have offered upon every altar a bullock and a ram. And Yahweh put a word in Balaam's mouth, and said, Return unto Balak, and thus shall ye speak. And he returned unto him, and lo, he stood by his burnt sacrifice, he and all the princes of Moab. And he took up his parable, and said, Balak, the king of Moab, has brought me from Aram, out of the mountains of the east, saying, Come, curse me Yaakov, and come, defy Yasharel. How shall I curse whom El has not cursed? Or how shall I defy whom Yahuwah has not defied? For from the top of the rocks I see him, and from the hills I behold him. Lo, the people shall dwell alone, and shall not be reckoned among the nations. Who can count the dust of Yaakov, and the number of the 4th part of Yasharel? Let me die the death of the Yasharim, and let my last end be like his. And Balak said unto Balaam, What have you done unto me? I took you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have blessed them altogether. And he answered and said, Must I not take heed to speak? I must not take heed to speak that which Yahuwah has put in my mouth. And Balak said unto him, Come, I pray you, with me unto another place, from whence ye may see them. You shall see but the outmost part of them, and shall not see them all, and curse me them from thence. And he brought him unto the field of Siphium, to the top of Pekah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. And he said unto Balak, Stand here by your burnt offerings while I meet Yahuwah yonder. And Yahuwah met Balaam, and put a word in his mouth, and said, Go again unto Balak, and say thus. And when he came to him, behold, he stood by his burnt offering, and the princes of Moab with him. And Balak said unto him, What has Yahuwah spoken? And he took up his parable, and said, Rise up, Balak, and hear. Hearken unto me, you son of Zippor. El is not a man, that he should lie, neither the son of Adam, that he should repent. Has he said, and he shall not do it? Or has he spoken, and shall he not make it good? Behold, I have received commandment to bless, and he has blessed, and I cannot reverse it. He has not beheld iniquity in Yaakov, neither has he seen perverseness in Yasharel. Yahuwah Eloheinu is with him, and the shout of a king is among them. El brought them out of Mitzrayim. He has, as it were, the strength of a unicorn. Surely there is no enchantment against Yaakov, neither is there any divination against Yasharel. According to this time it shall be said of Yaakov and of Yasharel, What has El wrought? Behold, the people shall rise up as a great lion, and lift up himself as a young lion. He shall not lie down until he eat of the prey, and drink the blood of the slain. And Balak said unto Balaam, Neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all. But Balaam answered and said unto Balak, Told not I you, saying, All that Yahuwah speaks, that I must do? And Balak said unto Balaam, Come, I pray you, I will bring you into another place. Perchance it will please Elohim, that ye may curse me them from thence. And Balak brought Balaam unto the top of Peor, that looks towards Yeshamon. And Balaam said unto Balak, Build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 bullocks and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. And when Balaam saw that it pleased Yahuwah to bless Yasharel, he went not, as at other time, to seek for enchantments, but he set his face toward the wilderness. And Balaam lifted up his eyes, and he saw Yasharel abiding in his tents according to the tribes, and the Ruach Elohim came upon him. And he took up his parable and said, Balaam, the son of Beor, has said, and the man whose eyes are open has said, He has said, which heard the words of El, which saw the vision of El Shaddai, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open. How goodly are your tents, O Yaakov, and your tabernacles, O Yasharel. As the valleys are, they spread forth, as gardens by the riverside, as the trees of lean aloes which Yahweh has planted, and as cedar trees beside the water. He shall pour the water out of his buckets, and his seed shall be in many waters, and his king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. El brought him forth out of Mitzrayim. He has, as it were, the strength of a unicorn, and he shall eat up the nations of his enemies, and he shall break their bones and pierce them through with his arrows. He crouched, he lay down as a lion, and as a great lion. Who shall stir him up? Blessed is he that blesses you, and cursed is he that curses you. And Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam, and he smote his hands together. And Balak said unto Balaam, I called you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have altogether blessed them these 3 times. Therefore, now flee to your place. I thought to promote you unto great honor, but lo, Yahweh has kept you back from honor. And Balaam said unto Balak, Spoke I not also to you messengers, which he sent unto me, saying, If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the commandment of Yahweh to do either good or bad in my own mind, but what Yahweh says, that will I speak. And now, behold, I go unto my people. Come therefore, and I will advertise what this people shall do to your people in the latter days. And he took up his parable and said, Balaam, the son of Beor, has said, and the man whose eyes are open has said, he has said, which heard the words of El, and knew the knowledge of El Elyon, which saw the vision of El Shaddai, falling into a trance by having his eyes open. I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Yaakov, and a scepter shall rise out of Yasharel, and shall smite the corners of Moab, and destroy all the children of Sheth. And Edom shall be a possession. Seir also shall be a possession for his enemy. And Yasharel shall do valiantly. Out of Yaakov shall come he that shall have dominion, and shall destroy him that remains of the city. And when he looked on Amalek, he took up his parable and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his latter end shall be that he perish forever. And he looked on Kenium, and took up his parable and said, Strong is your dwelling place, and ye put your nest in a rock. Nevertheless, the Kenim shall be wasted, until Ashur shall carry you away captive. And he took up his parable and said, Alas, who shall live when El does this? And ships shall come from the coast of Kiddium, and shall afflict Ashur, and shall afflict Eber, and he also shall perish forever. And Balaam rose up and went and returned to his place, and Balak also went his way. And Yasharel abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. And they called the people unto the sacrifices of their Elohim, and the people did eat and bowed down to their Elohim. And Yasharel joined himself unto Baal Peor, and the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Yasharel. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Take all the heads of the people and hang them up before Yahweh against the sun, that the fierce anger of Yahweh may be turned away from Yasharel. And Moshe said unto the judges of Yasharel, Slay ye every one his man, who were joined unto Baal Peor. And behold, one of the children of Yasharel came and brought unto his brethren a Midianith woman in the sight of Moshe, and in the sight of all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And when Panaach, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, saw it, he rose up from among the assembly and took a javelin in his hand, and he went after the man of Yasharel into the tent, and thrust both of them through, the man of Yasharel and the woman through her belly, so the plague was stayed from the children of Yasharel. And those that died of the plague were 24,000. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Panaach, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, has turned my wrath away from the children of Yasharel, while he was zealous for my sake among them, that I consumed not the children of Yasharel in my jealousy. Wherefore say, Behold, I give unto him my covenant of peace, and he shall have it, and his seed after him, even the covenant of an everlasting priesthood, because he was zealous for his Elohim, and made an atonement for the children of Yasharel. Now, the name of the Yashareli that was slain, even that was slain with the Midianith woman, was Zimri, the son of Kalu, a prince of a chief house among the Shimeon. And the name of the Midianite woman that was slain was Cosbi, the daughter of Seir. He was head over a people, and of a chief house of Midian. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Vex the Midianim, and smite them, for they vex you with their wiles. Wherefore they have beguiled you in the matter of Peor, and in the matter of Cosbi, the daughter of a prince of Midian, their sister, which was slain in the day of the plague for Peor's sake.
Numbers 26. And it came to pass after the plague that Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and unto Eleazar the son of Aharon the priest, saying, Take the sum of all the assembly of the children of Yisrael from 20 years old and upward throughout their father's house, all that are able to go to war in Yisrael. And Moshe and Eleazar the priest spoke with them in the plains of Moab by the Yarden near Jericho, saying, Take the sum of the people from 20 years old and upward, as Yahweh commanded Moshe and the children of Yisrael, which went forth out of the land of Mitzrayim. Reuben, the eldest son of Yisrael, the children of Reuben, Hanok, of whom comes the family of the Hanokim, of Palu, the family of the Paluim, of Chetzron, the family of the Chetzronim, of Carmi, the family of the Carmaim. These are the families of the Rebunim, and they that were numbered of them were 43,730. And the sons of Palu, Eliav, and the sons of Eliav, Nemuel, and Dathan, and Aviram. This is that Dathan and Aviram which were famous in the assembly, who strove against Moshe and against Aharon in the company of Korach, when they strove against Yahweh. And the earth opened her mouth, and swallowed them up together with Korach, when that company died. What time the fire devoured the 250 men, they became a sign. Notwithstanding, the children of Korach died not. The sons of Shimon, after their families, Nemuel, the family of the Nemuelim, of Yamin, the family of the Yamanim, of Yakin, the family of the Yakinim, of Zerach, the family of the Zerachim, of Shaul, the family of the Shaulim. These are the families of the Shimonim, 22,200. The children of Gad, after their families, of Zephon, the family of the Zephonim, Chagai, the family of the Chagaim, of Shunai, the family of the Shunaim, of Oznai, the family of the Oznaim, of Erai, the family of the Eraim, of Arod, the family of the Arodim, of Arelai, the family of the Arelaim. These are the families of the children of Gad, according to those that were numbered of them, 40,500. The sons of Yehuda were and Onan, and and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Yehuda, after their families, were Shelah, the family of the Shelanim, of Peretz, the family of the Partzim, of Zerach, the family of the Zerachim. And the sons of Peretz were Chetzron, the family of the Chetzronim, of Chamul, the family of the Chamulim. These are the families of Yehuda, according to those that were numbered of them, 16,500. Of the sons of Yisachar, after their families, of Tola, the family of the Tolaim, of Pua, the family of the Punim, of Yashuv, the family of the Yashuvim, of Shimron, the family of the Shimronim. These are the families of Yisachar, according to those that were numbered of them, 4,300. Of the sons of Zebulun, after their families, of Sered, the family of the Kardim, Elon, the family of the Elonim, Yachleel, the family of the Yachleelim, These are the families of the Zebulonim, according to those that were numbered of them, 70,500. The sons of Joseph after their families were Manasseh and Ephraim. The sons of Manasseh of Machir, the family of the Machirim, and Machir beget Gilead, and Gilead come the family of the Gileadim. These are the sons of Gilad of Eliezer, the family of the Yezerim, of Chelek, the family of the Chelekim, and of Asriel, the family of the Asrielim, and of Shechem, the family of the Shikmim, and Shemidia, the family of the Shemiadim, and of Shepher, the family of the Shepherim, or Cheferim, and Sephlochad, the son of Sepher, had no sons but daughters. The names of the daughters of Sephlochad were Makla, Noah, Hogla, Milcah, and Tirza. These are the families of Manasseh, and those that were numbered of them 52,700. These are the sons of Ephraim after their families, of Shutelach, the family of the Shutelachim, of Becher, the family of the Bakrim, of Tachnan, the family of the Tachnanim. These are the sons of Shutelach, of Eran, the family of the Eranim. These are the families of the sons of Ephraim, according to those that were numbered of them, 32,500. These are the sons of Joseph after their families. The sons of Benyamin after their families, Bela, the family of the Balaim, of Ashbel, the family of the Ashbelim, Achiraim, the family of the Icharaimim, of Shefufam, the family of the Shufafim, of Chubham, the family of Chubchaim, and the sons of Bela were Ard and Naaman of Ard, the family of the Ardim, and of Naaman, the family of the Naamim. These are the sons of Benjamin after their families, and they that were numbered of them were 45,600. These are the sons of Dan after their families, of Cushim, the family of the Cushim. These are the families of Dan after their families. All the families of the Cushim, according to those that were numbered of them, were 4,400. Of the children of Asher after their families, of Yimnah, the family of the Yimnahim, of Yishvai, the family of the Yishvaim, of Beriah, the family of the Beriahim, the sons of Beriah, of Hever, the family of the Heverim, of Malkiel, the family of the Malkielim. And the name of the daughter of Asher was Serach. These are the families of the sons of Asher, according to those that were numbered of them, who were 53,400. Of the sons of Naphtali after their families, Yachzil, of the families of the Yachzilim, of Gunai, the family of the Gunaim, of Yetzer, the family of the Yitzrim, of Shelim, the family of the Shelimim. These are the families of Naphtali, according to their families, and they that were numbered of them were 45,400. These were numbered of the children of Yashrael, 600,000 and 1,730. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Unto these the land shall be divided for an inheritance according to the number of names. To many you shall give the more inheritance, and to the few you shall give the less inheritance. To everyone shall his inheritance be given according to those that were numbered of him. Notwithstanding, the land shall be divided by lot, according to the names of the tribes of their fathers, that they shall inherit. According to the lot shall the possession thereof be divided between many and few. These are they that were numbered of the Leviim after their families, of Gershon, the family of the Gershonim, of Kohath, the family of the Kohathanim, of Merari, the family of the Meraraim. These are the families of the Leviim, the family of the Leviim, the family of the Chevronim, the family of the Malkim, the family of the Mushim, the family of the Korachim, and Kohath beget Amram. The name of Amram's woman was Yocheved, the daughter of Levi, whom her mother bore to Levi in Mitzrayim. And she bore unto Amram Aharon and Moshe and Miriam their sister. And unto Aharon was born Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. And Nadab and Abihu died when they offered strange fire before Yahweh. And those that were numbered of them were 23,000, all males from a month old and upward. For they were not numbered among the children of Yashrael, because there was no inheritance given them among the children of Yashrael. These are they that were numbered by Moshe and Eleazar the priest, who numbered the children of Yashrael in the plains of Moab by the Yarden near Jericho. But among these there was not a man of them whom Moshe and Aaron the priest numbered, when they numbered the children of Yashrael in the wilderness of Sinai. For Yahweh had said of them, They shall surely die in the wilderness, and there was not left a man of them, save Caleb the son of Yefuneh, and Yahusha the son of Nun. Numbers 27. Then came the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Sepher, the son of Gilad, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of Manasseh, the son of Joseph. These are the names of his daughters: Machla, Noah, Hogla, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Moshe, and before Eleazar the priest, and before the princes and all the assembly by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, saying, Our father died in the wilderness, and he was not in the company of them that gathered themselves together against Yahweh in the company of Korach, but died in his own sin, and had no sons. Why should the name of our father be done away from among his family, because he has no son? Give unto us therefore a possession among the brethren of our father. And Moshe brought their cause before Yahweh. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, The daughters of Zelophehad speak right. You shall surely give them a possession of inheritance among their father's brethren, and you shall cause the inheritance of their father to pass unto them. And you shall speak unto the children of Yashrael, saying, If a man die and have no son, then ye shall cause his inheritance to pass unto his daughter. And if ye have no daughter, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his brethren. And if ye have no brethren, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his father's brethren. And if his father has no brethren, then he shall give his inheritance unto his kinsman that is next to him of his family, and he shall possess it. And it shall be unto the children of Yashrael a statute of judgment, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Get you up into this mount of Arim, and see the land which I have given unto the children of Yashrael. And when you have seen it, you also shall be gathered unto your people, as Aharon your brother was gathered. For ye rebelled against my commandment in the desert of Sin, in the strife of the assembly, to sanctify me at the water before their eyes. That is the water of Meribah in Kadesh, in the wilderness of Sin. And Moshe spoke unto Yahweh, saying, Let Yahweh, the Elohai of the Ruachoth of all flesh, set a man over the assembly, which may go out before them, and which may go in before them, and which may lead them out, and which may bring them in, that the assembly of Yahweh be not as sheep which have no shepherd. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Take Yahusha, the son of Nun, a man whom is the Ruach, and lay your hand upon him, and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the assembly, and give him a charge in their sight. And you shall put some of your honor upon him, that all the assembly of the children of Yashrael may be obedient. And he shall stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall ask counsel for him after the judgment of the Urim before Yahweh. At his word they shall go out, and at his word they shall come in, both he and all the children of Yashrael with him, even all the assembly. And Moshe did as Yahweh commanded him, and he took Yahusha, and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the assembly. And he laid his hands upon him, and gave him a charge, as Yahweh commanded by the hand of Moshe. Numbers 28. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Command the children of Yashrael, and say unto them, My offering and my bread for my sacrifices made by fire for a sweet savor unto me, ye shall guard to offer unto me in their appointed time. And ye shall say unto them, This is the offering made by fire which ye shall offer unto Yahweh, 2 lambs of the first year without spot day by day, for a continual burnt offering. The one lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer at evening. And a 10th part of an ephah of flour for a meat offering, mingled with the 4th part of an hin of beaten oil. It is a continual burnt offering, which was ordained in Mount Sinai for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh. And the drink offering thereof shall be a 4th part of an hin for the one lamb. In the holy place you shall cause the strong wine to be poured unto Yahweh for a drink offering. And the other lamb you shall offer at evening as the meat offering of the morning. And as the drink offering thereof you shall offer it, a sacrifice made by fire of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And on the Sabbath 2 lambs of the first year without spot, and 2/10 deals of a flour for a meat offering mingled with oil, and the drink offering thereof. This is the burnt offering of every Shabbat, beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And in the beginnings of your months you shall offer a burnt offering unto Yahweh. two young bullocks and 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without spot, and 3/10 deals of flour for a meat offering mingled with oil for 1 bullock, and 2/10 deals of flour for a meat offering mingled with oil for 1 ram, and a several tenth deal of flour mingled with oil for a meat offering unto 1 lamb for a burnt offering of sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh. And their drink offering shall be a half a hin of wine unto a bullock, and the 3rd part of an hin unto a ram, and a 4th part of a hin unto a lamb. This is the burnt offering of every month throughout the months of the year. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering unto Yahweh shall be offered, beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And in the 14th day of the first month is the Pesach, Passover of Yahweh. And in the 15th day of this month is the feast. Even 7 days shall matzah, unleavened bread, be eaten. In the first day shall it be an holy assembly. You shall do no manner of servile work therein. But you shall offer a sacrifice made by fire for a burnt offering unto Yahweh. 2 young bullocks and 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year, they shall be unto you without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil. 3/10 deals shall you offer for a bullock, and 2/10 deals for a ram. A several 10th deal shall you offer for every lamb throughout the 7 lambs. And 1 goat for a sin offering to make an atonement for you. You shall offer these beside the burnt offering in the morning, which is for a continual burnt offering. After this manner you shall offer daily, throughout the 7 days, the meat of the sacrifice made by fire of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. It shall be offered beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And on the 7th day you shall have a holy assembly. You shall do no servile work. Also, in the day of the first fruits, when you bring a new meat offering unto Yahweh, after your weeks be out, you shall have a holy assembly and do no servile work. But you shall offer the burnt offering for a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 2 young bullocks, 1 ram, 7 lambs the first year, and their meat offering of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals unto 1 bullock, 2/10 deals unto 1 ram, a several 10th deal unto 1 lamb throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats to make an atonement for you. You shall offer them beside the continual burnt offering and his meat offering. They shall be unto you without blemish, and their drink offerings. Numbers 29. And in the 7th month, on the first day of the month, you shall have a holy assembly. You shall do no servile work. It is Yom Teruah, the day of the blowing of the shofar, the trumpets, the day of the awakening blast unto you. And ye shall offer a burnt offering for a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals for a bullock, and 2/10 deals for a ram, and 1/10 deal for 1 lamb throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering to make an atonement for you. Beside the burnt offering of the month and his meat offering, and the daily burnt offering and his meat offering, and their drink offerings according unto their manner for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh. And ye shall have on the 10th day of this 7th month a holy assembly, and you shall afflict your souls. You shall not do any work therein. But you shall offer a burnt offering unto Yahweh for a sweet savor, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be unto you without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals to a bullock, and 2/10 deals to 1 ram, a several 10th deal for 1 lamb throughout the 7 lambs, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the sin offering of atonement, and the continual burnt offering, and the meat offering of it, and their drink offerings. And on the 15th day of the 7th month ye shall have a holy assembly. You shall do no servile work, and you shall keep a feast unto Yahweh 7 days. And you shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 13 young bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year. They shall be without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals unto every bullock of the 13 bullocks, 2/10 deals of each ram of the 2 rams, and a several 10th deal to each lamb of the 14 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 2nd day you shall offer 12 young bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without spot, and their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks and for the rams and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and the meat offering thereof, and their drink offerings. And on the third day 11 bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering and his drink offering. And on the fourth day 10 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs on the first year without blemish. And their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering and his drink offering. And on the 5th day 9 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without spot, and their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering and his drink offering. And on the 6th day 8 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish. And their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offerings, his meat offering and his drink offerings. And on the 7th day 7 bullocks according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual offering, his meat offering and his drink offering. On the 8th day ye shall have a solemn assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire of a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 1 bullock, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without blemish. Their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullock, for the ram, and for the lamb shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering and his drink offering. These things you shall do unto Yahweh in your set feasts, beside your vows and your freewill offerings, for your burnt offerings, and for your meat offerings, and for your drink offerings, and for your peace offerings. And Moshe told the children of Yisrael according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe. Numbers chapter 30. And Moshe spoke unto the heads of the tribes concerning the children of Yisrael, saying, This is the thing which Yahweh has commanded. If a man vow a vow unto Yahweh, or swear an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceeds out of his mouth. If a woman also vow a vow unto Yahweh, and bind herself by a bond, being in her father's house in her youth, and her father hear the vow, and her bond wherewith she has bound her soul, and her father shall hold his peace at her, then her vow shall stand. And every bond wherewith she has bound her soul shall stand. But if her father disallow her in the day that he hears, not any of her vows or her bonds wherewith she was bound her soul shall stand, and Yahweh shall forgive her, because her father disallowed her. And if she had at all a man when she vowed, or uttered aught out of her lips wherewith she bound her soul, and her man heard it, and held his peace at her in the day that he heard it, then her vow stands, and her bonds wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her man disallowed her on the day that he heard it, then he shall make her vow which she vowed, that which she uttered with her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, of no effect, and Yahweh shall forgive her. But every vow of a widow and of her that is divorced, wherewith they have bound their souls, shall stand against her. And if she vowed in her man's house, or bound her soul by a bond with an oath, and her man heard it, and held his peace at her, and disallowed her not, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her man has utterly made them void on the day he heard them, then whatsoever proceeded out of her lips concerning her vows, or concerning the bond of her soul, shall not stand. Her man has made them void, and Yahweh shall forgive her. Every vow and every binding oath to afflict the soul, her man may establish it, or her man may make it void. But if her man altogether hold his peace at her from day to day, then he establishes all her vows, or all her bonds which are upon her. He confirms them, because he held his peace at her in the day that he heard them. But if he shall any ways make them void after that he has heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity. These are the statutes which Yahweh commanded Moshe between a man and his woman, between the father and his daughter, being yet in her youth in her father's house. Numbers 31. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Avenge the children of Yashrael and the Midianim. Afterward ye shall be gathered unto your people. And Moshe spoke unto the people, saying, Arm some of yourselves unto the war, and let them go against the Midianim, and avenge Yahweh of Midian. Of every tribe 1,000 throughout all the tribes of Yashrael shall ye send to the war. So there were delivered out of the thousands of Yashrael 1,000 of every tribe, and 12,000 armed for war. And Moshe sent them to war, 1,000 of every tribe, them and Pinehas the son of Eleazar the priest to war with the holy instruments and the trumpets to blow in his hand. And they warred against the Midianim as Yahweh commanded Moshe, and they slew all the males. And they slew the kings of Midian, besides the rest of them that were slain, namely Evi, and Rechem, and Sur, and Horai, and Reva, 5 kings of Midian. Bilam also the son of Beor they slew with a sword. And the children of Yashrael took all the women of Midian captives, and their little ones, and took the spoil of all their cattle, and all their flocks, and all their goods. And they burnt all their cities wherein they dwelt, and all their goodly castles with fire. And they took all the spoil, and all the prey, both of men and beasts. And they brought the captives, and the prey, and the spoil unto Moshe, and Eleazar the priest, and unto the assembly of the children of Yashrael, unto the camp at the plains of Moab, which are by the Yarden near Jericho. And Moshe and Eleazar the priest, and all the princes of the assembly went forth to meet them without the camp. And Moshe was wroth with the officers of the host, with the captains over the thousands, and the captains over hundreds, which came from the battle. And Moshe said to them, Have ye saved all the women alive? Behold, these caused the children of Yashrael through the counsel of Balaam to commit transgression against Yahweh in the matter of Peor. And there was a plague among the assembly of Yahweh. Now therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that has known man by lying with him. But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. And do ye abide without the camp 7 days. Whosoever has killed any person, and whosoever has touched any slain, purify both yourselves and your captives on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day. And purify all your raiment, and all that is made of skins, and all work of goat's hair, and all things made of wood. And Eleazar the priest said unto the men of war which went to the battle, This is the ordinance of the Torah which Yahweh commanded Moshe. Only the gold and the silver and the brass and the iron and the tin and the lead, everything that may abide the fire, ye shall make it go through the fire, and it shall be clean. Nevertheless, it shall be purified with the water of separation, and all that abides not the fire ye shall make go through the water. And ye shall wash your clothes on the 7th day, and ye shall be clean, and afterward ye shall come into the camp. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Take the sum of the prey that was taken, both of man and of beast, you and Eleazar the priest, and the chief fathers of the assembly, and divide the prey into 2 parts, between them that took the war upon them who went out to battle, and between all the assembly. And levy a tribute unto Yahweh of the men of war which went out to battle, 1 soul of 500, both of the persons, and of the cattle, and of the asses, and of the sheep. Take it of their half, and give it unto Eleazar the priest for a heave offering of Yahweh. And the children of Yashrael's half, you shall take 1 portion of 50 of the persons, of the cattle, of the asses, and of the flocks, of all manner of beasts, and give them unto the Leviim, which guard the watch of the tabernacle of Yahweh. And Moshe and Eleazar the priest did as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the booty, being the rest of the prey which the men of the war had caught, was 600,000 and 70,000 and 5,000 sheep, and 312,000 cattle, and 1,000 asses, and 32,000 persons in all, of women that had not known man by lying with him. And the half, which was the portion of them that went out to war, was in number 300,000 and 730,500 sheep. And Yahweh's tribute of the sheep was 615, and the cattle were 36,000, of which Yahweh's tribute was 312. And the asses were 30,500, of which Yahweh's tribute was 301. And the persons were 16,000, of which Yahweh's tribute was 32 persons. And Moshe gave the tribute, which was Yahweh's heave offering, unto Eleazar the priest, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. Now the children of Yasharel's half, which Moshe divided from the men that warred. Now the half that pertained unto the assembly was 300,000, and 30,000, and 7,500 sheep, and 36,000 cattle, and 30,000 asses, and 516,000 persons. Even of the children of Yasharel's half, Moshe took one portion of 50, both of man and of beast, and gave them unto the Leviim, which did guard the watch of the tabernacle of Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the officers which were over thousands of the host, the captains of thousands and the captains of hundreds, came near unto El Moshe. And they said unto El Moshe, Your servants have taken the sum of the men of war which are under our charge, and there lacks not one man of us. We have therefore brought an oblation for Yahweh, what every man has gotten of jewels, of gold, chains and bracelets, rings, earrings, and tablets, to make an atonement for our souls before Yahweh. And Moshe and Eleazar the priest took the gold of them, even all wrought jewels, and all the gold of the offering that they offered up to Yahweh, of the captains of thousands, of the captains of hundreds, was 16,750 shekels. For the men of war had taken spoil, every man for himself, and Moshe and Eleazar the priest took the gold of the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and brought it unto the tabernacle of the assembly for a memorial for the children of Yasharel before Yahweh. Just a moment. Numbers 32. Now the children of Reuben and the children of Gad had a very great multitude of cattle, and when they saw the land of Jazer and the land of Gilead, that behold, the place was a place for cattle, the children of Gad and the children of Reuben came and spoke unto Moshe and unto Eleazar the priest and unto the princes of the assembly, saying, Ataroth, the Davon, and Jazer, and Nimrah, and Heshbon, and Elale, and Sevam, and Nevu, and Beon, even the country which Yahweh smote before the assembly of Yasharel, is a land for cattle, and your servants have cattle. Wherefore they said, If we have found grace in your sight, let this land be given unto your servants for a possession, and bring us not over the Yarden. And Moshe said unto the children of Gad, and to the children of Reuben, Shall your brethren go to war, and ye shall sit here? And wherefore discourage the heart of the children of Yasharel from going over into the land which Yahweh has given them? Thus did your fathers, when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to the land. For when they went up unto the valley of Eshcol and saw the land, they discouraged the heart of the children of Yasharel, that they should not go into the land which Yahweh had given them. And Yahweh's anger was kindled at the same time, and he swore, saying, Surely none of the men that came up out of Mitzrayim from 20 years old and upward shall see the land which I swore unto Abraham, unto Yitzchak, and unto Yaakov, because they have not wholly followed me, save Caleb the son of Yehunneh, and the Kenizzai, and Yahusha the son of Nun, for they have wholly followed Yahweh. And Yahweh's anger was kindled against Yasharel, and he made them wander in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that had done evil in the sight of Yahweh was consumed. And behold, you are risen up in your father's stead, an increase of sinful men, to augment yet the fierce anger of Yahweh toward El Yasharel. For if you turn away from after him, he will yet again leave them in the wilderness, and ye shall destroy all this people. And they came near unto him, and said, We build the sheepfolds here for our cattle, and cities for our little ones. But we ourselves will go ready armed before the children of Yasharel, until we have brought them unto their place, and our little ones shall dwell in the fenced cities because of the inhabitants of the land. We will not return unto our houses until the children of Yasharel have inherited every man his inheritance. For we will not inherit them on yonder side of the Yarden or forward, because of our inheritance is fallen to us on the side of the Yarden eastward. And Moshe said unto them, If you will do this thing, if you will go armed before Yahweh to war, and will go all of you armed over the Yarden before Yahweh, until he has driven out all his armies from before him, and the land be subdued before Yahweh, then afterward ye shall return and be guiltless before Yahweh, and before Yasharel, and this land shall be your possession before Yahweh. But if you will not do so, behold, you have sinned against Yahweh, and be sure your sin will find you out. But your cities for your little ones, and folds for your sheep, and do that which has proceeded out of your mouth. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben spoke unto Moshe, saying, Your servants will do as my Lord commands. Our little ones, our women, our flocks, and all our cattle shall be there in the cities of Gilad. But your servants will pass over every man armed for war before Yahweh to battle, as my Lord says. So concerning them, Moshe commanded Eleazar the priest, and Yahusha the son of Nun, and the chief fathers of the tribes of the children of Yashrael. And Moshe said unto them, If the children of Gad and the children of Reuben will pass with you over the Yarden, every man armed to battle before Yahweh, and the land shall be subdued before you, then ye shall give them the land of Gilead for a possession. But if they will not pass over with you armed, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben answered, saying, As Yahweh has said unto your servants, so will we do. We will pass over armed before Yahweh into the land of Canaan, that the possession of our inheritance on this side of the Yarden may be ours. And Moshe gave unto them, even to the children of Gad, and to the children of Reuben, and unto the half tribe of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorim, and the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, the land with the cities thereof and the coasts, even the cities of the country round about. And the children of Gad built Divon, and Taroth, and Aroer, and Atroth, Shophan, and Yaezer, and Yogbetha, and Beit Nimrah, and Beit Haran, fenced cities and folds for sheep. And the children of Reuben built Heshbon, and Eliel, and Yikrath Ayim, and Nevu, and Bela, and Baal Meon, their names being changed, and Sevon, and gave other names unto the cities which were they built. And the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, went unto Gilead, and took it, and dispossessed the Amorite which was in it. And Moshe gave Gilead into Machir, the son of Manasseh, as he dwelt therein. And Yair, the son of Manasseh, went and took the small towns thereof, and called them Chavoth Yair. And Novach went and took Kenath and the villages thereof, and called it Novach, after his own name. Numbers 33. These are the journeys of the children of Yashrael, which went forth out of the land of Mitzrayim with their armies under the hand of Moshe and Aharon. And Moshe wrote their goings out according to their journeys by the commandment of Yahweh, and these are their journeys according to their goings out. And they departed from Ramesses in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month, on the morrow after the Pesach. The children of Yashrael went out with a high hand in the sight of all of Mitzrayim. For the Mitzrayim buried all their firstborn, which Yahweh had smitten among them. Upon their Elohim also Yahweh executed judgments. And the children of Yashrael removed from Ramesses and pitched in Sukkoth. And they departed from Sukkoth and pitched in Etham, which is the edge of the wilderness. And they removed from Etham and turned into Pi Hiroth, which is before Baal Zephon, and they pitched before Migdol. And they departed from Pi Hiroth and passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness, and went 3 days' journey in the wilderness of Etham, which pitched in Marah. And they were removed from Marah and came unto Elim. And in Elim were 12 fountains of water and 70 palm trees, and they pitched there. And they removed from Elim and encamped by the Red Sea. And they removed from the Red Sea and encamped in the wilderness of Sin. And they took their journey out of the wilderness of Sin and encamped at Dophka. And they departed from Dophka and encamped in Alush. And they removed from Alush and encamped at Rephidim. There was no water for the people to drink, where there was no water for people to drink. And they departed from Rephidim and pitched in the wilderness of Sinai. And they removed from the desert of Sinai and pitched in Cheboth Chat Ta'ava. And they departed from Kivrot Chat Ta'ava and encamped at Chatzeroth. They departed from Chatzeroth and pitched in Rithma. They departed from Rithma and pitched at Rimon Peretz. They departed from Rimon Peretz and pitched in Livna. They removed from Livna and pitched at Rika. And they journeyed from Rika and pitched at Kehelatha. And they went from Kehelatha and pitched in Mount Shefer. And they removed from Mount Shefer and encamped in Harada. And they removed from Harada and pitched in Makeloth. They removed from Makeloth and encamped at Tachath. And they departed from Tachath and pitched at Terach. And they removed from Terach and pitched in Mithka. And they went from Mithka and pitched in Hachmona. And they departed from Hachmona and encamped at Moseroth. And they departed from Moseroth and pitched in Bnei Yakan. And they removed from Bnei Yakan and encamped at Hor Chag Gidgad. And they went from Hor Chag Gidgad and pitched in Yotvatha. And they removed from Yotvatha and encamped at Ebrona. And they departed from Ebrona and encamped at Etzion Geber. And they removed from Etzion Geber and pitched in the wilderness of Sin, which is Kadesh. And they removed from Kadesh and pitched in Mount Hor, in the edge of the land of Edom. And Aharon the priest went up unto Mount Hor at the commandment of Yahweh and died there. In the 40th year after the children of Yashrael were come out of the land of Mitzrayim, in the first day of the 5th month. And Aharon was 123 years old when he died in Mount Hor. And King Arad the Canaanite, which dwelt in the Negev in the land of Canaan, heard of the coming of the children of Yashrael. And they departed from Mount Hor and pitched in Tzalmonah. They departed from Tzalmonah and pitched in Punon. They departed from Punon and pitched in Oboth. And they departed from Oboth and pitched in Iye Hava'araim, the border of Moab. They departed from Iyim, and pitched in Divon. And they removed from Divon and encamped in Almon Divath Thalayim. And they encamped in Almon Divla Thayama. And they removed from Almon Divathayalma and pitched in the mountains of Avarim before Nebu. And they departed from the mountains of Avarim and pitched in the plains of Moab by the Yarden near Jericho. And they pitched by the Yarden from Beit Ha-Yesheyomoth even unto Avel Hash-Shittim in the plains of Moab. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe in the plains of Moab by the Yarden near Jericho, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashrael, and say unto them, When ye are passed over the Yarden into the land of the Canaan, then you shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their pictures, and destroy all their molten images, and quite pluck down all their high places. And ye shall dispossess all the inhabitants of the land, and dwell therein, for I have given you the land to possess it. And ye shall divide the land by lot for an inheritance among your families, and to the more you shall give more inheritance, and to the fewer you shall give less inheritance. Every man's inheritance shall be in the place where his lot falls. According to the tribes of your fathers ye shall inherit it. But if you will not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall come to pass that those which ye let remain of them shall be pricks in your eyes, and thorns in your sides, and shall vex you in the land wherein ye dwell. Moreover, it shall come to pass that I shall do unto you as I thought to do unto them. Numbers 34. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying, Command the children of Yashrael, and say unto them, When ye come into the land of Canaan, this is the land that shall fall unto you for inheritance, even the land of Canaan, with the coast thereof. Then your south quarter shall be from the wilderness of Sin along the coast of Edom, and your south border shall be the utmost coast of the salt sea eastward. And your border shall turn from the Negev to the ascent of Male Akrabim, and pass on to Sin, and the going forth thereof shall be from the Negev to Kadesh Barnea, and shall go on to Chatzar Adar, and pass on to Atzmon. And the border shall fetch a compass from Atzmon unto the river of Mitzrayim, and the goings out of it shall be at the sea. And as for the western border, you shall even have the great sea for a border. This shall be your west border, and this shall be your north border. From the great sea you shall point out for you Mount Hor, and from Mount Hor you shall point out your border unto the entrance of Hamath, and the goings forth of the border shall be to Zedad. And the border shall go on to Ziphron, and the goings out of it shall be at Chatzar Enan. This shall be your north border. And ye shall point out your east border from Chatzar Enan to Shepham. And the coast shall go down from Shepham to Rivlah, on the east side of Ain. And the borders shall descend, and shall reach unto the side of the sea of Kinneroth eastward. And the border shall go down to the Yarden, and the goings out of it shall be at the salt sea. This shall be your land, with the coasts thereof round about. And Moshe commanded the children of Yashrael, saying, This is the land which ye shall inherit by lot, which Yahweh commanded to give unto the 9 tribes and the half tribe. For the tribe of the children of Reuben according to the house of their fathers, and the tribe of the children of Gad according to the house of their fathers, have received their inheritance, and half of the tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance. The 2 tribes and the half tribe have received their inheritance on this side of the Yarden, near Jericho, eastward toward the sun rising. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, These are the names of the men which shall divide the land unto you, Eleazar the priest, and Yahusha the son of Nun. And ye shall take 1 prince of every tribe to divide the land by inheritance. And the names of the men are these: of the tribe of Yehuda, Caleb the son of Yefuneh; and of the tribe of the children of Shimon, Shemuel the son of Ammihud; the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad the son of Kichlon; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Dan, Buki the son of Yogli; the prince of the children of Joseph, for the tribe of the children of Manasseh, Hananiel the son of Ephod; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Ephraim, Kemuel the son of Shiptan; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Zebulun, Elisaphat the son of Parnak; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Issachar, Paltiel the son of Azan; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Asher, Achiud the son of Shelomai; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Naphtali, Pedahel the son of Amihud. These are they whom Yahweh commanded to divide the inheritance unto the children of Yashrael in the land of Canaan. Numbers 35. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in the plains of Moab by the Yarden near Jericho, saying, Command the children of Yashrael that they give unto the Leviim of the inheritance of their possession cities to dwell in, and ye shall give also unto the Leviim suburbs for the cities round about them. And the cities shall they have to dwell in, and the suburbs of them shall be for their cattle, and for their goods, and for all their beasts. And the suburbs of the cities which ye shall give unto the Leviim shall reach from the wall of the city and outward 1,000 cubits round about. And ye shall measure from without the city on the east side of the 2,000 cubits, and on the south side 2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits, and the city shall be in the midst. This shall be to them the suburbs of the cities. And among the cities which ye shall give unto the Leviim, there shall be 6 cities for refuge, which ye shall appoint for the manslayer, that he may flee thither. And to them ye shall add 42 cities. So all the cities which ye shall give to the Leviim shall be 48 cities. Them shall ye give with their suburbs. And the cities which ye shall give shall be of the possession of the children of Yashrael. From them that have many ye shall give many. But from them that have few ye shall give few. Every one shall give of his cities unto the Leviim according to his inheritance, which he inherits. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashrael, and say unto them, When ye are come over the Yarden into the land of Canaan, then ye shall appoint you cities to be of refuge for you, that the slayer may flee thither, which kills any person unawares. And they shall be unto your cities for a refuge from the avenger, that the manslayer die not, until he stand before the assembly in judgment. And of these cities which ye shall give, 6 cities shall ye have for refuge. Ye shall give 3 cities on the side of the Yarden, and 3 cities ye shall give in the land of Canaan, which shall be cities of refuge. These 6 cities shall be for a refuge, both for the children of Yashrael, and for the stranger, and for the sojourner among them, that every one that kills any person unawares may flee thither. And if he smite him with an instrument of iron, so that he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall be surely put to death. And if he smite him with a throwing stone, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall be surely put to death. Or if he smite him with a hand weapon of wood, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. The revenger of blood himself shall slay the murderer when he meets him. He shall slay him. But if he thrust him of hatred, or hurl at him by laying of weight that he die, or in enmity smite him with his hand that he die, he that smote him shall surely be put to death, for he is a murderer. The revenger of blood shall slay the murderer when he meets him. But if he thrust him suddenly without enmity, or have cast upon him anything without laying of weight, or with any stone, or with a man may die, seeing him not, and cast it upon him that he die, and was not his enemy, neither sought him his harm, then the assembly shall judge between the slayer and the revenger of blood according to these judgments. And the assembly shall deliver the slayer out of the hand of the revenger of blood, and the assembly shall restore him to the city of his refuge, whither he was fled, and he shall abide in it unto the death of the high priest, which was anointed with the holy oil. But if the slayer shall at any time come without the border of the city of his refuge, whither he was fled, and the revenger of blood find him without the borders of the city for his refuge, and the revenger of blood kill the slayer, and he shall not be guilty of blood, because he should have remained in the city of his refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the slayer shall return into the land of his possession. So these things shall be for a statute of judgment unto you throughout your generations in all your dwellings. Whoso kills any person, the murderer shall be put to death by the mouth of witnesses. But one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him to die. Moreover, ye shall take no satisfaction for the life of a murderer, which is guilty of death, but he shall surely be put to death. And ye shall take no satisfaction for him that is fled into the city of his refuge, that he should come again to dwell in the land until the death of the priest. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein you are, for the blood defiles the land, and the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it. Defile not therefore the land which ye shall inhabit it, wherein I dwell, for I, Yahweh, will dwell among the children of Yashrael. All right, last chapter of Numbers 36. And the chief fathers of the families and of the children of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, the families of the sons of Joseph, came near and spoke before Moshe, and before the princes, the chief fathers of the children of Yashrael. And they said, Yahweh commanded my Lord to give the land for an inheritance by lot to the children of Yashrael. And my Lord was commanded by Yahweh to give the inheritance of Zelophehad, our brother, unto his daughters. And if they be married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the children of Yashrael, then their inheritance will be taken from the inheritance of our fathers, and shall be put to the inheritance of the tribe whereunto they are received. So shall it be taken from the lot of our inheritance. And when the jubilee of the children of Yashrael shall be, then shall their inheritance be put into the inheritance of the tribe whereunto they are received. So shall their inheritance be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers. And Moshe commanded the children of Yashrael according to the word of Yahweh, saying, The tribe of the sons of Joseph had said well, This is the thing which Yahweh commands concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, Let them marry to whom they think best. Only to the family of the tribe of their fathers shall they marry. So shall not the inheritance of the children of Yashrael remove from tribe to tribe, for every one of the children of Yashrael shall keep himself to the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers. And every daughter that possesses an inheritance in any tribe of the children of Yashrael shall be a woman unto one of the family of the tribe of her father, that the children of Yashrael may enjoy every man the inheritance of his fathers. Neither shall the inheritance remove from one tribe to another tribe, but every one of the tribes of the children of Yashrael shall keep himself to his own inheritance. Even as Yahweh commanded Moshe, so did the daughters of Zelophehad. For Machla, Titzra, Chogla, Milcah, Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, were married unto their father's brother's sons, and they were married into the families of the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and their inheritance remained in the tribe of the family of their father. These are the commandments and judgments which Yahweh commanded by the hand of Moshe unto the children of Yashrael in the plains of Moab by the Yarden near Jericho. And there is the end of the book of Numbers. Now we'll be going to Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 1:1. These are the words which Moshe spoke unto all Yashrael on this side of the Yarden in the wilderness, in the plain over against the Red Sea, between Paran and Tophel and Laban and Chatzeroth and Div Zachav. Yahweh Elohim has multiplied you, and behold, you are this day as the stars of heaven for multitude. Yahweh Elohim your fathers make you 1,000 times so many more as you are, and bless you as he promised you. These are 11 days' journey from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir unto Kadesh Barnea. How can I myself alone bear your cumbrance and your burden and your strife? And it came to pass. We skipped some verses here. Hang on. Looks like we're missing here verses 2 through 9. Give me just a moment. All right, verse. Let's see where we're missing. Ooh, this is all mixed up. Huh. Okay. Do our best here. I might just read it. Yeah. I'm just gonna read it from. I'm gonna take the screen share off and just read it from the Sefer. Okay. Give me just a moment here. Let me readjust. Okay, so verse 2. There are 11 days' journey from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir unto Kadesh Barnea. And it came to pass in the 40th year, in the 11th month, on the first day of the month, that Moshe spoke unto the children of Yashrael, according to all that Yahweh had given him in commandment unto them. After he had slain Sihon, the king of the Amorim, which dwelt in Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, which dwelt at Ashtaroth, in Edrei, on this side of the Yarden, in the land of Moab, began Moshe to declare this Torah, saying, Yahweh Eloheinu spoke unto us in Horeb, saying, You have dwelt long enough in this mount. Turn you, and take your journey, and go to the mount of the Amorim, and unto all the places nigh thereunto, and in the plains and the hills, and in the valley, and in the Negev, and by the seaside, in the land of the Canaanite, unto Lebanon, and unto the great river Perath. Behold, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land which Yahweh swore unto your fathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, to give unto them and to their seed after them. And I spoke unto you at that time, saying, I am not able to bear you myself alone. Yahweh Elohim has multiplied you, and behold, ye are this day as the stars of heaven for multitude. Yahweh Elohai of your fathers make you 1,000 times so many more as you are, and bless you as he has promised you. How can I myself alone bear your cumbrance, and your burden, and your strife? Take you wise men and understanding, and known among your tribes, and I will make them rulers over you. And you answered me and said, The thing which you have spoken is good for us to do. So I took the chief of your tribes, wise men, and known, and made them heads over you, captains over thousands, and captains over hundreds, and captains over 50s, and captains over 10s, and officers among your tribes. And I charged your judges at that time, saying, Hear the causes between your brethren, and judge righteously between every man and his brother, and the stranger that is with him. You shall not respect persons in judgment, but you shall hear the small as well as the great. You shall not be afraid of the face of man, for the judgment is Elohim's, and the cause that is too hard for you, bring it unto me, and I will hear it. And I commanded you at that time all things which ye should do. And when we departed from Horeb, we went through all that great and terrible wilderness which ye saw by the way of the mountain of the Amorim, as Yahweh Eloheinu commanded us. And we came to Kadesh Barnea, and I said unto you, Ye are come unto the mountain of the Amorim, which Yahweh Eloheinu gives unto us. Behold, Yahweh Elohika has set the land before you. Go up and possess it, as Yahweh Elohai of your fathers has said unto you. Fear not, neither be discouraged. And ye came near unto me, every one of you, and said, We will send men before us, and they shall search us out at the land, and bring word again by the way we must go, and into what cities we shall come. And the saying pleased me well. And I took 12 men of you, of what tribe, and they turned and went up into the mountain, and came unto the valley of Eshcol, and I searched it out. And they took of the fruit of the land in their hands, and brought it down unto us, and brought us word again, and said, It is a good land which Yahweh Elohim gives us. Notwithstanding, you would not go up, but rebelled against the commandment of Yahweh Elohika. And ye murmured in your tents and said, Because Yahweh hated us, and has brought us forth out of the land of Mitzrayim to deliver us into the hand of the Amorim, to destroy us. Whither shall we go up? Our brethren have discouraged our hearts, saying, The people are greater and taller than we. The cities are great and walled up to heaven. And moreover, we have seen the sons of the Anakim there. Then I said unto you, Dread not, neither be ye afraid of them. Yahweh Elohim, which goes before you, he shall fight for you, according to all that he did for you in Mitzrayim before your eyes, and in the wilderness, where you have seen how that Yahweh Elohim bore you, as a man bears his son, in the way that you went, until you came into this place. Yet in this thing you did not believe Yahweh Elohim, who went in the way before you, to search out a place to pitch your tents, in fire by night, to show you by what way you shall go, and in a cloud by day. And Yahweh heard the voice of your words, and was wroth, and swore, saying, Surely there shall not one of these men of this evil generation see that good land which I swore to give unto your fathers, save Caleb the son of Jephunneh. He shall see it, and to him will I give the land, and he has trodden upon it, and to his children, because he has wholly followed Yahweh. Also Yahuwah was angry with me for your sake, saying, You shall not go in thither, but Yahusha the son of Nun, which stands before you, he shall go thither. Encourage him, for he shall cause Yashrael to inherit it. Moreover, your little ones, which ye said should be a prey, and your children, which in that day had no knowledge between good and evil, they shall go in thither, and unto them will I give it, and they shall possess it. But as for you, turn you, and take your journey into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. Then he answered and said unto me, We have sinned against Yahweh. We will go up and fight, according to all that Yahweh Eloheinu commanded us. And when he had girded on every man his weapons of war, you were ready to go up into the hill. And Yahweh said unto me, Say unto them, Go not up, neither fight, for I am not among you, lest ye be smitten before your enemies. So I spoke unto you, and ye would not hear, but rebelled against the commandment of Yahweh, and went presumptuously into the hill. And the Amorim, which dwelt in that mountain, came out against you, and chased you as bees do, and destroyed you in Seir, even unto Hormah. And ye returned and wept before Yahweh. But Yahweh would not hearken to your voice, nor give ear unto you. So ye abode in Kadesh many days, according to the days that ye abode there. There we go. Then Deuteronomy chapter 2. Then we turned and took our journey into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea, as Yahweh spoke unto me. And we compassed the Mount Seir many days. And Yahweh spoke unto me, saying, You have compassed this mountain long enough. Turn ye northward, and commanded the people, saying, You are to pass through the coasts of your brethren, the children of Esau, which dwell in Seir, and they shall be afraid of you. Take good heed unto yourselves, therefore, meddle not with them, for I will not give of you their land, not so much as a foot breadth, because I have given Mount Seir unto Esau for a possession. You shall buy meat of them for money, that ye may eat, and ye shall also buy water of them for money, that ye may drink. For Yahweh Elohim has blessed you in all the works of your hand. He knows you are walking through his great wilderness. These 40 years Yahweh Elohim has been with you. You have lacked nothing. And when we passed by from our brethren, the children of Esau, which dwelt in Seir, through the way of the plain from Elath, and from Edson Gever, we turned and passed by the way of the wilderness of Moab. And Yahweh said unto me, Distress not the Moabim, neither contend with them in battle, for I will not give you of their land for a possession, because I have given Ar unto the children of Lot for a possession. The Emim dwelt there in times past, a people great and many and tall as the Anakim, which also were accounted as Rephaim, as the Anakim, but the Moabim called them Emim. The Chorim also dwelt in Seir before time, but the children of Esau succeeded them when they had destroyed them from before them, and dwelt in their stead, as Yashrael did unto the land of his possession, which Yahweh gave unto them. Now, rise up, said I, and get you over the brook Zered. And we went over the brook Zered, and the space in which we came from Kadesh Barnea until we were come over the brook Zered was 38 years, until all the generation of the men of war were wasted out from among the host, as Yahweh swore unto them. For indeed the hand of Yahweh was against them, to destroy them from among the hosts until they were consumed. So it came to pass, when all the men of war were consumed, and dead from among the people, that Yahweh spoke unto me, saying, You are to pass over through Ar, the coast of Moab, this day. And when you come nigh over against the children of Ammon, distress them not, nor meddle with them, for I will not give you of the land of the children of Ammon any possession, because I have given it into the children of Lot for a possession. That also was counted a land of Rephaim. Rephaim dwelt there in old time, and the Ammonim called them Zamzumim, a people great and many and tall as the Anakim. But Yahweh destroyed them before them, and they succeeded them, and dwelt in their stead, as he did the children of Esau which dwelt in Seir, when he destroyed the Horim from before them, and they succeeded them, and dwelt in their stead even unto this day. And the Avivim, which dwelt in Chetzarim, even unto Gaza, the Caphtorim, which came forth from of Caphtor, destroyed them, and dwelt in their stead. Rise ye up, and take your journey, and pass over the river Arnon. Behold, I have given into your hand Sihon, the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and his land. Begin to possess it, and contend with him in battle. This day will I begin to put the dread of you and the fear of you upon the nations that are under the whole heaven, who shall hear report of you, and shall tremble and be in anguish because of you. And I sent messengers out of the wilderness of Kedemoth unto Sihon, king of Heshbon, with words of peace, saying, Let me pass through your land. I will go along by the highway. I will neither turn to the right hand nor to the left. You shall sell me meat for money, that I may eat, and give me water for money, that I may drink. Only I will pass through on my feet, as the children of Esau which dwelt in Seir, and the Moabim which dwelt in Ar did unto me, until I shall pass over the Jordan into the land which Yahweh Eloheinu gives us. But Sihon, king of Heshbon, would not let us pass by him, for Yahweh Elohika hardened his ruach, and made his heart obstinate, that he might deliver him into your hand, as appears this day. And Yahweh said unto me, Behold, I have begun to give you Sihon and his land before you. Begin to possess, that you may inherit his land. Then Sihon came out against us, he and all his people, to fight Yachatz. And Yahweh Eloheinu delivered him before us, and we smote him, and his sons, and all his people. And we took all his cities at that time, and utterly destroyed the men, and the women, and the little ones of every city. We left none to remain, only the cattle we took for a prey unto ourselves, and the spoil of the cities which we took. From Aroer, which is by the brink of the river Arnon, and from the city that is by the river, even unto Gilead, there was not one city too strong for us. Yahweh Eloheinu delivered all unto us. Only unto the land of the children of Ammon you came not, nor unto any place of the river Yabok, nor to the cities of the mountains, nor unto whatsoever Yahweh Eloheinu forbade us. Deuteronomy chapter 3. Then we turned and went up the way to Bashan, and Og, king of Bashan, came out against us, and he and all his people to battle at Edrei. And Yahweh said unto me, Fear him not, for I will deliver him and all his people and his land into your hand, and ye shall do unto him as ye did unto Sihon, king of the Amorim, which dwelt in Heshbon. So Yahweh Eloheinu delivered into our hands Og, also the king of Bashan, and all that his people, and we smote him until none was left to him remaining. And we took all his cities at that time. There was not a city which we took not from them. 80 cities, all the regions of Argob, the kingdom of Og in Bashan. All these cities were fenced with high walls, gates, and bars, beside unwalled towns a great many. And we utterly destroyed them, as we did unto Sihon, king of Heshbon, utterly destroying the men, the women, and children of every city. But all the cattle and the spoil of the cities we took for a prey to ourselves. And we took at that time out of the hand of the two kings of the Amorim the land that was on the side of the Jordan, from the river of Arnon until Mount Hermon, which Hermon the Sidonim called Shiron, and the Amorim call it Shenir. All the cities of the plain, and all the Gilead, and all Bashan, unto Chalchad and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og and Bashan. For only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of the Rephaim. Behold, his bedstead was a bedstead of iron. Is it not in Rabbath of the children of Ammon? 9 cubits was the length thereof, and 4 cubits the breadth thereof, after the cubit of a man. And this land which we possessed at that time from Aroer, which is by the river Arnon, and half Mount Gilead, and the cities thereof gave I unto the Reubenim, and the Gadim, and the rest of Gilead, and all Bashan, being the kingdom of Og, gave I unto the half tribe of Manasseh. All the region of Argob, with all Bashan, which was called the land of the Rephaim. Yair, son of Manasseh, took all the country of Argob unto the coasts of Geshurai and Maakathai, and called them after his own name, Bashan Chavaroth, Yair, unto this day. And I gave Gilead unto Machir, and unto the Rebanim, and unto the Gadim I gave from Gilead even unto the river Arnon, half the valley, and the border even unto the river Yabok, which is in the border of the children of Ammon. The plain also, and the Yarden, and the coast thereof, from Kinneroth even unto the sea of the plain, even the salt sea, under Ashdoth, Hap, Pikath, eastward. And I commanded you at that time, saying, Yahweh Elohim has given you this land to possess it. You shall pass over armed before your brethren, the children of Yashrael, that are meet for the war. But your women and your little ones and your cattle, for I know that you have much cattle, shall abide in your cities which I have given you, until Yahweh have given rest unto your brethren, as well as unto you, and until they possess the land which Yahweh Elohim has given them beyond the Yarden. And then you shall return every man unto his possession, which I have given you. And I commanded Yahusha at that time, saying, Your eyes have seen all that Yahweh Elohim has done unto these 2 kings. So shall Yahweh do unto all the kingdoms whither you pass. You shall not fear them, for Yahweh Elohim, he shall fight for you. And I besought El Yahweh at that time, saying, O Adonai Yahweh, you have begun to show your servant your greatness and your mighty hand. For what El is there in the heavens or in the earth that can do according to your works and according to your might? I pray you, let me go over and see the good land that is beyond the Yarden, that goodly mountain and Lebanon. But Yahweh was wroth with me for your sakes, and would not hear me. And Yahweh said unto me, Let it suffice you. Speak no more unto me of this matter. Get you up into the top of Pikgah, and lift up your eyes westward and northward and southward and eastward, and behold it with your eyes, for you shall not go over this Yarden. But charge Yahusha, encourage him, and strengthen him, for he shall go over before this people, and he shall cause them to inherit the land which you shall see. So he abode in the valley over against Beit Peor. Deuteronomy chapter 4. Now therefore hearken, O Yashrael, unto the statutes and unto the judgments which I teach you, for to do them that you may live, and go in and possess the land which Yahweh Elohai of your fathers gives you. You shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall you diminish aught from it, that you may guard the commandments of Yahweh Elohim, which I command you. Your eyes have seen what Yahweh did because of Baal Peor. For all the men that followed Baal Peor, Yahweh Elohim destroyed them from among you. But ye that did cleave unto Yahweh Elohim are alive, every one of you this day. Behold, I have taught you commandments and judgments, even as Yahweh Elohai commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither you go to possess it. Guard therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, Surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what nation is there so great who has Elohim so nigh unto them, as Yahweh Eloheinu is in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great that has commandments and judgments so righteous as all this Torah, which I set before you this day? Only take heed to yourself, and guard your soul diligently, lest you forget the things which your eyes have seen, lest they depart from your heart all the days of your life. But teach them to your sons and your sons' sons, especially the day that you stood before Yahweh Elohim in Horeb, when Yahweh said unto me, Gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they shall live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. And ye came near and stood under the mountain, and The mountain burned with fire unto the midst of the heavens, with darkness and clouds and thick darkness. And Yahweh spoke unto you out of the midst of the fire. You heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude. Only you heard a voice. And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even the 10 Devarim. And he wrote them upon 2 sapphire stones. And Yahweh commanded me at that time to teach you the commandments, judgments, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go to possess it. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, for ye saw no manner of similitude on the day that Yahweh spoke unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire, lest ye corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flies in the air, the likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth, and lest you lift up your eyes into the heavens, and when ye see the sun and the moon and the stars and even all the hosts of heaven, should be driven to worship them and serve them, which Yahweh Elohim has divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. But Yahweh has taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Mitzrayim, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as you are this day. Furthermore, Yahweh was angry with me for your sakes, and swore that I should not go over the Yarden, and that I should not go into that good land which Yahweh Elohim gives you for an inheritance. But I must die in this land. I must not go over the Yarden, but ye shall go over and possess that good land. Take heed unto yourselves, lest you forget the covenant of Yahweh Elohim, which he cut with you, and make you a graven image or the likeness of anything which Yahweh Elohim has forbidden you. For Yahweh Elohim is a consuming fire, even a jealous El. When ye shall beget children and children's children, and ye shall have remained long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves, and make graven image or the likeness of anything, and shall do evil in the sight of Yahweh Elohim to provoke him to anger, I call the heavens and the earth this day to witness against you, that ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land, whither unto ye go over this Yarden to possess it. Ye shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall be utterly destroyed. And Yahweh shall scatter you among the nations, and ye shall be left few in number among the heathen, whither Yahweh shall lead you. And there ye shall serve Elohim, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. But if from thence you shall seek Yahweh Elohim, you shall find him. If you seek him with all your heart and with all your soul, when you are in tribulation, and all these things are come upon you, even in the latter days, if you turn to Yahweh Elohim and shall be obedient unto his voice, Yahweh Elohim is a merciful El. He will not forsake you, neither destroy you, nor forget the covenant of your fathers, which he swore unto them. Ask now of the days that are past, which were before you, since the day that Elohim created man upon the earth, and ask from one side of heaven unto the other, whether there has been any such thing as this great thing is, or has been heard like it? Did ever the people hear the voice of Elohim speaking out of the midst of fire, as you have heard it live? Or has Elohim essayed you to take him a nation from the midst of another nation by temptations, by signs, and by wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm, by the terrors, according to all that Yahweh Elohim did for you in Mitzrayim before your eyes? Unto you it was showed, that you might know that Yahweh, he is Elohim. There is none else beside him. Out of heaven he made you to hear his voice, that he might instruct you. And upon the earth he showed you his great fire, and you heard his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved your fathers, therefore he chose their seat after them. And he brought you out in the sight with a mighty power of Mitzrayim, to drive out nations from before you, greater and mightier than you are, to bring you in, to give you their land for inheritance, as it is this day. Know therefore this day, and consider in your hearts that Yahweh, he is Elohim in heaven above, and upon the earth beneath, there is none else. You shall guard therefore his statutes and his commandments, which I command you this day, that it may go well with you, and with your children after you, and that you may prolong your days upon the earth, which Yahweh Elohim gives you forever. Then Moshe severed 3 cities on this side of the Yarden toward the sun rising, that the slayer might flee thither, which should kill his neighbor unawares and hated him not in times past, and that fleeing unto one of these cities he might live, namely Betzer in the wilderness, in the plain country of the Rivonim, and Ramoth in Gilead in the Gadim. Gadim, and in Golan and Bashan of the Menashim. And this is the Torah of which Moshe said before the children of Yisrael, these are the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Moshe spoke unto the children of Yisrael after they came forth out of Mitzrayim on this side of the Yarden, in the valley over against Beit Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of Amorim, who dwelt at Heshbon, whom Moshe and the children of Yisrael smote after they were come forth out of Mitzrayim, and they possessed his land, and the land of Og, king of Bashan, 2 kings of the Amorim, which were on this side of the Yarden, toward the sun rising, from Aroer, which is by the bank of the river Arnon, even unto Mount Sion, which is Hermon, and all the plain on this side of the Yarden eastward, even unto the sea of the plain under the springs of Pikgah. And we're going to switch over to Brother Jeremy. Let me just take a quick look here. Looks like chapter 1 we had a lot of issues. I just want to see if it changed. Okay, actually everything else looked good after that little mix-up we had there. Yeah, Jeremy, why don't you go ahead and continue on the website, because it looks like everything was okay after that.
Moshe called all Yasharel and said unto them, Hear, O Yasharel, the commandments and the judgments which I speak in your ears this day, that ye may learn them, guard them, and do them. Yahuwah Eloheinu cut a covenant with us in Horeb. Yahuwah cut not this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us who are all of us here alive this day. Yahuwah talked with you face to face in the mount out of the midst of the fire. I stood between Yahuwah and you at that time to show you the word of Yahuwah, for ye were afraid by reason of the fire, and went not up into the mount, saying, Is that right? I'm sorry, that doesn't seem.
If there's another issue, we'll just switch to the hardcover.
I don't think that's an issue. No, that's right. Okay, sorry. Okay, saying, I am Yahuwah Eloheka, which brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim from the house of bondage. You shall have no other Elohim before me. You shall not make any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters beneath the earth. You shall not bow down yourself unto them, nor serve them. For I, Yahuwah Elohim, am a jealous El, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and guard my commandments. You shall not take the name of Yahuwah Eloheka in vain, for Yahuwah will not hold him guiltless that takes his name in vain. Guard the Sabbath day to sanctify it as Yahuwah Eloheka has commanded you. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yahuwah Eloheka. In it you shall not do any work, you, nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your manservant, nor your maidservant, nor your ox, nor your ass, nor any of your cattle, nor your stranger that is within your gates, that your manservant and your maidservant may rest as well as you. And remember that you were a servant in the land of Mitzrayim, and that Yahuwah Eloheka
brought you out through a mighty hand and by a stretched out arm. Therefore, Yahweh Eloheka commanded you to keep the day of Sabbath. Honor your father and your mother, as Yahweh Eloheka has commanded you, that your days may be prolonged, that it may go well with you in the land which Yahweh Eloheka gives you. You shall not kill, neither shall you break wedlock, neither shall you steal, neither shall you bear false witness against your neighbor. Neither shall you lust after your neighbor's woman, neither shall you lust after your neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant, or his maidservant, his ox, or his ass, or anything that is your neighbor's. These words Yahweh spoke unto all your assembly in the mount out of the midst of the fire of cloud and of the thick darkness with a great voice, and he added no more. He wrote them on 2 sapphire stones and delivered them unto me. And it came to pass that when ye heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, for the mount did burn with fire, that ye came near unto me, even all the heads of your tribes and your elders. And ye said, Behold, Yahweh Eloheinu has showed us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen this day that Elohim talks with man, and he lives. Now therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear the voice of Yahweh Eloheinu any more, then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh that has heard the voice of the living Elohim speaking out of the midst of the fire, as we have and lived? Go now and hear all that Yahweh Eloheinu shall say, and speak you unto us all that Yahweh Eloheinu shall speak unto you, and we will hear it and do it. And Yahweh heard the voice of your words, that when ye spoke unto me, and Yahweh said unto me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken unto you. They have well said all that they have spoken. Oh, that there were such a heart in them, that they would fear me, and guard all my commandments always, that it might be well with them and with their children forever. Go, say to them, get you into your tents again. But as for you, stand here by me, and I will speak unto you all the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which you shall teach them, that they may do them in the land which I gave them to possess. Ye shall guard to do, therefore, as Yahweh Elohim has commanded you. Ye shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. Ye shall walk in all the ways which Yahweh Elohim has commanded you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days in the land which ye shall possess. Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which Yahweh Elohim commanded to teach you, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go to possess it. That you might fear Yahweh Eloheka, to guard all his statutes and his commandments, which I command you, you and your son and your son's son, all the days of your life, that your days may be prolonged. Hear therefore, O Yasharel, and guard and do it, that it may be well with you, that ye may increase mightily, as Yahweh Elohai of your fathers has promised you, in the land that flows with milk and honey. Hear, O Yasharel, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh is one, and you shall love Yahweh Elohecha with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might. And these words which I command you this day shall be in your heart, and you shall teach them diligently unto your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. And you shall bind them for a sign upon your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. And you shall write them upon the posts of your house and on your gates. And it shall be when Yahweh Eloheka shall have brought you into the land which he swore unto your fathers, to Abraham, to Yitzchak, and to Yaakov, to give you great and goodly cities, which you built not, and houses full of all good things, which you filled not, and wells dug, which you dug not, vineyards and olive trees, which you planted not. When you shall have eaten and be full, then beware lest you forget Yahuwah, which brought you forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, from the house of bondage. You shall fear Yahuwah Eloheka, and serve him, and shall swear by his name. You shall not go after other Elohim, of the Elohim of the people which are round about you. For Yahuwah Eloheka is a jealous El among you, lest the anger of Yahuwah Eloheka be kindled against you and destroy you from off the face of the earth. Ye shall not tempt Yahuwah Elohechem as ye tempted him in Makkah. Ye shall diligently guard the commandments of Yahuwah Elohechem and his testimonies and his statutes which he has commanded you. You shall do that which is right and good in the sight of Yahuwah, that it may be well with you, that you may go in and possess the good land which Yahuwah swore unto your fathers, to cast out all your enemies from before you, as Yahuwah has spoken. And when your son asks you in time to come, saying, what mean the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Yahuwah Eloheinu has commanded you? Then you shall say unto your son, we were Pharaoh's bondmen in Mitzrayim, and Yahuwah brought us out of Mitzrayim with a mighty hand. And Yahuwah showed signs and wonders, and great and sore, upon Mitzrayim, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his household before our eyes. And he brought us out from thence, and that he might bring us in, to give us the land which he swore unto our fathers. And Yahuwah commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Yahuwah Eloheinu, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as it is at this day. And it shall be our righteousness if we guard to do these commandments before Yahuwah Eloheinu, as he has commanded us. 7. When Yahuwah Elohechem shall bring you into the land where you go to possess it, and has cast out many nations before you, the Hittite, the Girgashim, the Amorim, the Kenanim, the Perizim, the Chivayim, the Uvasim, 7 nations greater and mightier than you. And when Yahuwah Eloheka shall deliver them before you, and you shall smite them and utterly destroy them, you shall cut no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Neither shall you make marriage with them. Your daughter you shall not give unto his son, nor his daughter shall you take unto your son. For they will turn away your son from following me, that they may serve other Elohim. So will the anger of Yahuwah be kindled against you, and destroy you suddenly. But thus shall ye deal with them. Ye shall destroy their altars, break down their images, cut down their Asherah poles, and burn their graven images with fire. For you are a holy people unto Yahuwah Eloheka. Yahuwah Eloheka has chosen you to be a special people unto himself, above all the people that are upon the face of the earth. And Yahuwah did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than any people, for ye were the fewest of all people, but because Yahuwah loved you, and because he would guard the oath which he had sworn unto your fathers, has Yahweh brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen from the hand of Pharaoh, the king of Mitzrayim. Know therefore that Yahweh Eloheka, he is Elohim, the faithful El, which guards his covenant, and mercy with him, with them that love him and guard his commandments to 1,000 generations, and repays them that hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not be slack to him that hates him. He will repay him to his face. You shall therefore guard the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which I command you this day to do them. Therefore it shall come to pass, if ye hearken to these judgments, and guard and do them, that Yahweh Eloheka shall guard unto you the covenant and the mercy which he swore unto your fathers. And he will love you and bless you and multiply you, and he will also bless the fruit of your womb and the fruit of your land, your grain and your wine and your oil, the increase of your kind, the flocks of your sheep in the land which he swore unto your father to give you. You shall be blessed above all people. There shall not be male or female barren among you or among your cattle. And Yahweh will take away from you all sickness, and will put none of the evil diseases of the Mitzrayim which you know upon you, but will lay them upon all of them that hate you. And you shall consume all the people which Yahweh Eloheka shall deliver you. Your eye shall have no pity upon them, neither shall you serve their Elohim, for that will be a snare unto you. If you shall say in your heart, these nations are more than I, how can I dispose them? You shall not be afraid of them, but shall well remember that Yahweh Eloheka did unto Pharaoh and unto all Mitzrayim the great temptations which your eyes saw, and the signs and wonders, and the mighty hand and the stretched out arm, whereby Yahweh Eloheka brought you out. So shall Yahweh Eloheka do unto all the people of whom you are afraid. Moreover, Yahweh Eloheka will send the hornet among them, until they that are left and hide themselves from you be destroyed. You shall not be frightened at them, for Yahweh Eloheka is among you, a mighty El and terrible. And Yahweh Eloheka will put out those nations before you by little and little. You may not consume them at once, lest the beasts of the field increase upon you. But Yahweh Eloheka shall deliver them unto you, and shall destroy them with a mighty destruction until they be destroyed. And he shall deliver their kings into your hand, and you shall destroy their name from under heaven. There shall no man be able to stand before you until you have destroyed them. The graven images of their Elohim shall ye burn with fire. You shall not desire the gold, the silver, or the gold that is on them, nor take it unto you, lest you be snared therein, for it is an abomination unto Yahweh Eloheka. Neither shall you bring an abomination into your house, lest you be cursed, you be a cursed thing like it. But you shall utterly detest it, you shall utterly abhor it, for it is a cursed thing. Chapter 8. All the commandments which I command you this day shall ye guard to do, that ye may live and multiply and go in and possess the land which Yahweh swore unto your fathers. And you shall remember all the way which Yahweh Eloheka led you these 40 years in the wilderness, to humble you and to prove you, and to know what was in your heart, whether you would guard his commandments or no. And he humbled you and suffered you to hunger, and fed you with manna, which you knew not, neither did your fathers know, that he might make you know that man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of Yahweh, man lives. Your raiment waxed not old upon you, neither did your foot swell these 40 years. You shall also consider in your heart that, as a man chastens his son, so Yahuwah Eloheka chastens you. Therefore you shall guard the commandments of Yahuwah Eloheka, to walk in his ways and to fear him. For Yahuwah Eloheka brings you into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and depths that spring out of the valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley and vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive oil and honey, a land wherein you shall eat bread without scarceness. You shall not lack anything in it, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills you may dig brass. When you have eaten and are full, then you shall bless Yahuwah Eloheka for the good land which he has given you. Beware that you forget not Yahuwah Eloheka in not guarding his commandments and his judgments and his statutes which I command you this day. Lest, when you have eaten and are full, and have built goodly houses and dwell therein, and when your herds and your flocks multiply, and your silver and your gold is multiplied, and all that you have is multiplied, then your heart will be lifted up, and you forget Yahuwah Eloheka, which brought you forth out of the land of Mitzrayim from the house of bondage, who led you through that great and terrible wilderness, wherein were fiery serpents and scorpions and drought, and there was no water, who brought you forth water out of the rock of flint, who fed you in the wilderness with manna, which your fathers knew not, that he might humble you, and that he might prove you, to do you good at your latter end. And you say in your heart, my power and my might of my hand have gotten me this wealth. But you shall remember Yahuwah Eloheka, for it is he that gives you power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant, which he swore unto your fathers, as it is this day. And it shall be, if you do at all forget Yahuwah Eloheka, and walk after other Elohim, and serve them, and worship them, I testify against you this day, that ye shall surely perish, as the other nations which Yahuwah destroyed before your face. So shall ye perish, because ye would not be obedient unto the voice of Yahuwah Eloheka. Hear, O Yasharel, you are to pass over the Yarden this day, to go in to possess nations greater and mightier than yourself, cities greater and fenced up to heaven, a people great and tall, the children of the Anakim, whom you know, and of whom you have heard say, who can stand before the children of Anak? Understand therefore this day that Yahuwah Eloheka is he which goes over before you. As a consuming fire he shall destroy them. He shall bring them down before your face. So shall you drive them out and destroy them quickly, as Yahuwah has said unto you. Speak not in your heart after that Yahuwah Eloheka has cast them out from before you, saying, for my righteousness Yahuwah has brought me in to possess this land. But for the wickedness of these nations, Yahuwah drives them out from before you. Not for your righteousness or for the uprightness of your heart do you go to possess their land, but for the wickedness of these nations, Yahuwah Eloheka drives them out from before you, and that he may perform the word which Yahuwah swore unto your fathers, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. Understand, therefore, that Yahuwah Eloheka gives you not this good land to possess it for your righteousness, for you are a stiff-necked people. Remember and forget not how you provoked Yahuwah Eloheka to wrath in the wilderness, from the day that you did depart out of the land of Mitzrayim until ye came into this place. Ye have been rebellious against Yahuwah. Also in Horeb He provoked Yahuwah to wrath, so that Yahuwah was angry with you to have destroyed you. When I was gone up into the mount to receive the sapphire stones, even the sapphire stones of the covenant which Yahuwah cut with you, then I abode in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. I neither did eat bread nor drink water. And Yahuwah delivered unto me the 2 sapphire stones written with the finger of Elohim, and on them was written according to all the words which Yahuwah had spoken with you in the mount out of the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days and 40 nights that Yahuwah gave me the 2 sapphire stones, even the sapphires of the covenant. And Yahuwah said unto me, Arise, get you down quickly from hence, for your people which you have brought forth out of Mitzrayim have corrupted themselves. They are quickly turned aside out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten image. Furthermore, Yahuwah spoke unto me, saying, I have seen this people, and beheld, it is a stiff-necked people. Let me alone, that I may destroy them, and blot out their name from under heaven. And I will make you a nation mightier and greater than they. So I turned and came down from the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire, and the 2 sapphires of the covenant were in my 2 hands. And I looked, and behold, you had sinned against Yahuwah Elohim, and had made you a molten calf. Ye had turned aside quickly out of the way which Yahuwah had commanded you. And I took the 2 sapphires, and cast them out of my 2 hands, and broke them before your eyes. And I fell down before Yahuwah at the first 40 days and 40 nights. Neither did I eat bread nor drink water, because of all your sins which ye have sinned in doing wickedly in the sight of Yahuwah, to provoke him to anger. For I was afraid of the anger and hot displeasure, wherewith Yahuwah was wroth against you, to destroy you. But Yahuwah hearkened unto me at that time also. And Yahuwah was very angry with Aharon, to have destroyed him. And I prayed for Aharon also at the same time. And I took your sin, the calf which ye made, and burnt it with fire, and stamped it, and ground it very fine, even until it was as small as dust. And I cast the dust thereof into the brook that descended out of the mount. And at Ta'avra, and at Makkah, and at Kevarot Ta'ava, you provoked Yahuwah to wrath. Likewise, when Yahuwah sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, Go up and possess the land which I give you, that ye rebelled against the commandment of Yahuwah Elohim, and ye believed him not, nor hearkened to his voice. Ye have been rebellious against Yahuwah from the day that I knew you. Thus I fell down before Yahuwah at 40 days and 40 nights, as I fell down at the first, because Yahuwah had said he would destroy you. I prayed therefore unto Yahuwah, and said, O Adonai Yahuwah, destroy not your people and your inheritance, which you have redeemed through your greatness, which you have brought forth out of Mitzrayim with a mighty hand. Remember your servant Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. Look not unto the stubbornness of this people, nor to the wickedness, nor to their sin. Lest the land whence you brought us out say, Because Yahuwah was not able to bring them into the land which he promised them, and because he hated them, he has brought them out to slay them in the wilderness. Yet they are your people and your inheritance, which you brought out by your mighty power and by your stretched out arm. Chapter 10. At that time Yahuwah spoke unto me, Hew you 2 sapphire stones like unto the first, and come up unto me into the mount, and make you an ark of wood. And I shall write on the sapphires the words which were in the first tablets which you broke, and you shall put them in the ark. And I made an ark out of shittim wood, and hewed 2 sapphire stones like unto the first, and went up into the mount, having 2 sapphires in my hand. And he wrote on the sapphires according to the first writing, and the ten devarim which Yahweh spoke unto you in the mount out of the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly, and Yahweh gave them unto me. And I turned myself and came down from the mount, and put the sapphires in the ark which I had made. And there they be, as Yahweh commanded me. And the children of Yasharel took their journey from Beroth Bernei Yak, from Beroth Bnei Yaakan to Makara, where Aharon died, and there he was buried, and Eleazar his son ministered as the priest's office in his stead. From thence their journey unto Gudgoda, from Gudgoda to Yatvatha, a land of rivers and waters. At that time Yahweh separated the tribes of Levi to bear the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, to stand before Yahweh, to minister unto him, to bless his name unto this day. Wherefore Levi has no part nor inheritance with his brethren. Yahweh is his inheritance, according as Yahweh Eloheka promised him. And I stayed in the mountain according to the first time 40 days and 40 nights, and Yahweh hearkened unto me at that time also. And Yahweh would not destroy you. And Yahweh said unto me, Arise and take your journey before the people, that they may go in and possess the land which I swore unto their fathers to give unto them. And now Yasharel what does Yahweh Eloheka require of you, but to fear Yahweh Eloheka, to walk in all his ways, to love him, to serve Yahweh Eloheka with all your heart and with all your soul, to guard the commandments of Yahweh and his statutes, which I command you this day for your good. Behold, the heavens and the heaven of heavens belongs to Yahweh Eloheka. The earth also, with all that therein is. Only Yahweh had a delight in your fathers to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you above all people, as it is this day. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. For Yahweh Eloheka is Elohai ha-Elohim, and Adonai ha-Adonim, the great El, the mighty and terrible, which regards not persons, nor takes reward. He executes the judgments of the fatherless and the widow, and loves the stranger in giving him food and raiment. Love ye therefore the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. You shall fear Yahweh Eloheka. Him you shall serve, and to him shall you cleave, and swear by his name. He is your praise, and he is your Elohim, that has done for you these great and terrible things which your eyes have seen. Your fathers went down into Mitzrayim with 70 persons. Now Yahweh Eloheka has made you as the stars of heaven in multitude. Chapter 11. Therefore you shall love Yahweh Eloheka and guard his watch and his statutes and his judgments and his commandments always. And know ye this day, for I speak not with your children which have not known, and which have not seen the chastisement of Yahweh Elohim, his greatness, and his mighty hand, and his stretched out arm. and his miracles, and his acts which he did in the midst of Mitzrayim unto Pharaoh, the king of Mitzrayim, and unto all his land. And what he did unto the armies of Mitzrayim, unto their horses, to their chariots, and how he made the water of the Red Sea to overflow them as they pursued after you, and how Yahweh has destroyed them until this day. And what he did unto you in the wilderness until ye came into this place, and what he did unto Dathan and Aviram, the sons of Eliav, the sons of Reuben, how the earth opened up her mouth and swallowed them up, and their households, and their tents, and all the substance that was in their possessions in the midst of all Yasharel. But your eyes have seen all the great acts of Yahweh which he did. Therefore shall ye guard all the commandments which I command you this day, that ye may be strong and go in and possess the land whither ye go to possess it, and that ye may prolong your days in the land which Yahweh swore unto your fathers to give unto them and to their seed, a land that flows with milk and honey. For the land whither ye go to possess it is not a land of Mitzrayim, from whence ye came out, where ye sowed your seed and watered it with your foot as a garden of herbs. But the land whither ye go to possess it is a land of hills and valleys, and drinks water of the rain of heaven. A land which Yahweh Eloheka cares for. The eyes of Yahweh Eloheka are always upon it, from the beginning of the year even unto the end of the year. And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently unto my commands, which I command you this day, to love Yahweh Elohechem and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that you may gather in your grain, your wine, and your oil. And I will send grass in your fields for your cattle, that you may eat and be full. Guard yourselves that your heart be not deceived, and ye turn aside and serve other Elohim and worship them. Then Yahweh's wrath will be kindled against you. He shall shut up the heavens, that there be no rain, that the land yield not her fruit, lest ye perish quickly from off the good land which Yahweh gives you. Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that it may be as frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall teach them your children, and speak of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. And you shall write them upon the doorposts of your house, and upon your gates, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, which in the land which Yahweh swore unto your father to give them, as the days of heaven are upon the earth. For if ye shall diligently guard all these commandments which I command you, to do them, to love Yahweh Elohechem, to walk in all his ways, and to cleave unto him, then will Yahweh drive out all these nations from before you, and ye shall possess greater nations and mightier than yourselves. Every place wherein the soles of your feet shall tread shall be yours, from the wilderness and Lebanon, from the river Pereth, even unto the uttermost sea shall your coast be. There shall no man be able to stand before you, for Yahweh Elohechem shall lay the fear of you and the dread of you upon all the land that ye shall tread upon, as he has said unto you. Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. a blessing if ye obey the commandments of Yahweh Elohim, which I command you this day, and a curse if ye will not obey the commandments of Yahweh Elohim, but turn aside out of the way which I command you this day, to go after other Elohim, which ye have not known. And it shall come to pass that when Yahweh Elohim has brought you in unto the land whither ye go to possess it, that you shall put the blessing upon Mount Gerizim, and the curse upon Mount Ebal. Are they not on the other side of the Jordan? But the way where the sun goes down, by the way where the sun goes down, in the land of the Canaim, which dwell in the plain over against Gilgal, beside the plains of Morah. For ye shall pass over the Jordan to go in to possess the land which Yahweh Elohim gives you, and ye shall possess it and dwell therein. And ye shall guard to do all the commandments and the judgments which I set before you this day. Chapter 12. These are the commandments and judgments which ye shall guard to do in the land which Yahweh Elohai of your fathers gives you to possess it, all the days that ye live upon the earth. Ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess served their Elohim, upon the high mountains, and upon the hills, and under every green tree. Ye shall overthrow their altars, and break their pillars, and burn their Asherah poles with fire. Ye shall hew down graven images of their Elohim, and destroy the names of them out of this place. Ye shall not do so unto Yahweh Elohim, but unto the place which Yahweh Elohim shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, even unto his habitation shall ye seek, and thither you shall come. And thither you shall bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifices and your tithes and heave offerings of your hand and your vows and your freewill offerings and the firstlings of your herd and your flocks. And there ye shall eat before Yahweh Elohim, and ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand unto, and ye and your households, wherein Yahweh Elohim has blessed you. Ye shall not do after all the things which we do. Ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. Every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. For ye are not as yet come into the rest and the inheritance which Yahweh Elohim gives you. But when ye go over the Jordan and dwell in the land which Yahweh Elohim gives you to inherit, when he gives you rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell in safety, then there shall be a place where Yahweh Elohim shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Thither shall ye bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and your heave offerings of your hand, and all your choice vows which ye vow unto Yahweh. And ye shall rejoice before Yahweh Elohim, ye and your sons and your daughters and your manservants and your maidservants, and the Levii that is within your gates. For as much as he has no part nor inheritance with you, guard yourself that you offer not your burnt offerings in every place that you see, but in the place which Yahweh shall choose in one of your tribes. There you shall offer your burnt offerings, and there you shall do all that I command you. Notwithstanding, you may kill and eat flesh in all your gates, whatsoever your soul lusts after, according to the blessings of Yahweh Elohim which he has given you. The unclean and the clean may eat thereof, as of the roebuck and as of the deer. Only ye shall not eat the blood Ye shall pour it upon the earth with water, worth the earth as water. Ye may not eat therein within your gates the tithe of your grain, or of your wine, or of your oil, or of the firstlings of your herds, or the flock, nor any of your vows which you vow, nor your freewill offerings, nor your heave offerings of your hand. But you must eat them before Yahweh Eloheka, in the place which Yahweh Eloheka shall choose you, and your son, and your daughter, and your manservant, and your maidservant, and the Levite that is within your gates. You shall rejoice before Yahweh Eloheka in all that you put your hands unto. Guard yourself that you forsake not the Levite as long as you live upon the earth. When Yahweh Eloheka shall enlarge your border, as he has promised you, and you shall say, I will eat flesh, because your soul longs to eat flesh. You may eat flesh, whatsoever your soul lusts after. If the place which Yahweh Eloheka has chosen to put his name there be too far from you, then you shall kill of your herd and your flock, which Yahweh has given you, as I have commanded you, and you shall eat in your gates whatsoever your soul lusts after. Even as the roebuck and the deer is eaten, so you shall eat them. The unclean and the clean shall eat of them alike. Only be sure that you eat not the blood, for the blood is the life, and you may not eat the life with the flesh. You shall not eat it. You shall pour it upon the earth as water. You shall not eat it that it may go well with you and your children after you, when you shall do that which is right in the sight of Yahweh. Only your holy things which you have, and your vows, you shall take and go into the place which Yahweh shall choose. And you shall offer your burnt offerings and the flesh and the blood upon the altar of Yahweh Eloheka, and the blood of your sacrifices shall be poured out upon the altar of Eloheka, and you shall eat the flesh. Guard and hear all these words which I command you, that it may go well with you, and with your children after you forever, when you do that which is good and right in the sight of Yahweh Eloheka. And when Yahweh Eloheka shall cut off the nations from before you, whither you go to possess them, and you succeed them, and dwell in their land, take heed to yourselves that you not be snared by following them, after that they be destroyed from before you, and that you inquire after their Elohim, saying, how do these nations serve their Elohim? Even so will I do likewise. You shall not do so unto Yahweh Eloheka, for every abomination to Yahweh which he hates have they done unto their Elohim. For even their sons and their daughters have they burnt in the fire to their Elohim. What thing soever I command you, guard to do it, and you shall not add thereto nor diminish from it. If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and gives you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder comes to pass, whereof he spoke unto you, saying, let us go after other Elohim, which you have not known, and let us serve them. You shall not hearken unto the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams, for Yahweh Eloheka proves you to know whether you love Yahweh Eloheka with all your heart and with all your soul. Ye shall walk after Yahweh Eloheka and fear him, and guard his commandments, and obey his voice. Ye shall serve him and cleave unto him. And that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death, because he has spoken to turn you away from Yahweh Eloheka. which brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, to redeem you out of the house of bondage, to thrust you out of the way which Yahweh Eloheka commanded you to walk in. So shall you put the evil away from the midst of you. If your brother or your son, the son of your mother, or your son or daughter, or the woman of your bosom, or your friend, which is as your own soul, entice you secretly, saying, "Let us go and serve other Elohim, which you have not known, you or your fathers, namely the Elohim of the people which are round about you, nigh unto you, or far off from you, from the one end of the earth even unto the other end of the earth. You shall not consent unto him, nor hearken unto him, neither shall your eye pity him, neither shall you spare, neither shall you conceal him, but you shall surely kill him. Your hand shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterwards the hand of all the people. And you shall stone him with stones, that he die, because he has sought to thrust you away from Yahuwah Eloheka, which brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, from the house of bondage. And all Yasharel shall hear and fear, and shall do no more any such wickedness as this is among you. If you shall hear and say in one of your cities, Yahuwah Eloheka has given you to dwell there, saying, certain men, the children of Belial, are gone out from among you, and have withdrawn the inhabitants of their city, saying, let us go and serve other Elohim, which ye have not known. Then shall you inquire and make search, and ask diligently, and behold, if it be true, the thing certain, that such abomination was wrought among you, then you shall surely smite the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, destroying it utterly, and all that is therein, and the cattle thereof with the edge of the sword. And you shall gather all the spoil which is in the midst of the street thereof, and shall burn it with fire. You shall burn with fire the city, and with all the spoil thereof, every whit. For Yahuwah Eloheka shall be for Yahuwah Eloheka, and it shall be a heap forever, and it shall not be built again. And there shall cleave not of the cursed thing to your hand, that Yahuwah may turn from the fierceness of his anger, and show you mercy, and have compassion upon you, and multiply you as he has sworn unto your fathers. When you shall hearken to the voice of Yahuwah Eloheka, to guard all his commandments, which I command you this day, to do that which is right in the eyes of Yahuwah Eloheka. 14. Ye are the children of Yahuwah Eloheka. Ye shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. For you are a holy people unto Yahuwah Eloheka. Yahuwah has chosen you to be a peculiar people unto himself above all the nations that are upon the earth. You shall not eat any abominable thing. These are the beasts which ye shall not eat, which you shall eat: the ox, the sheep, the goat, the deer, the roebuck, the fallow deer, the wild goat, the pygar, the wild ox, and the chemois, and every beast that parts the hoof and cleaves the cleft into two claws, and chews the cud among the beasts, that ye shall eat. Nevertheless, these ye shall not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the cloven hoof, as the camel, and the hare, and the coney, for they chew the cud, but divide not the hoof. Therefore they are unclean unto you. And the swine, because it divides the hoof, yet chews not the cud, it is unclean unto you. You shall not eat their flesh, nor touch their dead carcass. These ye shall eat of all that are in the waters. All that have fins and scales shall ye eat. Whatsoever has not fins and scales, ye may not eat. It is unclean for you. Of all clean birds ye shall eat. But these are they of which you shall not eat: the eagle, the osprey, the gelday, the kite, the vulture after his kind, and every raven after his kind, the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckoo, and the hawk after his kind, the little owl, the great owl, the swan, the pelican, the gyre eagle, the cormorant, the stork, the heron after her kind, the lapwing, and the bat, and every creeping thing that flies is unclean unto you. They shall not be eaten. But of all clean fowls ye may eat. Ye shall not eat anything that dies of itself. You shall give it unto the stranger that is in your gates, that he may eat it. Or you may sell it to an alien. For you are a holy people unto Yahuwah Eloheka. You shall not seethe a kid in his mother's milk. You shall truly tithe all the increase of your seed, that the field brings forth year by year. You shall eat thereof. You shall eat before Yahuwah Eloheka in the place which he shall choose to place his name there. The tithe of your grain, of your wine, and of your oil, and the firstlings of your herd, and of your flocks, that you may learn to fear Yahuwah Eloheka always. And if the way be too long for you, so that you are not able to carry it, or if the place be too far from you, which Yahuwah Eloheka shall choose to set his name there, when Yahuwah Eloheka has blessed you, then shall you turn it into money, and bind up the money in your hand, and shall go unto the place which Yahuwah Eloheka shall choose, and there shall bestow that money for whatever your soul lusts after, for oxen, or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatever your soul desires, that you shall eat there before Yahuwah Eloheka, and you shall rejoice, you and your household. And the Levii that is in your gates, you shall not forsake him, for he has no part nor inheritance with you. At the end of 3 years you shall bring forth all the tithe of your increase the same year, and shall lay it up within your gates. And the Levii, because he has no part nor inheritance with you, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, which are within your gates, shall come and shall eat and be satisfied, that Yahuwah Eloheka may bless you in all the work of your hand which you do.
Oh man, thank you, brother. Thank you, Jeremy, for being here with us today. Brother Adam Roberge will be taking Deuteronomy 15 through 25, and I'll be finishing up Deuteronomy from 26 to 34. Okay, brother.
Deuteronomy 15. At the end of every 7 years you shall make a release, and this is the manner of the release. Every creditor that lends aught unto his neighbor shall release it. He shall not exact it of his neighbor or of his brother, because it is called Yahweh's release. Of a foreigner you may exact it again, but that which is yours with your brother your hand shall release. save when there shall be no poor among you, for Yahweh shall greatly bless you in the land which Yahweh Eloheka gives you for an inheritance to possess it. Only if you carefully hearken unto the voice of Yahweh Eloheka, to guard to do all these commandments which I command you this day. For Yahweh Eloheka blesses you, as he promised you, and you shall lend unto many nations, but you shall not borrow, and you shall reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over you. If there be among you a poor man of one of your brethren within any of your gates in your land which Yahweh Eloheka gives you, you shall not harden your heart, nor shut your hand from your poor brother, but you shall open your hand wide unto him, and shall surely lend him sufficient for his need in that which he wants. Beware that there be not a thought in your wicked heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release is at hand, and your eye be evil against your poor brother, and you give him not, and he cry unto El Yahweh against you, and it be sin unto you. You shall surely give him, and your heart shall not be grieved when you give unto him, because that for this thing Yahweh Eloheka shall bless you in all your works, and in all that you put your hand unto. For the poor shall never cease out of the land. Therefore I command you, saying, you shall open your hand wide unto your brother, to your poor and to your needy in your land. If your brother, and a free man or an free woman, be sold unto you and serve you 6 years, then in the 7th year you shall let him go free from you. And when you send him out free from you, you shall not let him go away empty. You shall furnish him liberally out of your flock, and out of your floor, and out of your winepress. Of that wherewith Yahweh Eloheka has blessed you, you shall give unto him. And you shall remember that you were a bondman in the land of Mitzrayim, and Yahweh Eloheka redeemed you. Therefore I command you this thing today. And it shall be, if he say unto you, I will not go away from you, because he loves you in your house, because he is well with you, then you shall take an awl, and thrust it through his ear unto the door, and he shall be your servant forever. And also unto your maidservant you shall do likewise. It shall not seem hard unto you when you send him away free from you, for he has been worth a double hired servant to you, in serving you 6 years, and Yahweh Eloheka shall bless you in all that you do. All the firstling males that come of your herd and of your flock you shall sanctify unto Yahweh Eloheka. You shall do no work with the firstling of your bullock, nor shear the firstling of your sheep. You shall eat it before Yahweh Eloheka year by year in the place which Yahweh shall choose, you and your household. And if there be any blemish therein, as if it be lame or blind, or have any ill blemish, you shall not sacrifice it unto Yahweh Eloheka. You shall eat it within your gates. The unclean and the clean person shall eat it alike, as the roebuck and as the deer. Only you shall not eat the blood thereof. You shall pour it upon the ground as water. Deuteronomy 16. Guard the month of Aviv, and keep the Pekach unto Yahweh Eloheka. For in the month of Aviv, Yahweh Eloheka brought you forth out of Mitzrayim by night. You shall therefore sacrifice the Pekach unto Yahweh Eloheka of the flock of the herd, in the place which Yahweh shall choose to place his name there. You shall eat no chametz with it. 7 days shall you eat matzah therewith, even the bread of affliction. For you came forth out of the land of Mitzrayim in haste, that you may remember the day when you came forth out of the land of Mitzrayim all the days of your life. And there shall be no chametz seen with you in all your coasts 7 days, neither shall there anything of your flesh which you sacrifice the first day at evening remain all night until the morning. You may not sacrifice the Pekach within any of your gates, which Yahweh Eloheka gives you. But at the place which Yahweh Eloheka shall choose to place his name in, there you shall sacrifice the Pekach at evening, at the going down of the sun, at the season that you came forth out of Mitzrayim. And you shall roast and eat it in the place which Yahweh Eloheka shall choose, and you shall turn in the morning and go into your tents. 6 days you shall eat matzah, and on the 7th day shall be a solemn assembly to Yahweh Eloheka. You shall do no work therein. 7 weeks shall you number unto you, beginning to number the 7 weeks from such time as you begin to put the sickle to the grain. And you shall keep the feast of Shavuot unto Yahweh Eloheka with a tribute of a freewill offering of your hand, which you shall give unto Yahweh Eloheka, according as Yahweh Eloheka has blessed you. And you shall rejoice before Yahweh Eloheka, you and your son, and your daughter, and your manservant, and your maidservant, and the levy that is within your gate, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are among you, in the place which Yahweh Eloheka has chosen to place his name there. You shall remember that you were a bondman in Mitzrayim, and you shall guard and do these statutes. You shall keep the feast of Sukkoth 7 days. After that you have gathered in your threshing floor and your wine. And you shall rejoice in your feast, you and your son and your daughter and your manservant and your maidservant and the levy and the stranger and the fatherless and the widow that are within your gates. 7 days shall you keep a solemn feast unto Yahweh Eloheka in the place which Yahweh shall choose, because Yahweh Eloheka shall bless you in all your increase and in all your works of your hands. Therefore you shall surely rejoice. 3 times in a year shall all your males appear before Yahweh Eloheka in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of Matzah, in the feast of Shavuot, in the feast of Sukkot, and they shall not appear before Yahweh empty. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of Yahweh Eloheka which he has given you. Judges and officers shall you make you in all your gates which Yahweh Eloheka gives you throughout your tribes, and they shall judge the people with just judgment. You shall not wrest judgment, you shall not respect persons, neither take a gift, for a gift blinds the eyes of the wise and perverts the words of the righteous. That which is altogether just shall you follow, that you may live and inherit the land which Yahweh Eloheka gives you. You shall not plant an Asherah pole of any trees near unto the altar of Yahweh Eloheka, which you shall make. Neither shall you set up any image which Yahweh Eloheka hates. Deuteronomy 17. You shall not sacrifice unto Yahweh Eloheka any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish, or any evil favoredness, for that is an abomination unto Yahweh Eloheka. If there be found among you within any of your gates which Yahweh Eloheka gives you, man or woman that has wrought wickedness in the sight of Yahweh Eloheka in transgressing his covenant, and has gone and served other Elohim and worshipped them, either the sun or moon or any of the host of heaven, which I have not commanded. And it be told you, and you have heard of it, and inquired diligently, and behold, it be true, and the thing certain, that such abomination is wrought in Yasharel, then shall you bring forth that man or that woman which have committed that wicked thing unto your gates, even that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones till they die. At the mouth of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses shall he that is worthy of death be put to death, but at the mouth of 1 witness he shall not be put to death. The hands of the witnesses shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterward the hands of all the people. So you shall put the evil away from among you. If there arise a matter too hard for you in judgment between blood and blood, between plea and plea, and between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within your gates, then shall you arise and get you up unto the place which Yahweh Eloheka shall choose, and you shall come unto the priest Levium, and unto the judge that shall be in those days, and inquire, and they shall show you the sentence of judgment. And you shall do according to the sentence which they of that place which Yahweh shall choose shall show you, and you shall guard to do according to all that they inform you, according to the sentence of the Torah which they shall teach you, and according to the judgment which they shall tell you, and you shall do. You shall not decline from the sentence which they shall show you to the right hand nor to the left. And the man that will do presumptuously, and will not hearken unto the priest that stands to minister there before Yahweh Eloheka, or unto the judge, or even that man shall die, and you shall put away the evil from Yasharel. And all the people shall hear and fear, and do no more presumptuously. When you are come into the land which Yahweh Eloheka gives you, and shall possess it, and shall dwell therein, and shall say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me. You shall in any wise set him king over you, whom Yahweh Eloheka shall choose. one from among your brethren shall you set king over you. You may not set a stranger over you, which is not your brother. But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Mitzrayim, to the end that he should multiply horses, for as much as Yahuwah has said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply women to himself, that his heart turn not away, neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. And it shall be, when he sits upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this Torah and a sefer, out of that which is before the priests and the Levium. And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear Yahuwah Eloheu, to guardeth all the words of this Torah and these statutes, to do them, that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Yasharel. Deuteronomy chapter 18. The priests, the Levium, and all the tribe of Levi shall have no part nor inheritance with Yasharel. They shall eat the offerings of Yahuwah made by fire, and his inheritance. Therefore shall they have no inheritance among their brethren. Yahuwah is their inheritance, as he has said unto them. And this shall be the priest's due from the people, from them that offer a sacrifice, whether it be ox or sheep, and they shall give unto the priest the shoulder, and the two cheeks, and the maw. The firstling also of your grain, of your wine, and of your oil, and the first of the fleece of your sheep shall you give him. For Yahuwah Eloheka has chosen him out of all your tribes to stand to minister in the name of Yahuwah, him and his sons forever. And if a Levi come from any of your gates out of all Yasharel where he sojourned, and come with all the desire of his mind to the place which Yahuwah shall choose, then he shall minister in the name of Yahuwah Eloheu, as all the brethren the Levium do, which stand there before Yahuwah. They shall have like portions to eat, beside that which comes of the sale of his patrimony. When you are come into the land which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you, you shall not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found among you anyone that makes his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that uses divination, or one that practices sorcery, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all that do these things are an abomination unto Yahuwah, and because of these abominations Yahuwah Eloheka drives them out from before you. You shall be perfect with Yahuwah Eloheka. For these nations which you shall possess hearkened unto sorcerers and unto diviners, but as for you, Yahuwah Eloheka has not suffered you to do so. Yahuwah Eloheka will raise up unto you a prophet from the midst of you, of your brethren, like unto me, unto him ye shall hearken, according to all that you desire of Yahuwah Eloheka in Shorev, in the day of the assembly, saying, Let me not hear again the voice of Yahuwah Elohai, neither let me see this great fire any more, that I die not. And Yahuwah said unto me, They have well spoke that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto you, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. And it shall come to pass that whosoever will not hearken unto my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. But the prophet, which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other Elohim, even that prophet shall die. And if you say in your heart, How shall we know the word which Yahuwah has not spoken? When a prophet speaks in the name of Yahuwah, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which Yahuwah has not spoken, but the prophet has spoken it presumptuously. You shall not be afraid of him. Deuteronomy 19. When Yahuwah Eloheka has cut off the nations, whose land Yahuwah Eloheka gives you, and you succeed them, and dwell in their cities and in their houses, you shall separate 3 cities for you in the midst of your land, which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you to possess it. You shall prepare a way and divide the coast of your land, which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you to inherit, into 3 parts, that every slayer may flee thither. And this is the case of the slayer, which shall flee thither, that he may live. Whoso kills his neighbor ignorantly, whom he hated not in time past, as when a man goes into the wood with his neighbor to hew wood, and his hand fetches a stroke with the axe to cut down the tree, and the head slips from the helve, and lights upon his neighbor, that he die, he shall flee into one of these cities and live. Lest the avenger of blood pursue the slayer, while his heart is hot, and overtake him, because the way is long, and slay him, whereas he was not worthy of death, inasmuch as he hated him not in times past. Wherefore I command you, saying, you shall separate 3 cities for you. And if Yahuwah Eloheka enlarge your coast, as he has sworn unto your fathers, and give you all the land which he promised to give unto your fathers, if you shall guard all these commandments to do them, which I command you this day, to love Yahuwah Eloheka, and to walk ever in his ways, then shall you add 3 cities more for you, besides these 3, that innocent blood be not shed in your land, which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you for an inheritance, and so blood be upon you. But if any man hate his neighbor, and lie in wait for him, and rise up against him, and smite him mortally that he die, and flees into one of these cities, then the elders of his city shall send and fetch him thence there, and deliver him unto the hand of the avenger of blood, that he may die. Your eye shall not pity him, but you shall put away the guilt of innocent blood from Yasharel, that it may go well with you. You shall not remove your neighbor's landmark, which they of old time have set in your inheritance, which you shall inherit in the land which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you to possess it. 1 witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity, or for any sin. In any sin that he sins, at the mouth of 2 witnesses, or at the mouth of 3 witnesses, shall the matter be established. If a false witness rise up against any man to testify against him that which is wrong, then both the men, between whom the controversy is, shall stand before Yahuwah, before the priests and the judges, which shall be in those days, and the judges shall make diligent inquisition, and behold, if the witness be a false witness, and has testified falsely against his brother, then shall you do unto him as he had thought to have done unto his brother, so shall you put the evil away from among you. And those which remain shall hear and fear, and shall henceforth commit no more any such evil among you. And your eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Deuteronomy chapter 20. When you go out to battle against your enemies, and see horses and chariots and a people more than you, be not afraid of them, for Yahuwah Eloheka is with you, which brought you up out of the land of Mitzrayim. And it shall be, when you are come nigh unto the battle, that the priest shall approach and speak unto the people, and he shall say unto them, Hear, O Yasharel, ye approach this day unto battle against your enemies. Let not your hearts faint, fear not, and do not tremble, neither be ye terrified because of them. For Yahuwah Eloheka is he that goes with you, to fight for you against your enemies, to save you. And the officers shall speak unto the people, saying, What man is there that has built a new house and has not dedicated it? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicate it. And what man is he that has planted a vineyard and has not yet eaten of it? Let him also go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man eat of it. And what man is there that was betrothed the woman and has not taken her? Let him go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man take her. And the officers shall speak further unto the people, and they shall say, What man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go and return unto his house, lest his brethren's heart faint, as well as his heart. And it shall be, when the officers have made an end of speaking unto the people, that they shall make captains of the armies to lead the people. When you come nigh unto a city to fight against it, then proclaim peace unto it. And it shall be, if it make you answer of peace and open unto you, then it shall be, that all the people that is found therein shall be tributaries unto you, and they shall serve you. And if it will make no peace with you, but will make war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when Yahweh Eloheka has delivered unto you into your hands, you shall smite every male thereof with the edge of the sword. But the women and the little ones and the cattle and all that is in the city, even all the spoil thereof, shall you take unto yourself, and you shall eat the spoil of your enemies, which Yahweh Eloheka has given you. Thus shall you do unto all the cities which are very far off from you, which are not of the cities of these nations. But of the cities of these people, which Yahweh Eloheka gives you for an inheritance, you shall save alive nothing that breathes, but you shall utterly destroy them, namely the Chittim and the Amorim, the Kenim, and the Perizim, and the Chivim, and the Yebusim, as Yahweh Eloheka has commanded you, that they teach you not to do after all their abominations, which they have done unto their Elohim, so should ye sin against Yahweh Eloheka. When you shall besiege a city a long time in making war against it to take it, you shall not destroy the trees thereof by forcing an axe against them, for you may eat of them, and you shall not cut them down to employ them in the siege. Only the trees which you know that they be not trees for meat, you shall destroy and cut them down, and you shall build bulwarks against the city that makes war with you until it be subdued. Deuteronomy chapter 21. If one be found slain in the land which Yahweh Eloheka gives you to possess it, lying in the field, and it be not known who has slain him, then your elders and your judges shall come forth, and they shall measure unto the cities which are round about him that is slain. And it shall be that the city which is next unto the slain man, even the elders of that city shall take a heifer, which has not been wrought with, and which is not drawn in the yoke, and the elders of that city shall bring down that heifer into a rough valley, which is neither eared nor sown, and shall strike off the heifer's neck there in the valley. And the priests, the sons of Levi, shall come near, for them Yahweh Eloheka has chosen to minister unto him, and to bless in the name of Yahweh, and by their word shall every controversy and every stroke be tried. And all the elders of that city that are next unto the slain man shall watheth their hands over the heifer that is beheaded in the valley, and they shall answer and say, Our hands have not shed this blood, neither have our eyes seen it. Be merciful, O Yahweh, unto your people Yasharel, whom you have redeemed, and lay not innocent blood unto your people of Yasharel's charge, and the blood shall be forgiven them. So shall you put away the guilt of innocent blood from among you, when you shall do that which is right in the sight of Yahweh. When you go forth to war against your enemies, and Yahweh Eloheka has delivered them unto your hands, and you have taken them captive, and see among the captives a beautiful woman, and have a desire unto her, that you would have her to be your woman, then you shall bring her home to your house, and she shall shave her head, and pare her nails, and she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, and shall remain in your house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month. And after that you shall go in unto her, and be her man, and she shall be your woman. And it shall be, if you have no delight in her, that you shall let her go whither she will, but you shall not sell her at all for money. You shall not make merchandise of her, because you have humbled her. If any man have two women, one beloved and another hated, and they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated, and if the firstborn son be hers that was hated, then it shall be, when he makes his sons to inherit that which he has, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated, which is indeed the firstborn. But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn, by giving him a double portion of all that he has, for he is the beginning of his strength, the right of the firstborn is his. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father, or the voice of his mother, and that, when they have chastened him, will not hearken unto them, then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him, and bring him unto the elders of his city, and unto the gate of his place, and they shall say unto the elders of his city, This our son is stubborn and rebellious, he will not obey our voice, he is a glutton and a drunkard. And all the men of his city shall stone him with stones, that he die. So shall you put away evil from so shall you put evil away from among you, and all Yasharel shall hear and fear. And if a man have committed a sin worthy of death, and he be to be put to death, and you hang him on a tree, his body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but you shall in any wise bury him that day. For he that is hanged is accursed of Elohim, that your land be not defiled, which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you for an inheritance. Deuteronomy chapter 22. You shall not see your brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and hide yourself from them. You shall in any case bring them again unto your brother. And if your brother be not nigh unto you, or if you know him not, then you shall bring it unto your own house, and it shall be with you until your brother seek after it, and you shall restore it to him again. In like manner shall you do with his ass, and so shall you do with his raiment, and with all lost thing of your brothers, which he has lost and you have found, shall you do likewise. You may not hide yourself. You shall not see your brother's ass or his ox fall down by the way, and hide yourself from them. You shall surely help him to lift them up. The women shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment, for all that do so are an abomination unto Yahuwah Eloheka. If a bird's nest chance to be before you in the way in any tree, or on the ground, whether they be young ones, or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young, or upon the eggs, you shall not take the dam with the young. But you shall in any wise let the dam go, and take the young to you, that it may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days. When you build a new house, then you shall make a battlement for your roof, that you bring not blood upon your house, if any man fall from thence. You shall not sow your vineyard with diverse seeds, lest the fruit of your seed which you have sown, and the fruit of your vineyard be defiled. You shall not plow with an ox and an ass together. You shall not wear a garment of diverse sorts, as of woolen and linen together. You shall make fringes upon the four quarters of your vesture, wherewith you cover yourself. If any man take a woman and go in unto her and hate her, and give occasion of speech against her, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid, then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the city in the gate. And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to be his woman, and he hates her. And lo, he has given occasions of speech against her, saying, I found not your daughter a maid, and yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city, and the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him, and they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of silver, and give them unto the father of the damsel, because he has brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Yasharel, and she shall be his woman, and he may not put her away all his days. But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones that she die, because she has wrought folly in Yasharel, to play the whore in her father's house. So shall you put evil away from among you. If a man be found lying with a woman married to a man, then they shall both of them die, both the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So shall you put evil away from Yasharel. If a damsel that is a virgin be betrothed unto a man, and a man find her in the city and lie with her, then ye shall bring them both out unto the gate of that city, and ye shall stone them with stones that they die. The damsel, because she cried not, being in the city, and the man, because he has humbled his neighbor's woman. So you shall put away evil from among you. But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die. But unto the damsel you shall do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death. For as when a man rises against his neighbor and slays him, even so is this matter. For he found her in the field, and the betrothed damsel cried, and there was none to save her. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found. Then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his woman, because he has humbled her. He may not put her away all his days. A man shall not take his father's woman, nor discover his father's skirt. Deuteronomy chapter 23. He that is wounded in the stones, or has his privy member cut off, shall not enter into the assembly of Yasharel. A bastard shall not enter into the assembly of Yahweh. Even to the 10th generation shall he not enter into the assembly of Yahweh. An Ammoni or a Moabite shall not enter into the assembly of Yahweh. Even to the 10th generation shall they not enter into the assembly of Yahweh forever. Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way when ye came forth out of Mitzrayim, and because they hired against you Bileam the son of Beor of Pethor of Aram Naharaim to curse you. Nevertheless, Yahuwah Elohim would not hearken unto Balaam, but Yahuwah Elohim turned the curse into a blessing unto you, because Yahuwah Elohim loved you. You shall not seek their peace nor their prosperity all your days forever. You shall not abhor an Edomi, for he is your brother. You shall not abhor a Mitzri, because you are a stranger in his land. The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the assembly of Yahuwah in their 3rd generation. When the host goes forth against your enemy, then guard you from every wicked thing. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of an uncleanliness that chances him by night, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. But it shall be, when evening comes, he shall wash himself with water, and when the sun is down, he shall come unto the camp again. You shall have a place also without the camp, whether you shall go forth abroad. And you shall have a paddle upon your weapon, and it shall be, when you will ease yourself abroad, you shall dig therewith, and shall turn back and cover that which comes from you. For Yahuwah Elohim walks in the midst of your camp to deliver you, and to give up your enemies before you. Therefore shall your camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in you, and turn away from you. You shall not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto you. He shall dwell with you, even among you, in that place which he shall choose, in one of your gates, where he likes him best. You shall not oppress him. There shall be no whore of the daughters of Yasharel, nor a sodomy of the sons of Yasharel. You shall not bring the hire of a whore, or the price of a dog unto the house of Yahuwah Elohim for any vow, for even both these are abomination unto Yahuwah Elohim. You shall not lend upon usury to your brother, usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury. Unto a stranger you may lend upon usury, but unto your brother you shall not lend upon usury, that Yahuwah Elohim may bless you in all that you set your hand to in the land, whether you go to possess it. When you shall vow a vow unto Yahuwah Elohim, you shall not slack to pay it, for Yahuwah Elohim will surely require it of you, and it will be sin in you. But if you shall forbear to vow, it shall be no sin in you. That which is gone out of your lips you shall guard and perform, even a freewill offering, according as you have vowed unto Yahuwah Elohim, which you have promised with your mouth. When you come unto your neighbor's vineyard, then you may eat grapes your fill at your own pleasure, but you shall not put any in your vessel. When you come unto the standing grain of your neighbors, then you may pluck the ears with your hand, but you shall not move a sickle unto your neighbor's standing grain. Deuteronomy 24. When a man has taken a woman and married her, and it comes to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he has found some uncleanliness in her, then let him write her a sefer of divorcement, and give it in her hand, and send her out of his house. And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's woman. And if the latter man hate her, and write her a sefer of divorcement, and gives it in her hand, and sends her out of his house, or if the latter man die, took her to be his woman, her former man, which sent her away, may not take her again to be his woman. After that she is defiled, for that is abomination before Yahweh, and you shall not cause the land to sin, which Yahweh Eloheka gives you for an inheritance. When a man has taken a new woman, he shall not go out to war, neither shall he be charged with any business, but he shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer up his woman which he has taken. No man shall take the nether or the upper millstone to pledge, for he takes a man's life to pledge. If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Yasharel, and makes merchandise of them, or sells them, then that thief shall die, and you shall put evil away from among you. Take heed in the plague of leprosy, that you guard diligently, and do according to all that the priests, the Levium, shall teach you, as I commanded them, so you shall guard to do. Remember what Yahweh Eloheka did unto Miriam by the way, after that ye were come forth out of Mitzrayim. When you lend your brother anything, you shall not go into his house to fetch his pledge. You shall stand abroad, and the man to whom you lent shall bring out the pledge abroad unto you. And if a man be poor, you shall not sleep with his pledge. In any case, you shall deliver him the pledge again when the sun goes down, that he may sleep in his own raiment and bless you, and it shall be righteousness unto you before Yahweh Eloheka. You shall not oppress a hired servant that is poor and needy, whether he be of your brethren or of your strangers that are in your land within your gates. At his day you shall give him his hire. Neither shall the sun go down upon it, for he is poor, and sets his heart upon it, lest he cry against you unto El Yahweh, and it be sin unto you. The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. You shall not pervert the judgment of the stranger, nor of the fatherless, nor take a widow's raiment to pledge. But you shall remember that you were a bondman in Mitzrayim, and Yahweh Eloheka redeemed you thence. Therefore I command you to do this thing. When you cut down your harvest in the field, and have forgot a sheaf in the field, you shall not go again to fetch it. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow, that Yahweh Eloheka may bless you in all the work of your hands. When you beat your olive tree, you shall not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. When you gather the grapes of your vineyard, you shall not glean it afterwards. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. And you shall remember that you were a bondman in the land of Mitzrayim. Therefore I command you to do this thing. Deuteronomy chapter 25. If there be a controversy between men, and they come unto judgment, that the judges may judge them, then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. And it shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down and to be beaten before his face, according to his fault, by a certain number. 40 stripes he may give him, and not exceed, lest, if he should exceed, and beat him above those with many stripes, then your brother should seem vile unto you. You shall not muzzle the ox when he treads out the grain. If brethren dwell together, and one of them die and have no child, the woman of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger. Her man's brother shall go in unto her, and take her to him to be his woman, and perform the duty of a man's brother unto her. And it shall be that the firstborn which he bears shall succeed in the name of his brother which is dead, that his name be not put out of Yasharel. And if the man like not to take his brother's woman, then let his brother's woman go up to the gate unto the elders, and say, My man's brother refuses to raise up his brother unto his brother a name in Yasharel. He will not perform the duty of my man's brother. Then the elders of his city shall call him and speak unto him. And if he stand to it and say, I like not to take her, then shall his brother's woman come unto him in the presence of the elders, and loose his shoe from off his foot, and spit in his face, and shall answer and say, So shall it be done unto that man that will not build up his brother's house. And his name shall be called in Yasharel, the house of him that has his shoe loosed. When men strive together one with another, and the woman of the one draws near for to deliver them her man out of the hand of him that smites him, and he puts forth her hand and takes him by the secrets. Then you shall cut off her hand. Your eye shall not pity her. You shall not have in your bag diverse weights, a great and a small. You shall not have in your house diverse measures, a great and a small. But you shall have a perfect and a just weight. A perfect and a just measure shall you have, that your days may be lengthened in the land which Yahweh Eloheka gives you. For all that do such things, and all that do unrighteousness, are an abomination unto Yahweh Eloheka. Remember what Amalek did unto you by the way, when you were come forth out of Mitzrayim, how he met you by the way, and smote the hindmost of you, even all that were feeble behind you, when you were faint and weary, and he feared not Elohim. Therefore it shall be, when Yahweh Eloheka has given you rest from all your enemies round about, in the land which Yahweh Eloheka gives you for an inheritance to possess it, that you shall blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. You shall not forget it. Deuteronomy chapter 26. And it shall be, when you are come in unto the land which Yahweh Eloheka gives you for an inheritance, and possess it, and dwell therein, that you shall take of the first of all the fruit of the earth, which you shall bring in of your land that Yahweh Eloheka gives you, and shall put in a basket, and shall go unto the place which Yahweh Eloheka shall choose to place his name there. And you shall go unto the priest that shall be in those days, and say unto him, I profess this day that unto Yahweh Eloheka, that I am come unto the country which Yahweh swore unto our fathers for to give us. And the priest shall take the basket out of your hand, and set it down before the altar of Yahweh Eloheka. And you shall speak and say before Yahweh Eloheka, and Arami ready to perish was my father, and he went down to Mitzrayim, and sojourned there with a few, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. And the Mitzrayim evil entreated us, and afflicted us, and laid upon us hard bondage. And when we cried unto Yahweh Elohai of our fathers, Yahweh heard our voice, and looked on our affliction, and our labor, and our oppression. And Yahweh brought us forth out of Mitzrayim with a mighty hand, and with an outstretched arm, and with great terribleness, and with signs, and with wonders. And he has brought us unto this place, and has given us this land, even a land that flows with milk and honey. And now, behold, I have brought the first fruits of the land which you, O Yahweh, have given me. And you shall set it before Yahweh Eloheka, and worship before Yahweh Eloheka. And you shall rejoice in every good thing which Yahweh Eloheka has given unto you, and unto your house, you, and the Levium, and the stranger that is among you. When you have made an end of tithing, all the tithes of your increase the third year, which is the year of tithing, and have given it unto the Levi, the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, that they may eat within your gates and be filled. Then you shall say before Yahweh Eloheka, I have brought away the hallowed things out of my house, and also have given them unto the Levi, and unto the stranger, to the fatherless, to the widow, according to all your commandments which you have commanded me. I have not transgressed your commandments, neither have I forgotten them. I have not eaten thereof in my mourning, neither have I taken away aught thereof for any unclean use, nor given aught thereof for the dead, but I have hearkened to the voice of Yahweh Elohai, and I have done according to all that you have commanded me. Look down from your holy habitation, from heaven, and bless your people Yasharel, and the land which you have given us, as you swore unto our fathers, a land that flows with milk and honey. This day Yahweh Eloheka has commanded you to do these commandments and these judgments. You shall therefore guard and do them with all your heart and with all your soul. You have avouched Yahweh this day to be your Elohim, and to walk in his ways, and to guard his statutes and his commandments and his judgments, and to hearken unto his voice. And Yahweh has avouched you this day to be his peculiar people, as he has promised you, and that you should guard all his commandments, and to make you high above all nations which he has made, in praise and in name and in honor, and that you may be a holy people unto Yahweh Eloheka, as he has spoken. Deuteronomy chapter 27. And Moshe with the elders of Yasharel commanded the people, saying, Guard all the commandments which I command you this day. And it shall be on the day when ye shall pass over the Yarden into the land which Yahweh Eloheka gives you, that you shall set up great stones and plaster them with plaster. And you shall write upon them all the words of his Torah when you are passed over, that you may go in unto the land which Yahweh Eloheka gives you, a land that flows with milk and honey, as Yahweh Elohai of your fathers has promised you. Therefore it shall be when you are gone over the Yarden, that you shall set up these stones which I command you this day in Mount Ebal, and you shall plaster them with plaster. And there shall you build an altar unto Yahweh Eloheka, an altar of stones. You shall not lift up any iron tool upon them. You shall bring the altar of Yahweh Eloheka of whole stones, and you shall offer burnt offerings thereon unto Yahweh Eloheka. And you shall offer peace offerings, and you shall eat there, and rejoice before Yahweh Eloheka. And you shall write upon the stones all the words of this Torah very plainly. And Moshe and the priests Levium spoke unto all Yasharel, saying, Take heed and hearken, O Yasharel. This day you are become the people of Yahweh Eloheka. You shall therefore obey the voice of Yahweh Eloheka, and do his commandments and his statutes, which I command you this day. And Moshe charged the people the same day, saying, These shall stand upon Mount Gezerim to bless the people. When you are come over the Yarden, Shimeon and Levi and Yehuda and Yishakar and Yosef and Binyamin, and these shall stand upon Mount Erival to curse. Reuben and Gad and Asher and Zebulun and Dan and Naphtali. And the Levian shall speak, and saying to all the men of Yasharel with a loud voice, Cursed be the man that makes any graven or molten image, an abomination unto Yahuwah, the work of the hand of the craftsman, and puts it in a secret place. And all the people shall answer and say, Amen. Cursed be he that sets light by his father or his mother, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that removes his neighbor's landmark, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that makes the blind to wander out of the way, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that perverts the judgment of the stranger, fatherless, and widow, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lies with his father's woman, because he uncovers his father's skirt, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lies with any manner of beast, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lies with his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lies with his mother-in-law, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that smites his neighbor secretly, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that takes reward to slay an innocent person, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that confirms not all the words of this Torah to do them, and all the people shall say, Amen. Deuteronomy chapter 28. And it shall come to pass, if you shall hearken diligently unto the voice of Yahweh Eloheka, to guard and to do all his commandments which I command you this day, that Yahweh Eloheka will set you on high above all nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come on you, and overtake you, if you shall hearken unto the voice of Yahweh Eloheka. Blessed shall you be in the city, and blessed shall you be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of your body, and the fruit of your ground, and the fruit of your cattle, the increase of your kind, and the flocks of your sheep. Blessed shall be your basket and your store. Blessed shall you be when you come in, and blessed shall you be when you go out. Yahuwah shall cause your enemies that rise up against you to be smitten before your face. They shall come out against you one way and flee before you seven ways. Yahuwah shall command the blessing upon you in your storehouses and in all that you set your hand unto, and he shall bless you in the land which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you. Yahuwah shall establish you a holy people unto himself, as he has sworn unto you, if you shall guard the commandments of Yahweh Eloheka and walk in his ways. And all people of the earth shall see that you are called by the name of Yahweh, and they shall be afraid of you. And Yahweh shall make you plenteous in goods, and in the fruit of your body, and in the fruit of your cattle, and in the fruit of your ground, in the land which Yahweh swore unto your fathers to give you. Yahweh shall open unto you his good treasure, the heavens to give the rain unto your land in his season, and to bless all the work of your hand, and you shall lend unto many nations, and you shall not borrow. And Yahweh shall make you the head, and not the tail, and you shall be above only, and you shall not be beneath. If that you hearken unto the commandments of Yahweh Eloheka, which I command you this day, to guard and to do them. And you shall not go aside from any of the words which I command you this day, to the right hand or to the left, to go after other Elohim to serve them. But it shall come to pass, if you will not hearken unto the voice of Yahweh Eloheka, to guard to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command you this day, that all these curses shall come upon you and overtake you. Cursed shall you be in the city, and cursed shall you be in the field. Cursed shall be your basket and your store. Cursed shall be the fruit of your body and the fruit of your land, the increase of your kind, and the flocks of your sheep. Cursed shall you be when you come in, and cursed shall you be when you go out. Yahweh shall send upon you cursing, vexation, and rebuke, in all that you set your hand unto for to do, until you be destroyed, and until you perish quickly, because of the wickedness of your doings, whereby you have forsaken me. Yahweh shall make the pestilence cleave unto you, until he have consumed you from off the land, whether you go to possess it. Yahweh shall smite you with a consumption, and with a fever, and with an inflammation, and with an extreme burning, and with the sword, and with blasting, and with mildew, and they shall pursue you until you perish. And your heaven that is over your head shall be brass, and the earth that is under you shall be iron. Yahweh shall make the rain of your land powder and dust. From heaven shall it come down upon you until you be destroyed. Yahweh shall cause you to be smitten before your enemies, and you shall go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them, and shall be removed unto all the kingdoms of the earth. And your carcass shall be meat unto all fowl of the air, and unto the beasts of the earth, and no man shall fray them away. Yahweh will smite you with the botch of Mitzrayim, and with the tumors, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof you cannot be healed. Yahweh shall smite you with madness, and blindness, and astonishment of heart. And you shall grope at noonday, as the blind gropes in darkness, and you shall not prosper in your ways, and you shall be only oppressed and spoiled evermore, and no man shall save you. You shall betroth a woman, and another man shall lie with her. You shall build a house, and you shall not dwell therein. You shall plant a vineyard, and shall not gather the grapes thereof. Your ox shall be slain before your eyes, and you shall not eat thereof. Your ass shall be violently taken away from before your face, and shall not be restored to you. Your sheep shall be given unto your enemies, and you shall have none to rescue them. Your sons and your daughters shall be given unto another people, and your eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long, and there shall be no might in your hand. The fruit of your land and all your labors shall a nation which you know not eat up, and you shall be only oppressed and crushed away always. So that you shall be mad for the sight of your eyes which you shall see. Yahweh shall smite you in your knees, in the knees, and in the legs, with a sore botch that cannot be healed, from the sole of your foot unto the top of your head. Yahweh shall bring you, and your king which you shall set over you, unto a nation which neither you nor your fathers have known, and there shall you serve other Elohim, wood and stone. And you shall become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations whither Yahweh shall lead you. You shall carry much seed out into the field, and shall gather but little in, for the locust shall consume it. You shall plant vineyards and dress them, but shall neither drink of the wine, nor gather the grapes, for the worm shall eat them. You shall have only olive trees throughout all your coasts, but you shall not anoint yourself with the oil, for your olive shall cast his fruit. You shall beget sons and daughters, but you shall not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity. All your trees and the fruit of your land shall the locust consume. The stranger that is within you shall get up above you very high, and you shall come down very low. He shall lend to you, and you shall not lend to him. He shall be the head, and you shall be the tail. Moreover, all these curses shall come upon you, and shall pursue you, and overtake you, till you be destroyed, because you hearkened not unto the voice of Yahuwah Eloheka, to guard his commandments and his statutes, which he commanded you. And they shall be upon you for a sign and for a wonder, and upon your seed forever. Because you served not Yahuwah Eloheka with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things. Therefore shall you serve your enemies, which Yahuwah shall send against you, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things, and he shall put a yoke of iron upon your neck, until he have destroyed you. Yahuwah shall bring a nation against you from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies, a nation whose tongue you shall not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young. And he shall eat the fruit of your cattle and the fruit of your land until you be destroyed, which also shall not leave you either grain, wine, or oil, or the increase of your kind, or flocks of your sheep, until he have destroyed you. And he shall besiege you in all your gates, until your high and fenced walls come down, wherein you trusted, throughout all your land. And he shall besiege you in all your gates throughout all your land, which Yahuwah Eloheka has given you. And you shall eat the fruit of your own body, the flesh of your sons and of your daughters, which Yahuwah Eloheka has given you, in the siege and in the straitness, wherewith your enemies shall distress you. So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the woman of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children which he shall leave, so that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children whom he shall eat, because he has nothing left him in the siege and in the straitness, wherewith your enemies shall distress you in all your gates. The tender and the delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicateness and tenderness, her eye shall be evil toward the man of her bosom, and toward her son, and toward her daughter, and toward her young one that comes out from between her feet, and toward her children which she shall bear, for she shall eat them for want of all things secretly in the siege and straitness, wherewith your enemies shall distress you in your gates. If you will not guard to do all the words of this Torah that are written in this Sefer, that you may fear this glorious and fearful name, Yahuwah Eloheka, then Yahuwah will make your plagues wonderful, and the plagues of your seed even great plagues, and of long continuance, and sore sickness, and of long continuance. Moreover, he will bring upon you all the diseases of the Mitzrayim, which you were afraid of, and they shall cleave unto you. Also every sickness and every plague which is not written in the Sefer of this Torah, them will Yahuwah bring unto you until you be destroyed. And ye shall be left few in number, whereas ye were at the stars of heaven for multitude, because you would not obey the voice of Yahuwah Eloheka. And it shall come to pass that as Yahuwah rejoice over you to do good, and to multiply you, so Yahuwah will rejoice over you to destroy you, and to bring you to naught, and ye shall be plucked from off the land whither you go to possess it. And Yahuwah shall scatter you amongst all the people, from one end of the earth even unto the other, and there you shall serve other Elohim, which neither you nor your fathers have known, even wood and stone. And among these nations shall you find no ease, neither shall the sole of your foot have rest, but Yahuwah shall give you there a trembling heart, and failing of eyes, and sorrow of mind. And your life shall hang in doubt before you, and you shall fear day and night, and you shall have none assurances of your life. In the morning you shall say, would to Elohim it were evening, and at evening you shall say, would to Elohim it were morning, for the fear of your heart wherewith you shall fear, and for the sight of your eyes which you shall see. And Yahuwah shall bring you unto Mizraim again with ships, by the way whereof I spoke unto you. You shall see it no more again, and there you shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy it.
Okay, Deuteronomy chapter 29. These are the words of the covenant which Yahweh commanded Moshe to cut with the children of Yisrael in the land of Moab, beside the covenant which he cut with them in Horeb. And Moshe called unto all Yisrael and said unto them, Ye have seen all that Yahweh did before your eyes in the land of Mitzrayim unto Pharaoh, and unto all his servants, and unto all his land. These great temptations which your eyes have seen, the signs, and those great miracles. Yet Yahweh has not given you a heart to perceive, and eyes to see, and ears to hear unto this day. And I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes are not waxen old upon you, and your shoe is not waxen old upon your foot. Ye have not eaten bread, neither have ye drunk wine or strong drink, that ye might know that I am Yahweh Elohim. And when ye came into this place, Sihon, the king of Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, came out against us unto battle, and we smote them. And we took their land, and gave it for inheritance unto the Revanim, and unto the Gadim, and unto the half tribe of Manasseh. Guard therefore the words of this covenant, and do them, that ye may prosper in all that you do. Ye stand this day, all of you, before Yahweh Elohim, your captains of your tribes, your elders, and your officers, with all the men of Yisrael, your little ones, your women, and your stranger that is in your camp, from the hewer of your wood unto the drawer of your water, that you should enter into covenant with Yahweh Elohim, and into his oath which Yahweh Elohim cuts with you this day, that he may establish you today for a people unto himself, that he may be unto you Elohim, as he has said unto you, and as he has sworn unto your fathers, to Abraham, to Yitzchak, and to Yaakov. Neither with you only do I cut this covenant and this oath, but with him that stands here with us today before Yahweh Eloheinu, and also with him that is not here with us this day. For ye know how we dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, and how we came through the nations which ye passed by. And ye have seen their abominations, and their idols, wood, and stone, and silver, and gold, which were among them. Lest there should be among you man or woman, or family, or tribe, whose heart turns away this day from Yahweh Eloheinu, to go and serve the Elohai of these nations. Lest there should be among you a root that bears gall and wormwood. And it come to pass, when he hears the words of this curse, that he bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk in the imagination of my heart, to add drunkenness to thirst. Yahweh will not spare him, but then the anger of Yahweh and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in the Sefer shall lie upon him. And Yahweh shall blot out his name from under heaven, and Yahweh shall separate unto him unto evil out of all the tribes of Yisrael, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this Sefer of the Torah. So that the generation to come of your children that shall rise up after you, and the stranger that shall come from a far land shall say, when they see the plagues of that land, and the sickness which Yahweh has laid upon it, and that whole land thereof is brimstone and salt and burning, that is not sown, nor bears, nor any grass grows therein, like the overthrow of Sodom and Amorah and Admah and Sevaim, which Yahweh overthrew in his anger and in his wrath. Even all nations shall say, wherefore has Yahweh done thus unto this land? What means the heat of this great anger? Then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenant of Yahweh Elohai of their fathers, which he cut with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Mitzrayim. For they went and served other Elohim, and worshipped them, Elohim whom they knew not, and whom he had not given unto them. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against this land, to bring upon it all the curses that are written in the Sefer. And Yahweh rooted them out of their land in anger, and in wrath, and in great indignation, and cast them into another land, as it is this day. Now the secrets of Yahweh Eloheinu, and the revealing to us and our sons forever, is by the keeping of all the words of this Torah. Deuteronomy 30. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon you, the blessing and the curse which I have set before you, and ye shall call them to mind among all the nations whither Yahweh Elohika has driven you, and shall return unto Yahweh Elohika, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command you this day, you and your children with all your heart and with all your soul, that then Yahweh Elohika will turn your captivity and have compassion on you, and will return and gather you from all the nations whither Yahweh Elohika has scattered you. If any of yours be driven out unto the uttermost parts of heaven, from thence will Yahweh Elohika gather you, and from thence will he fetch you. And Yahweh Elohika will bring you into the land which your fathers possessed, and you shall possess it, and he will do good and multiply you above your fathers. And Yahweh Elohika will circumcise your heart and the heart of your seed to love Yahweh Elohika with all your heart and with all your soul, that you may live. And Yahweh Elohika will put all these curses upon your enemies and on them that hate you, which persecuted you. And ye shall return and obey the voice of Yahweh and do all his commandments, which I command you this day. And Yahweh Elohika will make you plenteous in every work of your hand, in the fruit of your body, in the fruit of your cattle, and in the fruit of your land, for good. For Yahweh will again rejoice over you for good, as he rejoiced over your fathers. If ye shall hearken unto the voice of Yahweh Elohika, to guard his commandments and his statutes, which are written in the Sefer of the Torah, and if you turn unto Yahweh Elohika with all your heart and with all your soul, for this commandment which I command you this day is not hidden from you, neither is it far off. It is not in heaven that you should say, who shall go up for us to heaven to bring it unto us, that we may hear and do it? Neither is it beyond the sea that you should say, who shall go over the sea for us and bring it unto us, that we may hear it and do it? But the word is very nigh unto you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may do it. See, I have set before you this day life and good, death and evil, in that I command you this day to love Yahweh Elohika, to walk in his ways, and to guard his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that you may live and multiply. And Yahweh Elohika shall bless you in the land whither you go to possess it. But if your heart turn away, so that you will not hear, but shall be drawn away and worship other Elohim and serve them, I denounce unto you this day that you shall surely perish, and that you shall not prolong your days upon a land whither Yahweh you pass over the Yarden to go to possess it. I call the heavens and the earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both you and your seed may live, that you may love Yahweh Elohika, and that you may obey his voice, and that you may cleave unto him, for he is your life, and the length of your days, that you may dwell in the land which Yahweh swore unto your fathers, to Abraham, to Yitzchak, and to Yaakov, to give them. Deuteronomy 31. And Moshe went and spoke these words unto all Yisrael, and he said unto them, I am 120 years old this day. I can no more go out and come in. Also, Yahweh has said unto me, you shall not go over this Yarden. Yahweh Elohika, he will go over before you, and he will destroy these nations from before you, and you shall possess them. And Yahusha, he shall go over before you, as Yahweh has said. And Yahweh shall do unto them as he did unto Sihon, and to Og, king of the Amorim, and unto the land of them whom he destroyed. And Yahweh shall give them up before your face, that ye may do unto them according to all the commandments which I have commanded you. Be strong and of good courage, fear not, nor be afraid of them, for Yahweh Elohika, he it is that goes with you. He will not fail you, nor forsake you. And Moshe called unto Yahusha, and said unto him in the sight of all Yisrael, Be strong and of good courage, for you must go with this people unto the land which Yahweh has sworn unto their fathers, to give them, and you shall cause them to inherit it. And Yahweh, he it is that goes before you. He will be with you. He will not fail you, neither forsake you. Fear not, neither be dismayed. And Moshe wrote this Torah and delivered it unto the priests of the sons of Levi, which bore the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, unto all the elders of Yisrael. And Moshe commanded them, saying, At the end of every 7 years, in the solemnity of the year of release, in the feast of tabernacles, Sukkoth, tabernacles, when all Yisrael is come to appear before Yahweh Elohika in the place which he shall choose, you shall read this Torah before all Yisrael in their hearing. Gather the people together, men and women and children, and your stranger that is within your gates, that they may hear, that they may learn and fear Yahweh Elohika, and guard to do all the words of this Torah, and that their children which have not known anything may hear and learn to fear Yahweh Elohim as long as you live in the land where you go over to the Yarden to possess it. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Behold, your days approach that you must die. Call Yahusha and present yourselves in the tabernacle of the assembly, that I may give him a charge. And Moshe and Yahusha went and presented themselves in the tabernacle of the assembly. And Yahweh appeared in the tabernacle in a pillar of a cloud, and the pillar of the cloud stood over the door of the tabernacle. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Behold, you shall sleep with your fathers, and this people will rise up and go whoring after the Elohai of the strangers of the land, whither they go to be among them, and will forsake me and break my covenant which I have cut with them. Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured, and many evils and troubles shall befall them, so that they will say in that day, Are not these evils come upon us, because our Elohim is not among us? And I will surely hide my face in that day for all the evils which they have wrought, and that they are turned unto other Elohim. Now therefore, write this song for you, and teach the children of Yashrael. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Yashrael. For when I shall have brought them into the land which I swore unto their fathers, that flows with milk and honey, and they shall have eaten and filled themselves and waxen fat, then will they turn unto other Elohim and serve them, and provoke me and break my covenant. And it shall come to pass, when many evils and troubles are befallen them, that this song shall testify against them as a witness, for it shall not be forgotten out of the mouths of their seed. For I know their imagination which they go about, even now, before I have brought them into the land which I swore. Moshe therefore wrote this song the same day, and taught it to the children of Yashrael. And he gave Yahusha, son of Nun, a charge, and said, Be strong and of good courage, for you shall bring the children of Yashrael into the land which I swore unto them, and I will be with you. And it shall come to pass, when Moshe had made an end of writing of the words of this Torah in a sefer, until they were finished, that Moshe commanded the Leviim, which bore the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, saying, Take this sefer of the Torah, and put it in the side of the ark of the covenant of Yahweh Elohim, that it may be there for a witness against you. For I know your rebellion and your stiff neck. Behold, while I am yet alive with you this day, ye have been rebellious against Yahweh. How much more after my death? Gather unto me all the elders of your tribes and your officers, that I may speak these words in their ears, and call the heavens and the earth to record against them. For I know that after my death you will utterly corrupt yourselves, and turn aside from the way which I have commanded you, and evil will befall you in the latter days, because you will do evil in the sight of Yahweh, to provoke him to anger through the work of your hands. The other song of Moshe. And Moshe spoke in the ears of all the assembly of Yashrael the words of this song until they were ended. Deuteronomy 32. Give ear, O ye heavens, and I will speak, and hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. My doctrine shall drop as the rain, my speech shall distill as the dew, as the small rain upon the tender herb, and as the showers upon the grass. Because I will publish the name of Yahweh. Ascribe ye greatness unto our Elohim. He is the rock, his work is perfect. For all his ways are judgment, an El of truth, and without iniquity, just and right is he. They have corrupted themselves, their spot is not the spot of his children. They are a perverse and crooked generation. Do ye thus requite Yahweh, O foolish people and unwise? Is he not your father that has bought you? Has he not made you and established you? Remember the days of old, consider the years of many generations. Ask your father, and he will show you, your elders, and they will tell you. When El Elyon divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of men, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Yashrael. For Yahweh's portion is his people. Yaakov is the lot of his inheritance. He found him in a desert land, and in the waste howling wilderness he led him about. He instructed him. He kept him as the apple of his eye. As an eagle stirs up her nest, flutters over her young, spreads abroad her wings, takes them, bears them on her wings. So Yahweh alone did lead him. There was no strange El with him. He made him ride on the high places of the earth, that he might eat the increase of the fields. He made him to suck honey out of the rock, and oil out of the flinty rock, butter of kine, and milk of sheep, and fat of lambs, and rams of the breed of Bashan, and goats with the fat of kidneys of wheat, and you did drink the pure blood of the grape. But Yasharon waxed fat and kicked. You are waxen fat, you are grown thick, you are covered with fatness. Then he forsook Elohai, which made him, and lightly esteemed the rock of his Yeshua. They provoked him to jealousy with strange Elohim. With abominations provoked they him to anger. They sacrificed unto Shedim devils, not to Elohai, to Elohim whom they knew not, to new Elohim that came newly up, whom your fathers feared not. Of the rock that begat you, you are unmindful, and have forgotten El that formed you. And when Yahweh saw it, he abhorred them, because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be. For they are a very froward generation, children in whom is no belief. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not El. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those that which are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. For a fire is kindled in my anger, and shall burn unto the lowest Sheol, and shall consume the earth with her increase, and set on fire the foundations of the mountains. I will heap mischiefs upon them. I will spend my arrows upon them. They shall be burnt with hunger, and devoured with burning heat, and with bitter destruction. I will also send the teeth of beasts upon them, with the poison of serpents of the dust. The sword without, and terror within, shall destroy both the young man and the virgin. The suckling also with the man of gray hairs. I said, I would scatter them into corners. I would make the remembrance of them to cease among them. Were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy, lest their adversaries should behave themselves strangely, and lest they should say, Our hand is high, and Yahweh has not done all this. For they are a nation void of counsel, neither is there any understanding in them. Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter end. How should one chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 to flight, except their rock had sold them, and Yahweh had shut them up? For their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges. For their vine is the vine of Sodom, and of the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of gall, their clusters are bitter. Their wine is the poison of dragons, and the cruel venom of asps. Is not this laid up in store with me, and sealed up among my treasures? To me belongs vengeance and recompense. Their foot shall slide in due time, for the day of their calamity is at hand, and the things that shall come upon them make haste. For Yahweh shall judge his people, and sigh for his servants when he sees that their power is gone, and there is none shut up or left. And he shall say, Where are their Elohim, their rock in whom they trusted, which did eat the fat of their sacrifices and drank the wine of their drink offerings? Let them rise up and help you, and be your protection. See now that I, even I, am he, and there is no Elohim with me. I kill and make alive. I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. For I lift up my hand to heaven and say, I live forever. If I whet my glittering sword, and my hand take hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies, and I will reward them that hate me. I will make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, and that with the blood of the slain of the captives from the beginning of revenges upon the enemy. Rejoice, O ye nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants, and will render vengeance to his adversaries, and be merciful unto his land and unto his people. And Moshe came and spoke all the words of this song in the ears of the people, he and Husha, son of Nun. And Moshe made an end of speaking all these words to all Yashrael. And he said unto them, Set your hearts unto all the words which I testify among you this day, which ye shall command your children to guard to do all the words of this Torah. For it is not a vain thing for you, because it is your life. And through this thing ye shall prolong your days in the land, whither ye go over the Yarden to possess it. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe that selfsame day, saying, Get you up into this mountain of Arim, unto Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab, that is over against Jericho, and behold, the land of Canaan, which I give unto the children of Yashrael for a possession. And die in the mount whither you go up, and be gathered unto your people, as Aharon your brother died in Mount Hor, and was gathered unto his people. Because he transgressed against me among the children of Yashrael at the waters of Meribah Kadesh, in the wilderness of sin, because he sanctified me not in the midst of the children of Yashrael. Yet you shall see the land before you, but you shall not go thither into the land which I give to the children of Yashrael. Deuteronomy chapter 33. And this is the blessing wherewith Moshe, the man of Elohim, blessed the children of Yashrael before his death. And he said, Yahweh came from Sinai and rose up from Seir unto them. He shined forth from Mount Paran, and he came with 10,000s of Kodeshim. From his right hand went a fiery law for them. Yea, he loved the people. All his Kodeshim are in your hand, and they sat down at your feet. Everyone shall receive of your words. Moshe commanded us a Torah, even the inheritance of the assembly of Yaakov. And he was king in Yasharon, when the heads of the people and all the tribes of Yasharel were gathered together. Let Reuben live and not die, and let not his men be few. And this is the blessing of Yehuda. And he said, Hear, Yahweh, the voice of Yehuda, and bring him unto his people, and let his hands be sufficient for him, and be you a help to him from his enemies. And of Levi he said, Let your Thummim and your Urim be with your Chayid, whom you did prove at Macha, and with whom you did strive at the waters of Meribah, who said unto his father and to his mother, I have not seen him, neither did he acknowledge his brethren, nor his own children, for they have guarded your word and kept your covenant. They shall teach Yaakov your judgments, and Yasharel your Torah. They shall put incense before you, and whole burnt sacrifice upon your altar. Bless Yahweh his substance, and accept the work of his hands. Smite through the loins of them that rise against him, and of them that hate him, that they rise not again. And of Benjamin, he said, the beloved of Yahweh shall dwell in safety by him, and Yahweh shall cover him all the day long, and he shall dwell between his shoulders. And of Joseph he said, Blessed of Yahweh be his land for the precious things of heaven, for the dew and for the deep that couches beneath, and for the precious fruits brought forth by the sun, for the precious things put forth by the moon, and for the chief things of the ancient mountains, and for the precious things of the lasting hills, and for the precious things of the earth and the fullness thereof, and for the good will of him that dwelt in the thorn bush. Let the blessing come upon the head of Joseph, and upon the top of the head of him that was separated from his brethren. His glory is like the firstling of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of unicorns. With them he shall push the people together to the ends of the earth, and they are the 10,000s of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh. And Zebulun, and of Zebulun he said, Rejoice, Zebulun, in your going out, and Issachar in your tents. They shall call the people unto the mountain. There they shall offer sacrifices of righteousness, for they shall suck of the abundance of the seas, and of the treasures hid in the sand. And of Gad he said, Blessed be he that enlarges Gad. He dwells as a lion, and tears the arm with the crown of the head. And he provided the first part for himself, because there, in a portion of the Torah giver, was he seated. And he came with the heads of the people. He executed the justice of Yahweh, and his judgments with Yasharel. And of Dan he said, Dan is a lion's whelp. He shall leap from Bashan. And of Naphtali he said, O Naphtali, satisfied with favor and full of the blessings of Yahweh, possess you the west and the south. And of Asher he said, Let Asher be blessed with children. Let him be acceptable to his brethren. Let him dip his foot in oil. Your shoes shall be iron and brass, and as your days, so shall your strength be. There is none like unto the El of Yashran, who rides upon the heavens in your help, and in his excellency on the sky. The eternal Elohai is your refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms, and he shall thrust out the enemy from before you, and shall say, Destroy them. Yashrael then shall dwell in safety alone. The fountain of Yaakov shall be upon a land of grain and wine. Also his heavens shall drop down dew. Happy are you, O Yashrael, who is like unto you, O people saved by Yahweh, the shield of your help, and who is the sword of your excellency. And your enemies shall be found liars unto you, and you shall tread upon their high places. Deuteronomy chapter 34, our last chapter. And Moshe went up from the plains of Moab unto the mountain of Nebu, to the top of Pigka, that is over against Jericho. And Yahweh showed him all the land of Gilead unto Dan, and all of Naphtali, and the land of Ephraim, and Manasseh, and all the land of Yehudah unto the utmost sea, and the Negev, and the circle of the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees unto Zoar. And Yahweh said unto him, This is the land which I swore unto Abraham, unto Yitzchak, and unto Yaakov, saying, I will give it unto your seed. I have caused you to see it with your eyes, but ye shall not go over thither. So Moshe, the servant of Yahweh, died there in the land of Moab, according to the word of Yahweh. And he buried him in a valley in the land of Moab, over against Bet Peor. But no man knows of his sepulchre unto this day. And Moshe was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim, nor his natural force abated. And the children of Yashrael wept for Moshe in the plains of Moab 30 days, so that the days of weeping and mourning for Moshe were ended. And Yahusha, son of Nun, was full of the Ruach Chokmah, for Moshe had laid his hands upon him, and the children of Yashrael hearkened unto him, and did as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And there arose not a prophet since in Yashrael like unto Moshe, whom Yahweh knew face to face, in all the signs and wonders which Yahweh sent him to do in the land of Mitzrayim, to Pharaoh, to all his servants, and to his land, and in all that mighty hand, and in all the great terror which Moshe showed in the sight of all Yashrael. Well, brothers and sisters, it's been a pleasure to read the Torah with you. And again, I pray that this is a blessing in the midst of the Feast of Unleavened Bread and in the midst of a constantly changing world. I pray that these words penetrated your heart and opened your eyes and your ears to the wondrous and weighty matters of Abba's Torah. And Yevarechecha Yahweh v'yishmerecha, Ya'er Yahweh panav elecha v'chnuneka, Yisa Yahweh panav elecha v'yashem lecha shalom. Yahweh bless you and keep you. Yahweh make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. Yahweh lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Shalom, brothers and sisters. Love you. And blessings and all esteem and honor to Yahweh through Yahusha. Go ahead and mute. And welcome, brothers and sisters. Welcome to the Parable of the Vineyard YouTube channel. Today we will be reading the whole book of the law, the Torah, Yahweh's instructions for life. We'll be reading Bereshit, Genesis, Shemot, Exodus, Vaikra, Leviticus, Bamidbar, Numbers, and Devarim, Deuteronomy, and we will be reading from the Sefer version. Our desire is that this blesses you and your family in the midst of our changing world and during the week of unleavened bread. While the world is currently in fear and has cast off the yoke of the Torah, we know there is a group of peculiar people that Yahweh is waking up and bringing back to his ways and giving us peace within these dark final hours. Hallelujah. Let's take a moment and bow our heads and bow our hearts to Yahweh as we petition him to bless this meeting, bless this reading. Yahweh Sevaoth, we come to you in Yahusha's name, the Elohim of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. We thank you, Abba, for waking us up in these dark times, waking us up to belief in your true Son, Yahusha HaMashiach, who gave himself, offered himself for us. His blood cleanses us. We thank you. We also thank you for waking us up to your marvelous Torah, Abba, and we pray that this is a sweet savor before you, and we pray that the words of this Torah penetrate the hearts of anyone that may hear it. We thank you, we honor you, and we bless you. In Yahushua's mighty name, amen. So let us take a moment, brothers and sisters, to bless Yahweh for his goodness, for Yahusha, who has cleansed us and redeemed us by his blood, and for his set-apart spirit he has given to us to lead us into all truth. O Yahweh, open our eyes and ears to behold the wondrous things in your Torah, and to cultivate in our hearts seed that we may produce the fruit that you desire for man, to sing praises unto you for your mighty works, to bless you and our obedience to your eternal Torah. So, before we get started, Yevarechecha Yahweh ve'yishmerecha, Ya'er Yahweh panav elecha v'chnuneka, Yisa Yahweh panav elecha ve'yashem lecha shalom. Yahweh bless you and keep you. Yahweh make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. Yahweh lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. All right, brothers and sisters, here we go. We're going to read the entire Torah. So I pray that you're ready, and I pray that these words penetrate your heart today. We'll be myself, Adam Fink. We'll have two Adams, myself. We'll have Adam Roberge. We'll have two Justins as well. We have Justin McRoberts, who's with me now. Justin Best from Christian Truthers will be joining us in a little bit. And and Jeremy Fox. So 2 Adams, 2 Justins, and a Jeremy. So I'm going to do a screen share, and we will get started. Okay. Genesis. Bereshit. Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Ruach Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. And Elohim said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And Elohim saw the light, that it was good, and Elohim divided the light from the darkness. And Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. And Elohim said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And Elohim made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And Elohim called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And Elohim said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And Elohim called the dry land earth, and gathering together of the waters called he seas. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth." And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And Elohim said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for appointed feasts, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And Elohim made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And Elohim set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And Elohim said, "Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and the fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven." And Elohim created great sea monsters, and every living creature that moves, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth." And the evening and the morning were the fifth day. And Elohim said, "Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle, and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind." And it was so. And Elohim made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creeps upon the earth after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth." So Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him. Male and female created he them. And Elohim blessed them. And Elohim said unto them, "Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth." And Elohim said, "Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree which is in the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creeps upon the earth wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for food." And it was so. And Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. Genesis 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day Elohim ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And Elohim blessed the seventh day, and sanctified it, because in it he had rested from all his work which Elohim created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created in the day that Yahweh Elohim made the earth and the heavens. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For Yahweh Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And Yahweh Elohim formed the man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And Yahweh Elohim planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made Yahweh Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into 4 heads. The name of the first is Pishon, that is, which encompasses the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good, and there is Delim and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon, the same it is that compasseth the whole land of Cush. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel, that is, which goes toward the east of Ashur. And the fourth river is Perath. And Yahweh Elohim took the man and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it and to guard it. And Yahweh Elohim commanded man, saying, Of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it. For in the day that you eat thereof you shall surely die. And Yahweh Elohim said, It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helpmeet for him. And out of the ground Yahweh Elohim formed every beast of the field, and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto the man to see what he would call them. And whatsoever the man called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And the man gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for the man there is not found a helpmeet for him. And Yahweh Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which Yahweh Elohim had taken from man made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And the man said, This is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his woman, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his woman were not ashamed. Genesis 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, as Elohim said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim has said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. For Elohim knows that in the day that you eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be as Elohim, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her man with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them were both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of Yahweh Elohim walking in the garden of the cool of the day, and the man and his woman hid themselves from the presence of Yahweh Elohim amongst the trees of the garden. And Yahweh Elohim called unto Adam and said unto him, Where are you? And he said, I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten of the tree whereof I commanded you that you should not eat? And the man said, The woman who you gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And Yahweh Elohim said unto the woman, What is this that you have done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. And Yahweh Elohim said unto the serpent, Because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field, and upon your belly shall you go, and dust shall you eat all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. It shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. In sorrow shall you bring forth children, and your desire shall be to your man, and he shall rule over you. But unto Adam he said, because you have hearkened unto the voice of your woman, and have eaten of the tree which I commanded you, saying, Ye shall not eat of it, cursed is the ground for your sake. In sorrow shall you eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to you, and ye shall eat the herb of the field. And the sweat of your face shall you eat bread, till you return unto the ground. For out of it you were taken, for dust you are, and unto dust shall you return. And Adam called his woman's name Hua, because she was the mother of all living. And unto Adam also and to his woman did Yahweh Elohim make coats of skins, and clothe them. And Yahweh Elohim said, Behold, the man has become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. Therefore Yahweh Elohim sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubim, and a flaming sword with which turned every way to guard the way of the tree of life. Genesis 4. And Adam knew Hua his woman, and she conceived and bore Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from Yahweh. And she again bore his brother Havel, and Havel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto Yahweh. And Havel also brought of the firstlings of his flock and the fat thereof. Yahweh had respect unto Havel and to his offering. But unto Cain and his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And Yahweh said unto Cain, Why are you wroth? And why is your countenance fallen? If you do well, shall you not be accepted? And if you do not well, sin lies at the door. And unto you shall be his desire, and you shall rule over him. And Cain talked with Havel his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Havel his brother, and slew him. And Yahweh said unto Cain, Where is Havel your brother? And he said, I know not. Am I to guard my brother? And he said, What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries unto me from the ground. And now you are cursed from the earth, which has opened her mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto you her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shall you be in the earth. And Cain said unto Yahweh, My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, you have driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from your face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that every one that finds me shall slay me. And Yahweh said unto him, Therefore, whosoever slays Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And Yahweh set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of Yahweh, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his woman, and she conceived and bore Hanok. And he built a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Hanok. And unto Hanok was born Irad, and Irad begat Mehujael, and Mehujael begat Methusael, and Methusael begat Lamech. And Lamech took unto him two women. The name of one was Ada, and the name of the other was Silla. And Ada bore Yabal. He was the father of such as dwell in tents, and such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Yuval. He was the father of all such as handle the harp and organ. And Silla, she also bore Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and in iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said unto his woman, Ada and Zillah, Hear my voice, you woman of Lamech, hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold. And Adam knew his woman again, and she bore a son, and called his name Seth. For Elohim said she, has appointed me another seed instead of Havel, whom Cain slew. And to Seth, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enosh. Then began men to call upon the name of Yahweh. Genesis 5. This is the Sefer of the generations of Adam. In the day that Elohim created man, in the likeness of Elohim made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in the day they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begat a son in his own likeness after his image, and called his name Seth. And the days of Adam after he had begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 105 years, and begot Enosh. And Seth lived after he begot Enosh 807 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enosh lived 90 years, and begot Canaan. And Enosh lived after he begot Canaan 815 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years, and begot Mahalalel. And Canaan lived after he begot Mahalalel 840 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalalel lived 65 years, and begot Yared. And Mahalalel lived after he begot Yared 830 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. And Yared lived 162 years, and begot Hanok. And Yared lived after he begot Hanok 800 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Yared were 962 years, and he died. And Hanok lived 65 years, and begot Methuselah. And Hanok walked with Elohim after he begot Methuselah 300 years, and begot sons and daughters. All the days of Hanok were 365 years. And Hanok walked with Elohim, and he was not, for Elohim took him. And Methuselah lived 807 years, and begot Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begot Lamech 782 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years, and begot a son. And he called his name Noah, saying, The same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which Yahweh has cursed. And Lamech lived after he begot Noah 595 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Genesis 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them women of all which they chose. And Yahweh said, My ruach shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were Nephilim in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them, the same became warriors and tyrants, which were of ancient times, men of infamy. And Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And Yahweh repented that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And Yahweh said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air, for I repent that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of Yahweh. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations. And Noah walked with Elohim. And Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. And Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And Elohim said unto Noah, The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make you an ark of gopher wood. Rooms shall you make in the ark, and shall pitch it within and without pitch. Within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which you shall make of it. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. A window shall you make to the ark, and in a cubit shall you finish it above. And the door of the ark you shall set in the side thereof, with lower, second, and third stories shall you make it. And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. From under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die. But with you will I establish my covenant, and you shall come into the ark, you, your sons, and your woman, and your sons' women with you. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female. Of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind, 2 of every sort shall come unto you, to keep them alive. And take unto you of all the food that is eaten, and ye shall gather it to you, and it shall be for food for you and for them. Thus did Noah according to all that Elohim commanded him, so did he. Genesis 7. And Yahweh said unto Noah, Come you and all your house into the ark, for you have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast you shall take to you by 7s, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by 7s, the male and female, to keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. For yet 7 days I will cause it to rain upon the earth, 40 days and 40 nights. Every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth. And Noah did according unto all that Yahweh commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of the waters was upon the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons, and his woman, and his sons' women with him, into the ark, because of the waters of the flood. Of clean beasts, and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of everything that creeps upon the earth. There went in 2 and 2 unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as Elohim had commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, in the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. And there rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. And the selfsame day entered Noah, and Shem, and Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Noah, Noah's woman, and the 3 women of his sons with them into the ark. They, and every beast after his kind, and all cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as Elohim had commanded him. And Yahweh shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and bore up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth. And the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl, and of cattle, and of beasts, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, and every man. All in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died. And every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, and the creeping things, and the fowls of the heavens, and they were destroyed from the earth, and Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. Genesis 8. And Elohim remembered Noah, and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And Elohim made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from the heaven was restrained. And the waters returned from off the earth continually, and after the end of 150 days the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and he sent forth a raven, which went to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him, to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the earth, face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand and took her and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came in to him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the first month, the first day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the second month, on the 27th day of the month, the earth dried. And Elohim spoke unto Noah, saying, Go forth of the ark, you and your woman and your sons women with you. Bring forth with you every living thing that is with you, of all flesh, both of fowl and of the cattle, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful and multiply upon the earth. And Noah went forth, and his sons, and his woman, and his sons' women with him. Every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creeps upon the earth after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. And Noah built an altar unto Yahweh, and took of every clean beast, and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And Yahweh smelled a sweet savor. And Yahweh said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. And Elohim blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moves upon the earth, and upon all the fish of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. At the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of Elohim made he man. And you, be ye fruitful, and multiply, and bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. And Elohim spoke unto Noah and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out from the ark, to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And Elohim said, This is the sign of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a sign of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all the earth, all the flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. And Elohim said unto Noah, This is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, Blessed be Yahweh Elohai of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Elohim shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years, and all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Genesis 10. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gimmer, and Magog, and Madai, and Yavan, Tubal, and Meshech, and Tirach. The sons of Gimmer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmah. And the sons of Yavan, Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the other nations divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families in their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mitzrayim, and Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Cheva, Chavila, Kavta, and Raama, Kavteka. And the sons of Raama, Sheva, and Dedan. And Cush begat Nimrod, and he began to be a warrior and hunter in the earth. He was a warrior and a hunter before Yahweh. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the warrior hunter before Yahweh. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur, and built Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Kelach. And Resen, between Nineveh and Kelach, the same as a great city. And Mitzrayim begat Udim, and Anamim, and Lehavim, and Naphtuchim, and Pathrusim, and Kalusim, out of whom came Pelishtim, and Kaphtorim. And Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Yebusi, and the Amori, and the Girgashi, and the Chevi, and the Arki, and the Chini, and the Arvadi, and the Semari, and the Hamati, and afterward were the families of the Canaanim spread abroad. And the border of Canaanim was from Sidon as you come unto Gerar, unto Gaza as you go unto Sodom, and Gomorrah, and Admah, and Sevim, even unto Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. And unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder, even to him were children born. And the children of Shem, Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram. And the children of Aram, Uts, Hul, Gether, and Mash. And Arphaxad begat Shelach, and Shelach begat Eber. And unto Eber were born two sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided. And his brother's name was Yoktan. Yoktan begat Almodad, and Shelef, and Chatzar Maveth, and Yerach, and Hadoram, and Uzal, and Dikla, and Oval, and Avimael, and Shiva, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Yovav. All these were the sons of Yoktan. And their dwelling was from Mesha as you go unto Sephar, a mountain of the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. Genesis 11. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another, Go to, let us make brick, and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, Go to, Let us build a city and a tower whose top may reach unto the heavens, and let us make a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. And Yahweh came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men built. And Yahweh said, Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So Yahweh scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because Yahweh did there confound the language of all the earth. And from thence did Yahweh scatter them abroad upon the face of the earth. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begat Arphaxad 500 years and begat sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 35 years and begat Shelach. Arphaxad lived after he begat Shelach 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Shelach lived 30 years and begat Eber. And Shelach lived after he begat Eber 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Eber lived 430 years and begat Peleg. And Eber lived after he begat Peleg 430 years and begat sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years and begat Reu. And Peleg lived after he begat Reu 209 years and begat sons and daughters. And Reu lived 32 years and begat Serug. And Reu lived after he begat Serug 207 years and begat sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years and begat Nahor. And Serug lived after he begat Nahor 200 years and begat sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 9 and 20 years and begat Terach. And Nahor lived after he begat Terach 119 years and begat sons and daughters. And Terach lived 70 years and begat Avram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terach. Terach begat Avram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begat Lot. And Haran died before his father Terach in the land of his nativity in Ur of the Kasdim. And Avram and Nahor took them women. The name of Avram's woman was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's woman Milcah. Sorry. And the name of Nahor's woman Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Yechan. But Sarai was barren; she had no child. And Terach took Avram's son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai, his daughter-in-law, his son Avram's woman, and they went forth with them from Ur of the Kasdim to go into the land of Canaan, and they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terach were 205 years, and Terach died in Haran. Genesis 12. Now Yahweh had said unto Avram, Get you out of your country and from your kindred and from your father's house unto a land that I will show you. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless you, and curse him that curses you. And in you shall all families of the earth be blessed. So Avram departed as Yahweh had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Avram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Avram took Sarai his woman, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. They went forth to go into the land of Canaan, and into the land of Canaan they came. And Avram passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, unto the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was then in the land. And Yahweh appeared unto Avram, and said, Unto your seed will I give this land. And there built he an altar unto Yahweh, who had appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, and Ai on the east. And there he built an altar unto Yahweh, and called upon the name of Yahweh. And Avram journeyed, going on still towards the Negev. And there was a famine in the land, and Avram went down into Mitzrayim to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Mitzrayim, that he said unto El Sarai his woman, Behold now, I know that you are a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Mitzrayim shall see you, that they shall say, This is his woman, and they will kill me, but they will save you alive. Say, I pray you, you are my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake, and my soul shall live because of you. And it came to pass, that when Avram was come into Mitzrayim, the Mitzrayim beheld the woman, that she was very fair. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh, and the woman was taken to Pharaoh's house. And he entreated Avram well for her sake, and he had sheep and oxen, and he asses, and men servants, and maid servants, and she asses, and camels. And Yahweh plagued Pharaoh, and his house was with great plagues because of Sarai, Avram's woman. And Pharaoh called Avram and said, What is this that you have done unto me? Why did you not tell me that she was your woman? Why said you, She is my sister, so I might have taken to her to be my woman? Now therefore, behold, your woman, take her and go your way. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his woman, and all that he had. And Avram went up out of Mizraim, he and his woman, and all that he had, and Lot with him into the Negev. And Avram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journey from the Negev even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai, unto the place of the altar which he had made there at the first. And there Avram called on the name of Yahweh. And Lot also, which went with Avram, had flocks and herds and tents, and the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for the substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdsmen of Avram's cattle and the herdsmen of Lot's cattle. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled then in the land. And Avram said unto Lot, Let there be no strife, I pray you, between me and you, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we be brethren. Is not the whole land before you? Separate yourself, I pray you, from me. And if you will take the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if you depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes and beheld all the circle of the Yarden, that it was well watered everywhere, before Yahweh destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of Yahweh, like the land of Mitzrayim, as you come unto Zoar. Then Lot chose him all the circle of the Yarden, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves the one from the other. Avram dwelt in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelt in the cities of the circle of the Yarden, and pitched his tent towards Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before Yahweh exceedingly. Yahweh said unto Avram, after that Lot was separated from him, Lift up your eyes now, and look from the place where you are northward, and southward, and eastward, and westward. For all the land which you see, to you will I give it, and to your seed forever. And I will make your seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall your seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it, and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto you. Then Avram removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto Yahweh. Genesis 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elakar, and Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Birsha, king of Gomorrah, Shinav, king of Admah, and Shem-Eber, king of Zebaim, and the king of Bela, which is Soar. All these were joined together in the valley of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Chedorlaomer. In the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Chedorlaomer and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaim in Ashtaroth, Karnaim, and the Zuzim in Ham, and the Emim in Shaveh Kirathim, and the Horim in Mount Seir unto El Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to Ain Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of Amaleki, and also the Amorim that dwelt in Chatzon Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zevi, and the king of Bela, the same as Zoar, and they joined battle with them in the valley of Siddim, with Kedorlaomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, king of nations, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elakar, 4 kings with 5. And the valley of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountains. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Avram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Avram the Ivri, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre the Emori, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Avram. And when Avram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, and he and his servants by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Hova, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Kedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shaveh, which is the king's valley. And Melchizedek, king of Shalem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of El Elyon. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Avram of El Elyon, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be El Elyon, which has delivered your enemies into your hand. And he gave him tithes of all. And the king of Sodom said unto El Avram, Give me the persons, and take the goods to yourselves. And Avram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up my hand unto El Yahweh, El Elyon, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Avram rich, save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their portion. Genesis 15. After these things, the word of Yahweh came unto El Avram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Avram, I am your shield, and your exceeding great reward. And Avram said, Adonai Yahweh, what will you give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus. And Avram said, Behold, to me you have given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is my heir. And behold, the word of Yahweh came unto him, saying, This shall not be your heir, but he that shall come forth out of your own generation shall be your heir. And he brought him forth abroad, and said, Look now toward the heavens, and count the stars, if you be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall your seed be. And he believed in Yahweh, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him, I am Yahweh, that brought you out of Ur of the Kasdim, to give you this land to inherit it. And he said, Adonai Yahweh, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, Take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against the other, but the birds he divided not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Avram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Avram, and lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Avram, Know of a surety that your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward they shall come out with great substance. And ye shall go to your fathers in peace. Ye shall be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorim is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down, and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace, and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day Yahweh cut a covenant with Avram, saying, Unto your seed have I given this land, from the river of Mitzrayim unto the great river, the river Perath. The Kenanim, and the Kenizim, and the Kadmonim, and the Hittim, and the Perizim, and the Rephaim, and the Amorim, and the Kenanim, and the Girgashim, and the Yebusim. And here we will stop and change over. I see Justin Best is with us. So Justin McRoberts, Justin is going to take the next portion because he's got a limited time. Welcome, brother Justin. Muted, I think maybe. I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. Shalom,
There you are.
shalom.
There you are. Welcome, brother.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we just left off at the end of 15. So do you want to pick it up? You can have a screen share and pick it up at 16.
Yep, absolutely. Genesis chapter 16, Sarai and Hagar. Now Sarai, Abram's woman, bore him no children, and she had a handmaid, a Mitzri, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram, Behold now, Yahweh has restrained me from bearing. I pray you, go in unto my maid, that I obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's woman, took Hagar, her maid, the Mitzrayim, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her man Abram to be his woman. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram, My wrong be upon you. I have given my maid into your bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. Yahweh judge between me and you. But Abram said unto Sarai, Behold, your maid is in your hand. Do to her as it pleases you. And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of Yahweh found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by a fountain in the way of Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence came you, and whither will you go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. And the angel of Yahweh said unto her, Return to your mistress, and submit yourself under her hands. And the angel of Yahweh said unto her, I will multiply your seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of Yahweh said unto her, Behold, you are with child, and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Yishmael, because Yahweh has heard your affliction. And he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him, and he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. And she called the name of Yahweh that spoke unto her, see me. For she said, Have I also here looked after him that sees me? Wherefore the well was called Ber Lachoroi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram called his son's name, which Hagar bore, Yishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Yishmael to Abram. Genesis 17. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, Yahweh appeared unto Abram and said unto him, I am El Shaddai. Walk before me and be perfect, and I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly. And Abram fell on his face, and Elohim talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. Neither shall your name any more be called Abram, but your name shall be called Abraham, for a father of many nations have I made you. And I will make you exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and kings shall come out of you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you and your seed after you in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be Elohim unto you, and to your seed after you. And I will give unto you and to your seed after you the land wherein you are a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for everlasting possession, and I will be their Elohim. And Elohim said unto Abraham, You shall guard my covenant, therefore, you and your seed after you in their generations. This is my covenant, which ye shall guard, between me and you and your seed after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a sign of the covenant betwixt me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every male child in your generations. He that is born in the house or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of your seed. He that is born in your house, and he that is bought with your money, must need to be circumcised. and my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised male child whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. And Elohim said unto Abraham, As for Sarai your woman, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name. And I will bless her, and give you a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her. Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, Shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, that is 90 years old, bear? And Abraham said unto Elohim, Oh, that Ishmael might live before you. And Elohim said, Sarah your woman shall bear you a son indeed, and you shall call his name Yitzchak. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him, and I will make him fruitful, and I will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Yitzchak, which Sarah shall bear unto you at the set time in the next year. And he left off talking with him, and Elohim went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the selfsame day, as Elohim had said unto him. And Abraham was 90 years old and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house, born in the house and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. And Yahweh appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat at the tent door in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said, My Adonai, if now I have found favor in your sight, pass not away, I pray you, from your servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye in your hearts. After that ye shall pass on, for therefore are you come to your servant. And he said, So do as you have said. And Abraham hastened it to the tent of Sarah, and said, Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth. And Abraham ran to the herd, and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hastened to dress it. And he took butter and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him, Where is Sarah your woman? And he said, Behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return unto you according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah your woman shall have a son. And Sarah heard it in the tent door which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, After I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also? And Yahweh said unto Abraham, Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of a surety bear a child, which am old? Is anything too hard for Yahweh? At the time appointed I will return unto you, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not, for she was afraid. And he said, Nay, but you did laugh. And the men rose up from thence, and looked towards Sedom. And Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And Yahweh said, Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children, his household after him, and they shall guard the way of Yahweh, to do justice and judgment, that Yahweh may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him. And Yahweh said, Because the cry of Sodom and Amorah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now, and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me, and if not, I will know. And the men turned their faces from thence, and went towards Sodom. But But Abraham stood yet before Yahuwah. And Abraham drew near and said, Will you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Perchance there be 50 righteous within the city. Will you also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from you to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from you. Shall not judge of all the earth do right? And Yahuwah said, If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto Adonai, which am but dust and ashes. Perchance there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Will you destroy all the city for a lack of 5? And he said, If I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it. And he spoke unto him yet again and said, Perchance there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake. And he said unto him, O let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak. Perchance there shall be 30 found there. And he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto Adonai. Perchance there shall be found 20 there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. And he said, O let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Perchance 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake. And Yahweh went his way as soon as he had left communing with Abraham. And Abraham returned unto his place. Genesis 19. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at evening, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face towards the ground. And he said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early and go on your ways. And they said, Nay, but we will abide in the street all night. And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in unto him, and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and did bake matzah, unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him, Where are the men which came in to you this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, Stand back. And they said again, This one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will need to be a judge. Now will we deal worse with you than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot, Have you here any besides, son-in-law, and your sons, and your daughters, and whatsoever you have in the city? Bring them out of this place, for we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of Yahweh, and Yahweh has sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spoke unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, Up, get you out of this place, for Yahweh will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take your woman and your 2 daughters, which are here, lest you be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his woman, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, Yahweh being merciful unto him. And they brought him forth, and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, Escape for your life, look not behind you, neither stay in all the circle of the Yarden. Escape to the mountain, lest you be consumed. And Lot said unto them, Oh, not so, my Adonai. Behold now, your servant has found grace in your sight, and you have magnified your mercy, which you have showed unto me in saving my life. and I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape thither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live. And he said unto him, See, I have accepted you concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city for which you have spoken. Make haste, escape thither, for I cannot do anything until you are come thither. Therefore the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar. Then Yahweh rained upon Sodom and upon Amorah brimstone and fire from Yahweh out of the heavens. And he overthrew those cities and all the circle of the Yarden, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground. But his woman looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before Yahweh. And he looked toward Sodom and Amorah, and toward all the land of the circle of the Yarden, and behold, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when Elohim destroyed the cities of the circle of the Yarden, that Elohim remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt. And Lot went up out of Zoar, and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him. For he feared to dwell in Zoar, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in, and lay with her father, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow that the firstborn said unto the younger, Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go in, and lie with him, that we may preserve seed for our father. And they made their father drink wine that night also, and the younger arose, and lay with him, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bore a son, and called his name Moab. The same is the father of Moabim unto this day. And the younger she also bore a son, and called his name Ben-Ami. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. Genesis 20. Let's get some water. And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the country of the Negev, and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of El-Sarah, his woman, She is my sister. And Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But Elohim came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, Behold, you are but a dead man, for the woman which you have taken, for she is a man's woman. But Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, Adonai, will you slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, She is my sister? And she, even she herself, said, He is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and innocence of my hands have I done this. And Elohim said unto him in a dream, Yea, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart, for I also withheld you from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I you not to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his woman, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for you, and you shall live. And if you restore her not, know that you shall surely die, you and all that are yours. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all things in their ears, and the men were sore afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham, and said unto him, What have you done unto us? And what have I offended you, that you have brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? You have done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What saw you that you have done this thing? And Abraham said, Because I thought, surely the fear of Elohim is not in this place, and they will slay me for my woman's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my woman. And it came to pass, when Elohim caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, This is your kindness which you shall show unto me. At every place whither we shall come, say of me, He is my brother. And Abimelech took sheep and oxen and men servants and women servants, and gave them unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his woman. And Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before you, dwell where it pleases you. And unto Sarah he said, Behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to you a covering of the eyes, unto all that are with you. And with all other, thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto Elohim, and Elohim healed Abimelech and his woman, and his maidservants, and they bore children. For Yahweh had fast closed up the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's woman. Genesis 21. And Yahweh visited Sarah as he had said, and Yahweh did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which Elohim had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bore to him, Yitzchak. And Abraham circumcised his son Yitzchak, being 8 days old, as Elohim had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Yitzchak was born unto him. And Sarah said, Elohim has made me to laugh, so that all here will laugh with me. And she said, Who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age. And the children grew and was weaned. And Abraham made a great feast the same day that Yitzchak was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Mitzrayim, which he had borne unto Abraham, mocking. Wherefore she said unto Abraham, Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Yitzchak. And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. And Elohim said unto Abraham, Let it not be grievous in your sight because of the lad, and because of your bondwoman. And all that Sarah has said unto you, hearken unto her voice, for in Yitzchak shall your seed be called. And also of the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is your seed. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and the child, and sent her away. And she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. And she went and sat down over against him a good way off, as it were a bowshot. For she said, Let me not see the death of the child. And she sat over against him, and lifted up her voice, and wept. And Elohim heard the voice of the lad. And the angel of Elohim called to Hagar out of the heavens, and said unto her, What ails you, Hagar? Fear not, for Elohim has heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in your hand, for I will make him a great nation. And Elohim opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went, and filled the bottle with water, and gave the lad drink. And Elohim was with the lad, and he grew, and dwelt in the wilderness, and became an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took him a woman out of the land of Mitzrayim. And it came to pass at that time, that Abimelech and Pekol, the chief captain of his host, spoke unto Abraham, saying, Elohim is with you in all that you do. Now therefore swear unto me here by Elohim that you will not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto you, you shall do unto me, and to the land wherein you have sojourned. And Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water, which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. And Abimelech said, I know not who has done this thing, neither did you tell me, neither yet heard I of it, but today. And Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them to Abimelech, and both of them cut a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What mean these 7 ewe lambs which you have set by themselves? And he said, For these 7 ewe lambs shall you take of my hand, and they may be a witness unto me that I have dug this well. Wherefore he called that place Beersheba, because there they swore, both of them. Thus they cut a covenant of Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Pekol, the chief captain of his host, and they returned into the land of the Pelishtim. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba, and called there on the name of Yahweh El Olam. And Abraham sojourned in the Pelishtim's land many days. Genesis 22. And it came to pass after these things, that Elohim did try Abraham, and said unto him, Abraham. And he said, Behold, here I am. And he said, Take now your son, your Yachid, Yitzchak, whom you love, and get you into the land of the Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell you of. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Yitzchak his son, and clave wood for the burnt offering, and rose up, and went unto the place which Elohim has told him. Then on the 3rd day, Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said unto his young men, Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship, and come again to you. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it upon Yitzchak his son. And he took the wood fire in his hand, and a knife, and they went both of them together. And Yitzchak spoke unto Abraham his father, and said, My father. And he said, Here I am, my son. And he said, Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering? And Abraham said, My son, Elohim will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went both of them together. And they came to the place which Elohim had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Yitzchak his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of Yahweh called unto him out of the heavens, and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, Here I am. And he said, Lay not your hand upon the lad, neither do you anything unto him. For now I know that you fear Elohim, seeing you have not withheld your son, your Yachid, from me. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by the thorns, by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram, and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Yahweh Yireh, as it is said to this day, In the mount of Yahweh it shall be seen. And the angel of Yahweh called unto Abraham out of the heavens the 2nd time, and said, By myself have I sworn, says Yahweh, for because you have done this thing, and have not withheld your son, your Yachid, that in blessing I will bless you, and in multiplying I will multiply your seed as the stars of the heavens, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, and your seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned unto his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things, that it was told Abraham, saying, Behold, Milcah, she has also borne children unto your brother Nachor, Huz his firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Kemuel the father of Aram, and Kesed, and Chazo, and Pildash, and Yidlaf, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begat Rivkah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nachor, Abraham's brother. And his concubine, whose name was Reumah, she bore also Teva, and Gama, and Thahash, and Ma'akah. Genesis chapter 23. And Sarah was 107 and 20 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kiryat Arba. The name is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah, and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up from before his dead, and spoke unto the sons of Heth, saying, I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying unto him, Hear us, my lord. You are a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres bury your dead. None of us shall withhold from you his sepulchre, but that you may bury your dead. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. And he communed with them, saying, If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat for me to Ephron the son of Sochar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he has, which is in the end of this field. For as much money as it is worth, he shall give it me for a possession of a burying place among you. And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered, and Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even of all that went in at the gate of the city, saying, Nay, my lord, hear me. The field I give you, and the cave that is therein, I give it to you. In the presence of the sons of my people, I give it to you. Bury your dead. And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. And he spoke unto Ephron in the audience of the people and of the land, saying, But if you will give it, I pray you hear me. I will give you money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying unto him, My lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that betwixt me and you? Bury therefore your dead. And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron. And Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field, and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in the borders round about, were made sure unto Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, for all that went in at the gate of the city. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah his woman in the cave of the field of Machpelah before Mamre. The same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. And the field and the cave that is therein were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. Genesis 24. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and Yahweh had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house, that ruled over all that he had, Put, I pray you, your hand under my thigh, and I will make you swear by Yahweh, the Elohai of heaven and the Elohai of the earth, that you shall not take a woman unto my son of the daughters of Canaanim, among whom I dwell, but you shall go unto my country and unto my kindred, and take a woman unto my son Yitzchak. And the servant said unto him, Perchance the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land. Must I needs bring your son again unto the land from whence you came? And Abraham said unto him, Beware that you bring not my son thither again. Yahweh Elohai of heaven, which took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, and which spoke unto me, and that swore unto me, saying, Unto your seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before you, and you shall take a woman unto my son from thence. And if the woman will not be willing to follow you, then you shall be clear from this my oath. Only bring not my son thither again. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and swore to him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he arose, and went to Aram Naharaim, unto the city of Nachor. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. And he said, O Yahweh Elohai of my master, Abraham, I pray you, send me good speed this day, and show kindness unto my master, Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass that the damsel to whom I shall say, Let down your pitcher, I pray you that I may drink, and she shall say, Drink, and I will give your camels drink also. Let this same be she that you have appointed for your servant Yitzchak, and thereby shall I know that you have showed kindness unto my master. And it came to pass before he had done speaking, that behold, Rivkah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the woman of Nachor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well and filled her pitcher and came up. And the servant ran to meet her and said, Let me, I pray you, drink a little water of your pitcher. And she said, Drink, my lord. And she hasted and let down her pitcher upon her hand and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for your camels also, until they have done drinking. And she hasted and emptied her pitcher into the trough and ran again unto the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. And the man wondering at her held his peace, to wit whether Yahweh had made his journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of 1/2 shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekel weights of gold. And he said, Whose daughter are you? Tell me, I pray you. Is there room in your father's house for us to lodge in? And she said unto him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, son of Milcah, which she bore unto Nachor. She said moreover unto him, We have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in. And the man bowed down his head and worshipped Yahweh. And he said, Blessed be Yahweh Elohai of my master Abraham, who has not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth. I being in the way, Yahweh led me to the house of my master's brethren. And the damsel ran, and told them of her mother's house these things. And Rivkah had a brother, and his name was Lavan. And Lavan ran out unto the man unto the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earring and the bracelets upon his sister's hands, and when he heard the words of Rivkah his sister, saying, Thus spoke the man unto me, that he came unto the man, and behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, Come in, you blessed of Yahweh. Wherefore stand you without? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels. And the man came into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. And there was set meat before him to eat. But he said, I will not eat until I have told my errand. And he said, Speak on. And he said, I am Abraham's servant, and Yahweh has blessed my master greatly, and he has become great. And he has given him flocks and herds and silver and gold, and men servants and maidservants and camels and asses. And Sarah, my master's woman, bore a son to my master when she was old, and unto him he has given all that he has. And my master made me swear, saying, You shall not take a woman to my son of the daughters of the Canaanim, in whose land I dwell. But you shall go to my father's house, and to my kindred, and take a woman unto my son. And I said unto my master, Perchance the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me, Yahweh, before whom I walk, will send his angel with you, and prosper your way. And you shall take a woman for my son of the kindred and of my father's house. Then shall you be clear from this my oath, when you come to my kindred. And if they give not you one, you shall be clear from my oath. And I came this day unto the well, and said, O Yahweh Elohai of my master Abraham, if now you do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water. And it shall come to pass that when the virgin comes forth to draw water, and I say to her, Give me, I pray you, a little water of your pitcher to drink. And she say to me, Both drink you, and also I will draw for your camels. Let the same be the woman whom Yahweh has appointed out for my master's son. And before I had done speaking in my heart, behold, Rivkah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down unto the well and drew water. And I said unto her, Let me drink, I pray you. And she made haste and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, Drink, and I will give your camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels to drink also. And I asked her and said, Whose daughter are you? And she said, The daughter of Bethuel, Nachor's son, whom Milcah bore unto him. And I put the earring upon her face and the bracelets upon her hands. And I bowed down my head and worshipped Yahweh, and blessed Yahweh Elohai of my master Abraham, which had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter unto his son. And now, if ye will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Lavan and Bethuel answered and said, The thing proceeds from Yahweh. We cannot speak unto you bad or good. Behold, Rivkah is before you. Take her and go, and let her be your master's son's woman, as Yahweh has spoken. And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped Yahweh, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold, and raiment, and gave them to Rivkah. And he also gave to her brother and to her mother precious things. And they did eat and drink, he and the men that were with him, and tarried all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said, Send me away unto my master. And her brother and her mother said, Let the damsel abide with us a few days, at the least 10. After that she shall go. And he said unto them, Hinder me not, seeing Yahweh has prospered my way. Send me away that I may go to my master. And they said, We will call the damsel and inquire at her mouth. And they called Rivkah and said unto her, Will you go with this man? And she said, I will go. And they sent away Rivkah their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. And they blessed Rivkah and said unto her, You are our sister. Be the mother of thousands of millions, and let your seed possess the gate of those which hate them. And Rivkah arose, and her damsels, and they rode upon the camels and followed the man. And the servant took Rivkah and went his way. And Yitzchak came from the way of the well of Beer Lachoiroi, for he dwelt in the country of the Negev. And Yitzchak went out to meditate in the field in the evening, and he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, the camels were coming. And Rivkah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Yitzchak, she lighted off the camel. For she had said unto the servant, What man is this that walks in the field to meet us? And the servant had said, It is my master. Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Yitzchak all things that he had done. And Yitzchak brought her into his mother Sarai's tent, and took Rivkah, and she became his woman, and he loved her. And Yitzchak was comforted after his mother's death. Genesis chapter 25. And again Abraham took a woman, and her name was Keturah. And she bore him Zimran, and Yokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Yishbak, and Shuach. And Yokshan begot Sheba, and Dedan, and the sons of Dedan were Ashurim, Letushim, and Leumim. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Hanok, and Avida, and Eldaah, and these were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had unto Yitzchak. But unto the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts, and sent them away from Yitzchak his son, while he yet lived, eastward unto the east country. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life which he lived, 160 years. Then Abraham gave up his ruach, and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. And his sons Yitzchak and Yishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Sochar, the Hittite, which is before Mamre. The field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth, there was Abraham buried, and Sarah his woman. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham, that Elohim blessed his son Yitzchak, and Yitzchak dwelt by the well of Be'er Lachairoi. Now these are the generations of Yishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Mitzrayim, Sarah's handmaid, bore unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Yishmael, by their names according to their generations: the firstborn of Yishmael, Nebaioth, and Kedar, and Adbeel, and Mibsam, and Mishma, and Duma, and Massa, Hadar, and Tema, Yetur, Naphish, and Kedama. These are the sons of Yishmael, and these are their names, by their towns and by their castles, 12 princes according to their nations. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. And he gave up his ruach and died, and was gathered unto his people. And they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Mitzrayim, as you go towards Asherah. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. And these are the generations of Yitzchak, Abraham's son. Abraham begot Yitzchak, and Yitzchak was 40 years old when he took Rivkah to be his woman, the daughter of Bethuel, the Arami of Paddan Aram, the sister to Lavan, the Arami. And Yitzchak entreated Yahweh for his woman, because she was barren. And Yahweh was entreated of him, and Rivkah his woman conceived. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, If it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto her, 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from your generation. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Yaakov. And Yitzchak was 80 years old when she bore them. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Yaakov was an upright man, dwelling in tents. And Yitzchak loved Esau because he did eat of his venison, but Rivkah loved Yaakov. And Yaakov sawed pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Yaakov, Feed me, I pray you, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore his name was called Edom. And Yaakov said, Sell me this day your birthright. And Esau said, Behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me? And Yaakov said, Swear to me this day. And he swore unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Yaakov. Then Yaakov gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. Genesis chapter 26. And there was a famine in the land, beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Yitzchak went unto Abimelech, king of the Pelishtim, unto Gerar. And Yahweh appeared unto him and said, Go not down into Mitzrayim. Dwell in the land which I shall tell you of. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with you, and I will bless you. For unto you and unto your seed I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swore unto Abraham your father. And I will make your seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and I will give unto your seed all these countries, and in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Because that Abraham obeyed my voice and did guard my watch, my commandments, my statutes, and my Torah. And Yitzchak dwelt in Gerar. And the men of the place asked him of his woman, and he said, She is my sister. For he feared to say, She is my woman, lest, said he, the men of the place should kill me for Rivkah, because she was fair to look upon. And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Pelishtim, looked out a window and saw, and behold, Yitzchak was sporting with Rivkah his woman. And Abimelech called Yitzchak and said, Behold, of a surety she is your woman, and how said you, She is my sister? And Yitzchak said unto him, Because I said, Lest I die for her. And Abimelech said, What is this you have done unto us? One of the people might lightly have lain with your woman, and you should have brought guiltiness upon us. And Abimelech charged all his people, saying, He that touches this man or his woman shall surely be put to death. Then Yitzchak sowed in that land, and received in the same year 100-fold, and Yahweh blessed him. And the man waxed great, and went forward, and grew until he became very great. For he had possession of flocks, and possession of herds, and great store of servants, and the Pelishtim envied him. For all the wells which his father's servants had dug in the days of Abraham his father, the Pelishtim had stopped them and filled them with earth. And Abimelech said unto Yitzchak, Go from us, for you are much mightier than we. And Yitzchak departed thence, and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there. And Yitzchak dug the wells of water, which they had dug in the days of Abraham his father. For the Pelishtim had stopped them after the death of Abraham, and he called their names after the names by which his father had called them. And Yitzchak's servants dug in the valley, and found there a well of springing water. And the herdsmen of Gerar did strive with Yitzchak's herdsmen, saying, The water is ours. And he called the name of the well Esek, because they strove with him. And they dug another well, and strove for that also, and he called the name of it Sitnah. And he removed from thence, and dug another well, for that they strove not, and he called the name of it Rechoboth. And he said, For now Yahweh has made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land. And he went up from thence to Beersheba. And Yahweh appeared unto him the same night, and said, I am Elohai of Abraham your father. Fear not, for I am with you, and I will bless you, and multiply your seed for my servant Abraham's sake. And he built an altar there, and called upon the name of Yahweh, and pitched his tent there, and there Yitzchak's servants dug a well. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Akuzoth, one of his friends, and Pekol, the chief captain of his army. And Yitzchak said unto them, Wherefore come ye to me, seeing you hate me, and have sent me away from you? And they said, We saw certainly that Yahweh was with you. And we said, Let there be now an oath betwixt us, even betwixt us and you, and let us cut a covenant with you, that ye will do us no hurt, as we have not touched you, and as we have done unto you nothing but good, and have sent you away in peace. You are now the blessed of Yahweh. And he made them a feast, and they did eat and drink. And they rose up early in the morning, and swore to one another, and Yitzchak sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. And it came to pass the same day that Yitzchak's servants came, and told him concerning the well which they had dug, and said unto him, We have found water. And he called it Shavah. Therefore the name of the city is Beer Shavah unto this day. And Esau was 40 years old when he took to be his woman Yehudith, the daughter of Beri the Hittite, and Basmath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, which were a grief of mind unto Yitzchak and to Rivkah. Genesis 27. And it came to pass that when Yitzchak was old, and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau his eldest son, and said unto him, My son. And he said unto him, Behold, here I am. And he said, Behold now, I am old, I know not the day of my death. Now therefore take, I pray you, your weapons, your quiver, and your bow, and go out to the field, and take me some venison, and make me savory meat, such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat it, that my soul may bless you before I die. And Rivkah heard when Yitzchak spoke to Esau his son. And Esau went to the field to hunt for venison and to bring it. And Rivkah spoke unto Yaakov her son, saying, Behold, I heard your father speak unto Esau your brother, saying, Bring me some venison, and make me savory meat, that I may eat and bless you before Yahweh, before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command you. Go now to the flock, and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for your father, such as he loves. And you shall bring it to your father, that he may eat, and that he may bless you before his death. And Yaakov said to Rivkah his mother, Behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father perchance will feel me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me, and not a blessing. And his mother said unto him, Upon me be your curse, my son. Only obey my voice, and go fetch me them. And he went, and he fetched, and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rivkah took goodly raiment from her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Yaakov, her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat, the bread which she had prepared, into the hand of her son Yaakov. And he came unto his father and said, My father. And he said, Here I am. Who are you, my son? And Yaakov said unto his father, I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done according as you bade me. Arise, I pray you. Sit and eat of my venison, that your soul may bless me. And Yitzchak said unto his son, How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son? And he said, Because Yahweh Elohika brought it to me. And Yitzchak said unto Yaakov, Come near, I pray you, that I may feel you, my son, whether you be my very son Esau or not. And Yaakov went near unto Yitzchak his father, and he felt him, and said, The voice is Yaakov's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy, as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. And he said, Are you my very son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless you. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Yitzchak said unto him, Come near now, and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his raiment. And he blessed him, and said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which Yahweh has blessed. Therefore Elohim give you the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of grain and wine. Let people serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brethren, and let your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be everyone that curses you, and blessed be he that blesses you. And it came to pass, as soon as Yitzchak had made an end of blessing Yaakov, and Yaakov was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Yitzchak his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also made a savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, Let my father arise, and eat of his son's venison, that your soul may bless me. And Yitzchak his father said unto him, Who are you? And he said, I am your son, your firstborn Esau. And Yitzchak trembled very exceedingly, and said, Who? Where is he that has taken venison and brought it to me? And I have eaten of all before you came, and have blessed him. Yea, and he shall be blessed. And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, Bless me, even me also, O my father. And he said, Your brother came with subtlety, and has taken away your blessing. And he said, Is not he rightly named Yaakov? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he has taken away my blessing. And he said, Have you not reserved a blessing for me? And Yitzchak answered and said unto Esau, Behold, I have made him your lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with grain and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto you, my son? And Esau said unto his father, Have you but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Yitzchak his father answered and said unto him, Behold, your dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by your sword shall you live, and you shall serve your brother. And it shall come to pass, when you shall have the dominion, that you shall break his yoke from off your neck. And Esau hated Yaakov because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Yaakov. And these words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Rivkah. And she sent and called Yaakov, her younger son, and said unto him, Behold, your brother Esau, as touching you, comforts himself, purposing to kill you. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice and arise. Flee to Lavan, my brother, to Haran, and and tarry with him a few days until your brother's fury turns away, until your brother's anger turn away from you, and he forget that which you have done to him. Then I will send and fetch you from thence. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day? And Rivkah said to Eliashib, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Yaakov take a woman of the daughters of Heth, such as these which are of the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do to me? Genesis 28. And Yitzchak called Yaakov and blessed him, and charged him, and said unto him, You shall not take a woman of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel your mother's father, and take you a woman from thence of the daughters of Lavan your mother's brother. And El Shaddai bless you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, that you may be a multitude of people, and give you the blessing of Abraham to you, and to your seed with you, that you may inherit the land wherein you are a stranger, which Elohim gave unto Abraham. And Yitzchak sent away Yaakov, and went to Padan Aram unto Lavan, son of Bethuel the Arami, the brother of Rivkah, Yaakov and Esau's mother. When Esau saw that Yitzchak had blessed Yaakov, and sent him away to Padan Aram, to take him a woman from thence, and that as he blessed him, he gave him a charge, saying, You shall not take a woman of the daughters of Canaan, and that Yaakov obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Padan Aram. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Yitzchak his father, then went Esau unto Ishmael, and took unto the women which he had Machalath, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebaioth, to be his woman. And Yaakov went out from Beersheba, and went towards Haran. And he lighted upon a certain place, and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. And he took the stones out of that place, and put them for his pillows, and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of Elohim ascending and descending on it. And behold, Yahweh stood above it, and said, I am Yahweh Elohai of Abraham your father, and the Elohai of Yitzchak, the land whereon you lie. To you will I give it, and to your seed. And your seed shall be as the dust of the earth. And you shall spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in you and in your seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And behold, I am with you, and will guard you in all places whither you go, and will bring you again into this land. For I will not leave you until I have done that which I have spoken to you of. And Yaakov awoke out of his sleep, and he said, Surely Yahweh is in this place, and I knew it not. And he was afraid, and said, How dreadful is this place! This is none other but the house of Elohim, and this is the gate of heaven. And Yaakov rose up early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put for his pillows, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil upon the top of it. And he called the name of that place Beit El, but the name of that city was called Luz at the first. And Yaakov vowed a vow, saying, If Elohim will be with me, and will guard me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall Yahweh be my Elohim. And this stone, which I have set for a pillar, shall be Elohim's house. And of all that you shall give me, I will surely give the tenth unto you. Genesis 29. Then Yaakov went on his journey, and came into the land of the people of the east. And he looked, and behold, a well in the field, and lo, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it. For out of that well they watered the flocks, and a great stone was upon the well's mouth. And thither there were all the flocks gathered. And they rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stone again upon the well's mouth in its place. And Yaakov said unto them, My brethren, whence be ye? And they said, Of Haran are we. And he said unto them, Know ye Lavan, the son of Nachor? And they said, We know him. And he said unto them, Is he well? And they said, He is well. And behold, Rachel his daughter comes with the sheep. And he said, Lo, it is yet high day, neither is it time that the cattle should be gathered together. Water ye the sheep, and go and feed them. And they said, We cannot, until all the flocks be gathered together, until they roll the stone from the well's mouth. Then we water the sheep. And while he yet spoke with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. And it came to pass, when Yaakov saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Yaakov went near and rolled the stone from the well's mouth and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. And Yaakov kissed Rachel and lifted up his voice and wept. And Yaakov told Rachel that he was her father's brother and that he was Rivka's son. And she ran and told her father. And it came to pass, when Laban heard the tidings of Yaakov, his sister's son, that he ran to meet him and embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his house. And he told Laban all these things. And Laban said to him, Surely you are a bone in my flesh. And he abode with him in the space of a month. And Laban said to Yaakov, Because you are my brother, should you therefore serve me for naught? Tell me, what shall your wages be? And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. And Yaakov loved Rachel and said, I will serve you 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter. And Laban said, It is better that I give her to you than that I should give her to another man. Abide with me. And Yaakov served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days, for the love that he had to her. And Yaakov said unto Laban, Give me my woman, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in unto her. And Laban gathered together all the men of the place and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening that he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to him, and he went in unto her. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah Zilpah his maid for a handmaid. And it came to pass that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, What is this you have done unto me? Did I not serve you for Rachel? Wherefore then have you beguiled me? And Laban said, It must not be so done in our country, to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and we will give you this also for the service which you shall serve me yet 7 other years. And Yaakov did so, and fulfilled her week, and he gave him Rachel his daughter to be his woman also. And Laban gave Rachel his daughter Bilhah his handmaid to be her maid. And he went in also unto Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 other years. And when Yahweh saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived and bore a son, and she called his name Reuben. For she said, Surely Yahweh has looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my man will love me. And she conceived again and bore a son, and said, Because Yahweh has heard that I was hated, he has therefore given me this son also. And she called his name Shimon. And she conceived again and bore a son, and said, Now this time my man will be joined unto me, because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore was his name called Levi. And she conceived again and bore a son. And she said, Now will I praise Yahweh. Therefore she called his name Yehudah, and left bearing. Genesis chapter 30. And when Rachel saw that she bore Yaakov no children, Rachel envied her sister, and said unto Yaakov, Give me children, or else I die. And Yaakov's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said, Am I in Elohim's stead, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb? And she said, Behold, my maid Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her. And she gave him Bilhah her handmaid to be his woman, and Yaakov went in unto her. And Bilhah conceived and bore Yaakov a son. And Rachel said, Elohim has judged me, and has also heard my voice, and has given me a son. Therefore called she his name Dan. Bilhah, Rachel's maid, conceived again and bore Yaakov a second son. And Rachel said, "With great wrestlings have I wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed." And she called his name Naphtali. And when Leah saw that she had left bearing, she took Zilpah, her maid, and gave her to Yaakov to be his woman. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore Yaakov a son. And Leah said, "A troop comes," and she called his name Gad. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore Yaakov a second son. And Leah said, "Happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed." And she called his name Asher. And Reuben went in the days of wheat harvest and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them unto his mother Leah. Then Rachel said unto Leah, "Give me, I pray you, of your son's mandrakes." And she said unto her, Is it a small matter to you that you have taken my man? And would you take away my son's mandrakes also? And Rachel said, "Therefore he shall lie with you tonight for your son's mandrakes." And Yaakov came out of the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him, and said, "You must come in unto me, for surely I have hired you with my son's mandrakes." And he lay with her that night. And Elohim hearkened unto Leah, and she conceived and bore Yaakov the fifth son. And Leah said, "Elohim has given me my hire, because I have given my maiden to my man." And she called his name Yishachar. And Leah conceived again, and bore Yaakov the sixth son. And Leah said, "Elohim has endued me with good dowry. Now will my man dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons." And she called his name Zebulun. And afterwards she bore a daughter, and called her name Dinah. And Elohim remembered Rachel, and Elohim hearkened to her and opened her womb. And she conceived and bore a son, and said, "Elohim has taken away my reproach." And she called his name Joseph, and said, "Yahweh shall add to me another son." And it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Yaakov said unto Laban, "Send me away, that I may go into my own place, into my own country. Give me my woman and my children, for whom I have served you, and let me go, for you know my service which I have done to you." And Laban said unto him, "I pray you, if I have found favor in your eyes, tarry, for I have learned by experience that Yahweh has blessed me for your sake." And he said, "Appoint me your wages, and I will give it." And he said unto him, "You know how I have served you, and how your cattle was with me. For it was little which you had before I came, and it is now increased unto a multitude. Yahweh has blessed you since my coming. And now when shall I provide for my own house also?" And he said, "What shall I give you?" And Yaakov said, "You shall not give me anything. If you will do this thing for me, I will again feed and guard your flock. I will pass through all your flock today, removing from thence all the speckled and spotted cattle, and all the brown cattle among the sheep, and the spotted and speckled among the goats, and of such shall be my hire. So shall my righteousness answer for me in time to come, when it shall come for my hire before your face. Every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the sheep, that shall be counted stolen with me." And Laban said, "Behold, I would it might be according to your word." And he removed that day the he-goats that were ring-straked and spotted, and all the she-goats that were speckled and spotted, and every one that had some white in it, and all the brown among the sheep, and gave them into the hands of his sons. And he set 3 days' journey betwixt himself and Yaakov, and Yaakov fed the rest of Laban's flock. And Yaakov took him rods of green poplar, and of the hazel and chestnut tree, and piled white strakes in them, and made the white appear which was in the rods. And he set the rods which he had pilled before the flocks, in the gutters in the watering troughs, when the flocks came to drink, that they should conceive when they came to drink. And the flocks conceived before the rods, and brought forth cattle ring-straked, speckled, and spotted. And Yaakov did separate the lambs, and set the faces of the flocks towards the ring-straked, and all the brown in the flock of Laban, And he put his own flocks by themselves, and put them not unto Laban's cattle. And it came to pass, whensoever the stronger cattle did conceive, that Yaakov laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods. But when the cattle were feeble, he put them not in. So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Yaakov's. And the man increased exceedingly, and had much cattle, and maidservants, and manservants, and camels, and asses.
Thank you, brother.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Brother Justin McRoberts, pick up at chapter 31.
I apologize for that. Genesis 31. And he heard the words of Laban's son, saying, Jacob has taken away all was our father's, and of that which was our father's has he gotten, and of all of his glory. And Jacob beheld the countenance of Laban, and behold, it was not toward him as before. And Yahweh said unto Jacob, Return unto the land of your fathers, and to your kindred, and will be with you. And Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field unto his flock, and said unto them, I seeth your father's countenance, that it is not toward me as before, but the Elohim of my father has been with me. And ye know that with all my power I have served your father. And your father has deceived me, and changeth my wages 10 times, but Elohim suffered him not to hurt me. And if he said thus, the speckle shall be your wages, and all the cattle bore speckled. And if he said thus, the ringstrakes shall be your hire, then bore all the cattle ringstrakes. Thus Elohim has taken away the cattle of your father and given them to me. And it came to pass at the time that the cattle conceived, that I lifted up my eyes, and I saw in a dream. And behold, the rams which leaped upon the cattle were ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. And the angel of Elohim spoke unto me in a dream, saying, Jacob. And I said, Here am I. And he said, Lift up now your eyes, and see. All the rams which leap upon the cattle are ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. For I have seen all that Laban does unto you. And he said, And I am the Elohim of Bedel, which you anointed the pillar, and were vowed a vow unto me. Now arise, get you out from this land, and return unto the land of your kindred. And Rachel and Leah answered and said unto him, Is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in your father's house? Are we not counted of him strangers? For he has told us, and has quite devoured it also our money. For all the riches which Elohim has taken from our father, that is ours, and our children's. Now then, whatsoever Elohim has said unto you, do. Then Yaakov rose up and said unto his sons, with his women upon camels, and he carried away with all his cattle and with all his goods which he had gotten, the cattle of his getting, which he had gotten in Paddan Aram, for to go to Yitzhak his father in the land of Canaan. And Laban went to shear at the sheep, and Rachel had stolen at the teraphim that were her father's. And Yaakov stole away at unawares to Laban the Arami, in that he had told him not that he fled. So he fled with all that he had, and he rose up and passed over the river, and set his face toward Mount Gilead. And it was told Laban on the 3rd day that Yaakov was fled. And he tooketh his brethren with him, and pursued after him 7 days' journey, and they overtook him in Mount Gilead. And Elohim came to Laban the Arami in the dream by night, and said unto him, Take heed that you speak not to Yaakov, neither good or bad. Then Laban overtooketh Yaakov. Now Yaakov had pitched his tent in the mount, and Laban with his brethren pitched the mount of Gilead. And Laban said to Yaakov, What have you done that you have stolen away as unawares to me, and carried away my daughters and captives, taken with the sword? Wherefore did you flee away secretly and steal away from me, and did not tell me, that I might have sent you away with mirth and with songs, with tabret and harp, and have not suffered me to kiss my sons and my daughters? You have now done foolishly in so doing. Is it in the power of my hand to do? You heard, but the Elohim of your father spoke unto me yesternight, saying, Take heed that you speak not to Yaakov, either good or bad. And now, though you would needs be gone, because you sore longed after your father's house, yet wherefore have you stolen if my Elohim? And Yaakov answered and said to Laban, Because I was afraid, for I said perchance you would take by force at your daughters from me. With whomsoever you findeth your Elohim, let him not live before our brethren. Discern what is yours with me, and take it to you. For Yaakov knew not that Rachel had stolen them. And Laban went into Yaakov's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the two maiden servants' tents, but he found them not. Then went he out of Laban's tent, and entered into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken at the teraphim, and put them in the camel's furniture, and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, but he found them not. And she said to her father, Let it not displease my lord, that I cannot rise up before you. For the custom of women is upon me. And he searched, but found not the teraphim. And Yaakov was wroth, and showed with Laban. And Yaakov answered and said to Laban, What is my transgression? What is my sin, that you have hotly pursued after me? Whereas you have searched all my stuff, what have you found of all your household stuff? Set it here before my brethren and your brethren, that they may be judged betwixt us both. This 20 years have I been with you. Your ewes and your she-goats have not cast their young, and the rams of your flock have I not eaten. That which was torn of beasts I brought not unto you. I bore the loss of it. Of my hand did you require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. Thus I was in the day that the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from my eyes. Thus have I been 20 years in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your cattle, and you have changed my wages 10 times. Except the Elohai of my father, the Elohai of Abraham, and the fear of Yitzhak had been with me. Surely you had sent me away now empty. Elohim has seen of my affliction, at the labor of my hands, and rebuked you yesternight. And Laban answered and said unto Yaakov, These daughters are my daughters, and these children are my children, and these cattle are my cattle, and all that you see is mine. And what can I do this day unto these my daughters, or unto these children which they have borne? Now therefore, let us cut a covenant, I and you, and let it be for a witness between me and you. And Yaakov took a stone and set it up for a pillar, and Yaakov set it unto his brethren Gasher stones, and they took stones and made a heap, and they did eat there upon the heap. And Laban called it Yegar Sahudotha, but Yaakov called it Gal-Ai. And Laban said, This heap is a witness between me and you this day. Therefore was the name of it called Gali. And Mitzpah, for he said, Yahweh watch between me and you when we are absent one from another. If you shall afflicteth my daughters, or if you shall take other women besides my daughters, no man is with us. See Elohim as witness betwixt me and you. And Laban said to Yaakov, Behold this heap, and behold this pillar which I have cast betwixt me and you. This heap be witness, and this pillar be witness, that I will not pass over at this heap to you, and you shall not pass over at this heap and at this pillar unto me for harm. The Elohai of Abraham and the Elohai of Nakor and the Elohai of their father judged betwixt us. And Yaakov swore by the fear of his father Yitzhak. Then Yaakov offered sacrifice upon the mountain, called his brethren to eat bread, and they did eat bread and tarried all night in the mount. And early in the morning Laban rose up and kissed his sons and his daughters and blessed them, and Laban departed and returned unto his place. Genesis chapter 32. And Yaakov went on his way, and the angels of Elohim met him. And when Yaakov saw them, he said, This is Elohim's host. And he called the name of that place Machanaim. And Yaakov sent messengers before him to Esau his brother unto the land of Seir in the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, Thus shall you speak unto my lord Esau, your servant Yaakov, says thus, I have sojourned with Laban and stayed there until now. And I have oxen and asses, flocks and men servants and women servants. And I have sent to tell my lord that I may find grace in your sight. And the messengers returned to Yaakov, saying, We came to your brother Esau, and also he comes to you, and 400 men with him. Then Yaakov was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided at his people that was with him, and at his flocks, and at his herds, and his camels, in 2 bands, and said, If Esau come to the one company and smite it, then the other company which is left shall escape. And Yaakov said, O Elohai of my father Abraham, and Elohai of my father Yitzhak, Yahweh, which said unto me, Return unto your country and to your kindred, and I will deal with you. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies and of all the truth which you have showed unto your servant. For with my staff I passed over this Yarden, and now I am become 2 bands. Deliver me, I pray you, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he will come and smite me and the mother with the children. And you said, I will surely do you good and maketh your seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. And he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand a present for Esau his brother, 200 she-goats and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 milch camels with their colts, 40 kine and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hand of his servants, every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants, Pass over before me, and put a space betwixt drove and drove. And he commanded the foremost, saying, When Esau my brother meets you and asks you, saying, Whose are you, and where go you, and whose are these before you? Then you shall say, They be your servant Yaakov's. It is a present sent unto my lord Esau, and behold, also he is behind us. And so command he at the second and the third, and of all that follow the drove, saying, On this manner shall you speak unto Esau when you find him. And say ye moreover, Behold, your servant Yaakov is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with the present that goes before me, and afterward I will see his face. Perchance he will accept of me. So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night, and tooketh his 2 women, and his 2 women's servants, and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford Yabok. And he took them and sent them over at the brook, and sent over as he had, and Yaakov was left alone. And there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of day. And when he had saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Yaakov's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. And he said, Let me go, for the day breaks. And he said, I will not let you go, except you bless me. And he said unto him, What is your name? And he said, Yaakov. And he said, Your name shall be called no more Yaakov, but Yashrael. For as a prince have you power with Elohim and with men, and have prevailed. And Yaakov asked him and said, Tell me, I pray you, your name. And he said, Wherefore is it that you do ask after my name? And he blessed him there. And Yaakov called the name of that place Penuel, for I have seen Elohim face to face, and my life is preserved. As he passed over Penuel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Yashrael eat not of the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh unto this day, but because he touched the hollow of Yaakov's thigh and the sinew that shrank. Genesis 33. And Yaakov lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the 2 handmaids. And he putteth the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. And he passed over before them and bowed himself to the ground 7 times until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him and embraced him and fell on his neck and kissed him, and they wept. And he lifted up his eyes and saw at the woman and at the children, and said, Who are those with you? And he said, The children which Elohim has graciously given unto your servant. Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near and bowed themselves. After came Joseph near and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. And he said, What do you mean by all this drove which I met? And he said, These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that you have unto yourself. And Yaakov said, Nay, I pray you, if now I have found grace in your sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen your face, as though I had seen the face of Elohim, and you are pleased with me. Take, I pray you, with my blessing that is brought to you, because Elohim has dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it. And let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before you. And he said, Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before you. And he said unto him, My Lord knows that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with you young are with me. And if men should overdrive them one day, all the flock will die. Let my Lord, I pray you, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that goes before me, and the children be able to endure, until I come unto my Lord, unto Seir. And Esau said, Let me now leave with you some of the folk that are with me. And he said, What needed? Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord. So Esau returned that day on his way into Seir, and Yaakov journeyed to Succoth, and he built him a house and made Succoth for his cattle. Therefore the name of that place is called Succoth. And Yaakov came to Shalem, a city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Paddan Aram, and pitched his tent before the city. And he brought at the parcel of the field which he had spread his tent, and at the hand of the children of Shemor, Shechem's father, 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar and called it El Elohai Yashrael. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bore unto Yaakov, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem the son of Shamor, the Shivi, prince of the country, saw her, he took her and lay with her and defiled her. And his soul clave unto Dinah, the daughter of Yaakov, and he loved the damsel, and spoke kindly unto the damsel. And Shechem spoke unto his father Hamor, saying, Get me at this damsel to be my woman. And Yaakov heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Yaakov held his peace until they were come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out unto Yaakov to commune with him. And the sons of Yaakov came out of the field when they had heard it, and the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because they had wrought folly in Yashrael and lying with Yaakov's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. And Hamor communed with them, saying, The soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. I pray you give him to be his woman. And make ye marriages with us, and giveth your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you. And ye shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein, and get your possessions therein. And Shechem said unto her father and unto her brethren, Let me find grace in your eyes, and what shall ye say unto me, I will give. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as ye shall say unto me, but give me at the damsel to be my woman. And the sons of Yaakov answered as Shechem and as Hamor his father deceitfully, and said, Because he has defiled Dinah their sister. And they said unto them, We cannot do this thing, to giveth our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were reproach unto us. But in this will we consent unto you, if you will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised, then will we give our daughter unto you, and we will take your daughter to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if you will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then will we take our daughter, and we will be gone. And the words pleased Hamor, and Shechem, Hamor's son. And the young man deferred not to do this thing, because he had delight in Yaakov's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. And Hamor and Shechem his son came into the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying, These men are peaceful with us, therefore let them dwell in the land and trade therein, for the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for women, and let us give them our daughters. Only herein will the men consent unto us for to dwell with us, to be one people. If every male among us be circumcised as they are circumcised. Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us. And unto Hamor and unto Shechem his son hearkened all that went out of the gate of his city, and every male was circumcised, all that went out of the gate of the city. And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore, that two of the sons of Yaakov, Shimon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword, and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males. And they sleweth Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and tooketh Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went out. The sons of Yaakov came upon the slain, and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took at their sheep, and at their oxen, and at their asses, and at that which was in the city, at that which was in the field, and at all their wealth, and at all their little ones, and all their women took they captive, and spoiled at even all that was in the house. And Yaakov said to Shimon and Levi, Yet hath troubled me to stink among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanim and the Perizim, and I being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house. And they said, Should he deal with our sister as with a harlot? Genesis 35. And Elohim said unto Yaakov, Arise, and go up to Bethel, and dwell there, and make there an altar unto Elohim that appeared unto you when you fled from the face of Esau your brother. Then Yaakov said unto his household and to all that were with him, Put away the strange Elohai there among you, and be clean, and change your garments. And let us arise, and go up to Bethel, and will make there an altar unto Elohim, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went. And they gave unto Yaakov and all the strange Elohai which were in their hand, and all their earrings which were in their ears. And Yaakov hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. And they journeyed, and the terror of Elohim was upon the cities which were round about them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Yaakov. So Yaakov came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is Bethel, and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar, and called the place El Bethel, because there Elohim appeared unto him when he had fled from the face of his brother. But Deborah, Rivkah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Bethel under an oak, and the name of it was called Alon Bakuth. And Elohim appeared unto Yaakov again when he came out of Paddan Aram and blessed him. And Elohim said unto him, Your name is Yaakov. Your name shall not be called any more Yaakov, but Yashrael shall be your name. And he calleth his name Yashrael. And Elohim said unto him, I am El Shaddai. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of you, and kings shall come out of your loins. And at the land which I gave Abraham and Yitzhak, to you I will give it, and to your seed after you will I give it the land. And Elohim went up from him in the place where he talked with him. And Yaakov set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone. And he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereon. And Yaakov called it the name of the place where Elohim spoke with him, Bethel. And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrath. And Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. And it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said unto her, Fear not, ye shall have this son also. And it came to pass, as her soul was in departing, for she died, that she called his name Benoni, but his father called him Benjamin. And Rachel died, and she was buried in the way of Ephrath, which is in Bethlehem. And Yaakov set a pillar upon her grave, and that is the pillar of Rachel's grave unto this day. And Yashrael journeyed and spread his tent beyond Migdal Eder. And it came to pass, when Yashrael dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine, and Yashrael heard it. Now the sons of Yaakov were 12. The sons of Leah, Reuben, Yaakov's firstborn, and Shimon, and Levi, and Yehuda, and Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin. And the sons of Bilhah, and Rachel's handmaid, Dan and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad and Asher. These are the sons of Yaakov, which were born to him in Paddan Aram. And Yaakov came unto Yitzhak, his father, unto Mamre, unto Kiryat Arba, which is Chevron, where Abraham and Yitzhak sojourned. And the days of Yitzhak were 180 years. And Yitzhak gave up his ruach and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. And his sons Esau and Yaakov buried him. Genesis 36. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. Esau tooketh his woman of the daughters of Canaan, Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Oholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Tiz on the Hivi, and Bethsmoth, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Naboth. And Adah bore to Esau Eliphaz, and Basmath bore Reuel, and Oholibamah bore Yeish, and Ya'alam, and Korach. These are the sons of Esau, which were born unto him in the land of Canaan. And Esau tooketh his woman, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the persons of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his substance, which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brothers Yaakov. For the riches were more than that they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them both because of their cattle. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir, and Esau is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edom, in Mount Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Adah, the woman of Esau; Reuel, the son of Basmath, the woman of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Taman, Omar, Sapho, and Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bore to Eliphaz Amalek. And these were the sons of Adah, Esau's woman. And these are the sons of Reuel, Nakath, and Zerach, Shema, and Mizah. These were the sons of Basmath, Esau's woman. And these were the sons of Oholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Tizivon, Esau's woman. And she bore to Esau Yeish, and Ya'alam, and Korach. And these were dukes of the sons of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau: Duke Taman, Duke Omar, Duke Zapho, Duke Kenaz, Duke Korach, Duke Gatam, and Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that come of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Adah. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son: Duke Nakath, Duke Zerach, Duke Shema, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came of Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Basmath, Esau's woman. And these are the sons of Oholibamah, Esau's woman: Duke Yeish, Duke Ya'alam, Duke Korach. These were the dukes that came of Oholibamah, daughter of Anah, Esau's woman. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their dukes. These are the sons of Seir, the Hori, who inhabit the land, Lotan, and Shobal, and Tizgon, and Anah, and Dishon, and Etzer, and Dishon. These are the dukes of Horium, and the children of Seir, in the land of Edom. And the children of Lotan were Harai and Haman, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. And the children of Shobal were these: Elion, Menakath, and Ebal, Shephi, and Onam. And these are the children of Tebion, both Ayah and Anah. And this was Anah that founded the mules in the wilderness, and he fed the asses of Tizu on his father. And the children of Anah were these: Dishon and Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah. And these are the children of Dishon: Himdan and Eshban and Yithran and Haran. The children of Etzer are these: Bilhan and Zabon and Akon. The children of Dishon are these: Uts and Aran. These are the dukes that came of the Chorim: Duke Lotan, Duke Shobal, Duke Sivon, Duke Anah, Duke Dishon, Duke Etzer, Duke Dishon. These are the dukes that came of Hori among their dukes in the land of Seir. And these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom, before they reigned any king over the children of Yashrael. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhabah. And Bela died, and Yovav, the son of Zerach of Botzrah, reigned in his stead. And Yovav died, and Shusham of the land of Taimani reigned in his stead. And Husham died, and Hadad, son of Bedad, who smoteth Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Aviath. And Hadad died, and Sumla of Mesrekah reigned in his stead. And Samla died, and Shaul of Rechoboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Shaul died, and Baal Shanan, the son of Achbor, reigned in his stead. And Baal Hanan, the son of Achbor, died, and Hadar reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Pau, and his woman's name was Mehetabel, and the daughter of Metred, the daughter of Mezahav. And these are the names of the dukes that came of Esau, according to their families, after their places, by their names: Dukes Timnah, Duke Eliah, Duke Yetheth, Duke Olihavamah, Duke Elah, Duke Pion, Duke Kenaz, Duke Taman, Duke Meditzer, Duke Magdiel, Duke Eram. These be the dukes of Edom, according to their habitations in the land of their possessions. He is Esau, the father of the Edomim. Genesis chapter 37. And Yaakov dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Yaakov. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding a flock with his brethren, and the lad was with his sons of Bilhah, and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's woman. And Joseph broughteth unto his father their evil report. Now Yashrael loveth Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him, and could not speak peaceably unto him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet the more. And he said unto them, Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose, and also stood upright. And behold, your sheaf stood round about, and made obeisance to my sheaf. And his brethren said to him, Shall you indeed reign over us, or shall you indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And they dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said, Behold, I have dreamed a dream more, and behold, the sun and the moon and 11 stars made obeisance to me. And he told it to his father and to his brethren, and his father rebuked him, and said unto him, What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brethren indeed come bow down ourselves to you, to the earth? And his brethren envied him, but his father observed this saying. And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Yashrael said unto Elioseph, Do not your brethren feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send you unto them. And he said to him, Here am I. And he said unto him, Go, I pray you, seeth whether it will be well with your brethren, and well with your flocks, and bring me word again. So he sent him out of the valley of Chevron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, What do you seek? And he said, I seeketh my brethren. Tell me, I pray you, where they feed their flocks. And the man said, They departed hence, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brethren, and found them in Dothan. And And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another, Behold, this dreamer comes. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit, and we will say, Some evil beast has devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard it, and delivered him out of their hands, and said, Let us not kill him. And Reuben said unto them, Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him, that he might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again. And it came to pass, when Joseph was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat, and the coat of many colors that was on him. And they took him and cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty. There was no water in it. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelim came from Gilead with their camels, bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Mitzrayim. And Yehudah said unto his brethren, What profit is it if we slayeth our brother and concealeth his blood? Come and let us sell him to the Ishmaelim, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh. And his brethren were content. Then there passed by Midianim merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelim for 20 pieces of silver, and they brought Joseph into Mitzrayim. And Reuben returned into the pit, and beheld Joseph was not in the pit, and he returned his clothes, and he returned unto his brethren, and said, The child is not, and I, whither shall I go? And they took Joseph's coat, and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their father, and said, This have we found. Know now whether it be your son's coat or no. And he knew it, and said, It is my son's coat. An evil beast has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent in pieces. And Yaakov rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said, For I will go down into Sheol unto my son mourning. Thus his father wept for him. And the Midianim sold him into Mitzrayim unto Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's and captain of the guard. Genesis 38. And it came to pass at that time that Yehudah went down from his brethren, and turned into a certain Adulami, whose name was Hiriah. And Yehudah saw their daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shuach, and he tooketh her, and went in unto her, and she conceived and bore a son. And he called his name And she conceived again and bore a son, and she called his name Onan. And yet she again conceived and bore a son, and called his name Shelach. And he was at Keziv, and when she bore him. And Yehudah took a woman from his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Yehudah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of Yahweh, and Yahweh slew him. And Yehudah said unto Onan, Go in unto your brother's woman, and marry her, and raise up seed to your brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's woman, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased Yahweh, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Yehudah to Tamar, to his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow at your father's house, till Shelach my son be grown. For he said, Lest perchance he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in the process of time, the daughter of Shuach, Yehudah's woman, died, and Yehudah was comforted, and went up into his sheep shears to Timnath. And he and his friend Hiriah the Adullamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, Behold, your father-in-law goes up to Timnah to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place, which is by the way to Timnah. For she saw that Shelach was grown, and she was not given unto him to be his woman. When Yehudah saw her, he thought her to be a harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way, and said, Go to, I pray you, let me come in unto you, for he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, What will you give me that you may come in unto me? And he said, I will send you a kid from the flock. And she said, Will you give me a pledge till you send it? And he said, What pledge shall I give you? And she said, Your signet and your bracelets, your staff that is in your hand. And he gave it to her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Yehudah senteth the kid by the hand of his friend, the Adullamite, to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he found her not. Then he asked the men of the place, saying, Where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, There was no harlot in this place. And he returned to El Yehuda and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place. And Yehuda said, let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and you have not found her. And it came to pass about 3 months after that she was told Yehuda, saying, Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has played the harlot, and also, behold, she is with child by whoredom. And Yehuda said, bring her forth, and let her be burned. When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, by the man whose these are, am I with child? And she said, discern, I pray you, whose are these? The signet and bracelets and staff. And Yehuda acknowledged them and said, she has been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelach my son, and he knew her again no more. And it came to pass in the time of her travail, that behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass when she travailed, that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, this came out first. And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that behold, the brother came out, and she said, have you broken forth? This breach be upon you. Therefore his name is called Peretz. And afterward came out his brother, that had a scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerah. Genesis chapter 39. And Joseph was brought down to Mitzrayim, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, a Mitzri, brought him of the hands of the Ishmaelim, which had brought him down thither. And Yahuwah was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master, the Mitzri. And his master saweth that Yahuwah was with him, and that Yahuwah made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him, and he made him overseer over his house, and all that he had put in his hand. And it came to pass from the time that he had made him overseer in the house, and over all that he had, the Yahuwah blessed at the Mitzri's house, for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of Yahuwah was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he knew not aught he had, save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was a goodly person and well favored. And it came to pass after these things that his master's woman casteth her eyes upon El Joseph, and she said, lie with me. But he refused, and said unto his master's woman, behold, my master knows not which is with me in the house, and he has committed all that he has to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I, neither has he kept anything from me but you. Because you are his woman, how then can I do this great wickedness and sin against Elohim? And it came to pass, as she spoke to El Joseph day by day, that he hearkened not unto her, to lie by her, or to be with her. And it came to pass about this time, that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there arose none of the men of the house there within. And she caught him by the garment, saying, lie with me. And he left his garment in her hand, and fled, and got him out. And it came to pass, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand, and was fled forth, that she called unto the men of the house, and spoke unto them, saying, see, he has brought in an Ivri unto us, to mock us. He came in unto me to lie with me, and cried with a loud voice. And it came to pass, when he had heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me, and fled, and got him out. And she laid up his garment by her, until his Lord came home. And she spoke unto him according to these words, saying, the Ivri servant which you have brought unto us came in unto me to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me, and fled out. And it came to pass, when his master heard the words of his woman, which she spoke unto him, saying, after this manner did your servant to me, that his wrath was kindled. And Joseph's master took him, and put him in the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound. And he was there in prison. But Yahweh was with Joseph, and showed him mercy, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison, and if whatsoever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked as not to anything that was under his hand, because Yahweh was with him, and that which he did, Yahweh made him to prosper. Genesis chapter 40. And it came to pass after these things, that the butler of the king of Mitzrayim and his baker had offended the Lord, the king of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh was wroth against two of his officers, against the chief of his butlers, and against the chief of his bakers. And he put them in ward in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard was charged at Joseph with him, and he served them, and they continued a season in a ward. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretation of his dream, the butler and the baker of the king of Mitzrayim, which were bound in the prison. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning, and looked upon them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked the Pharaoh's officers that were with him in the ward of the Lord's house, saying, Wherefore look ye so sadly today? And they said unto him, We have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it. And Joseph said unto them, Do not interpretations belong to Elohim? Tell me them, I pray you. And the chief butler took this dream to Joseph and said to him, In my dream, behold, a vine was before me. And in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded. And her blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took it the grapes, and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and gave it the cup into Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said unto him, This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head and restore unto your place, and you shall deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand, after the former manner when you were his butler. But think on me when it shall be well with you, and show kindness, I pray you, unto me, and make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Ephraim, and here also I have done nothing, that they should put me in this dungeon. When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said unto Joseph, I also was in my dream, and behold, I had 3 white baskets on my head. And in the uppermost basket there was of all manner of baked meats for Pharaoh, and the birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head. And Joseph answered and said, This is the interpretation thereof. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head from off you, and shall hang you on a tree, and the birds shall eat your flesh from off you. And it came to pass the 3rd day, which was at Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast unto all his servants, and he lifted up his head off the chief butler and the chief baker among the servants. And he restored the chief butler unto his butlership again, and he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgot him. Genesis chapter 41. And it came to pass at the end of the 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed, and beheld, he stood by the river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored kine and fat-fleshed, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine come up after them out of the river, ill-favored and lean-fleshed, and stood by the other kine upon the bank of the river. And the ill-favored and the lean-fleshed kine did eat up at the 7 well-favored and fat kine. So Pharaoh awoke. And he slept and dreamed the 2nd time, and behold, 7 ears of grain came upon one stalk, rank and good. And behold, 7 thin ears, and blasted with the east wind sprung up after them. And 7 thin ears devoured at the 7 rank and full ears. And Pharaoh awoke, and behold, it was a dream. And it came to pass in the morning that his ruach was troubled, and he sent and called for the magicians of Mitzrayim, and at the wise men thereof. And Pharaoh had told them his dream, but there was none that could interpret them unto Pharaoh. Then spoke the chief butler unto Pharaoh, saying, I do remembereth my faults this day. Pharaoh was wroth with the servants, and put me in ward in the captain of the guard's house, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed a dream in one night, I and he. We dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man, and a servant to the captain of the guard. And we told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams, to each man according to his dream he did interpret. And it came to pass, as he interpreted to us, so it was. Me he restored into my office, and him he hanged. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon, and shaved himself, and changed his raiment, and came in unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. I have heard say of you that you can understand a dream to interpret it. And Joseph answered the Pharaoh, saying, It is not in me. Elohim shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, In my dream, behold, I stood upon the bank of the river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 kine fat-fleshed and well-favored, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them, poor and very ill-favored and lean-fleshed, such as I had never saw in the land of Mitzrayim for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored kine did eat up the first 7 fat kine. And when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored as at the beginning. So I awoke. And I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 ears came up in one stalk, full and good. And behold, 7 ears withered thin, and blasted with the east wind sprung up after them. And the thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. And I told this unto the magicians, but there was none that could declare it unto me. And Joseph said unto Pharaoh, The dream of Pharaoh it is one. Elohim has showed Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 kine are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dream is one. And the 7 thin and ill-favored kind that come up after them are 7 years. And the 7 empty ears blasted with the east wind shall be 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken unto Pharaoh. Oh, what Elohim is about to do, he shows it unto Pharaoh. Behold, there come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, and there shall rise after them 7 years of famine, and all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Mitzrayim. And the famine shall consumeth the land. And the plenty shall not be known in the land by the reason of the famine following, for it shall be very grievous. And for that the dream was doubled unto Pharaoh twice. It is because the thing is established by Elohim, and Elohim will surely bring it to pass. Now therefore let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Mitzrayim. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land to take up a 5th part of the land of Mitzrayim in the 7 plenteous years. And let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up grain under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them guard food in the cities, and that food shall be for store to the land against the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Mitzrayim, that the land perish not through the famine. And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his servants. And Pharaoh said unto his servants, Can we find such a one as this, a man in whom the Ruach Elohim is? And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, For as much as Elohim has showed you with all this, there is none so discreet and wise as you are. You shall be over my house, and according to your word shall all my people be ruled. Only in the throne will I be greater than you. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, See, I have set over you all the land of Mitzrayim. Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand and put it upon Joseph's hand, and arrayed him in vestures of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. And he made him to ride in the 2nd chariot which he had, and they cried before him, Bow the knee. And he made him ruler over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without you shall no man lift up this hand, at this foot in all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Sopheth-Panah, and he gave him to be his woman, Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar's priest of On. And Joseph went out over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim. And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh, and went throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And in the 7 plenteous years the earth brought forth by handfuls. And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Mitzrayim, and laid up the food in the cities, and the food of the field, which was round about every city laid he up in the same. And Joseph gathered grain as the sand of the sea, very much, until he left numbering, for it was without number. And unto Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine came, which Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, bore unto him. And Joseph called up the name of the firstborn Manasseh, for Elohim said, He has made me forget my toil in all my father's house. And at the name of the second he called Ephraim, for Elohim has called me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. And the 7 years of plenteous that was in the land of Mitzrayim were ended, and the 7 years of famine began to come, according as Joseph had said. And the famine was in all the lands, but in all the land of Mitzrayim there was bread. And when all the land of Mitzrayim was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said unto all the Mitzrayim, Go unto Joseph, what he says to you do. And the famine was over all the face of the earth. And Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold unto the Mitzrayim. And the famine was waxed sore in the land of Mitzrayim. And all the countries came into Mitzrayim to Joseph to buy grain, because that the famine was so sore in all the lands. Genesis 42. Now when Yaakov saw that there was grain in Mitzrayim, Yaakov said unto his sons, Why do you look one upon another? And he said, Behold, I have heard that there is grain in Mitzrayim. Get you down thither, and buy for us from thence, that we may live and not die. And Joseph's 10 brethren went down to buy grain in Mitzrayim. But if Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Yaakov sent not with his brethren, for he said, Lest perchance mischief befall him. And the sons of Yashriel came to buy grain among those that came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land, and he it was that sold all the people of the land. And Joseph's brethren came and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth. And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them, but made himself strange unto them, and spoke roughly unto them. And he said unto them, Whence come ye? And they said, From the land of Canaan to buy food. And Joseph knew his brethren, and they knew him not. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he dreamed of them. And he said unto them, Ye are spies, to see if the nakedness of the land ye are come. And they said unto him, Nay, my lord, but to buy food are your servants come. We are all one man's sons. We are true men. Your servants are no spies. And he said unto them, Nay, but to see the nakedness of the land ye are come. And they said, Your servants are 12 brethren, the sons of one man, in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not. And Joseph said unto them, This is that I spoke unto you, saying, Ye are spies. Hereby ye shall be proved. By the life of Pharaoh ye shall not go forth hence, except your youngest brother come hither. Send one of you, and let him fetcheth your brother, and ye shall be kept in prison, that your words may be proved, whether there be any truth in you, or else by the life of Pharaoh surely ye are spies. And he put them all together intoward 3 days, and Joseph said unto them third day, This do and live, for I feareth Elohim. If ye be true men, let one of your brethren be found in the house of your prison. Go ye carry grain for the famine of your houses. But bringeth your youngest brother unto me, so shall your words be verified, and ye shall not die. And they did so. And they said one to another, We are truly guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the anguish of his soul when he besought us, and we could not hear. Therefore is this distress come upon us. And Reuben answered them, saying, Spoke I not unto you, saying, Do not sin against the child, and you would not hear? Therefore, behold, all this blood is required. And they knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spoke unto them by an interpreter. And he turned himself about from them and wept, and returned to them again, and communed with them, and took from them Ethsheman, and bound him before their eyes. And Joseph commanded to fill up their sacks with grain, and restore every man's money into his sack, and to give them provision for the way. And thus did he unto them. And they laded their asses with the grain, and departed thence. And as one of them opened up his sack to give his ass provender in the inn, he espied his money, for behold, it was in his sack's mouth. And he said unto his brethren, My money is restored, and lo, it is even in my sack. And their heart failed them, and they were afraid, saying one to another, What is this that Elohim has done unto us? And they came unto Eliakim their father unto the land of Canaan, and told him all that befall unto them, saying, The man who is the Lord of the land spoke roughly unto us, and took us for spies at the country. And we said unto him, We are true men, we are no spies. We be 12 brethren, the sons of our father. One is not, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan. And the man, the Lord of the country, said unto us, Hereby shall I know that ye are true men. Leave one of your brethren here with me, and taketh food for the famine of your households, and be gone. And bringeth your youngest brother unto me, then I shall know that ye are no spies, but ye are true men, and so will I deliver you with your brother, and ye shall traffic in the land. And it came to pass, as they emptied their sacks, that behold, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. And Jacob saw their father, and said unto them, Me have ye bereaved of my children. Joseph is not, and Shimon is not, and ye will take Benjamin away. All these things are against me. And Reuben spoke unto his father, saying, Slayeth my 2 sons, if I bring him not to you, deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to you again. And he said, My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If mischief shall befall him by the way in which ye go, then shall you bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to Sheol. Genesis chapter 43. And the famine was sore in the land. And it came to pass, when they had eaten up of the grain which they had brought out of Mitzrayim, their father said unto them, Go again, buy us a little food. And Yehudah spoke unto him, saying, The man did solemnly protest unto us, saying, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. If you will send our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food. But if you will not send him, we will not go down. For the man said unto us, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. And Yashrael said, Wherefore dealt ye so ill with me, as to tell the man whether ye had yet a brother? And they said, The man asked us strangely of our state and of our kindred, saying, Is your father yet alive? Have ye another brother? And we told him according to the tenor of these words. Do we certainly know that he would say, Bringeth your brother down? And Yehudah said unto Yashrael his father, Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and you, and also our little ones. I will be surety for him. Of my hand shall you require him. If I bring him not unto you, and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. For example, we had lingered, surely now we had returned the second time. And their father Yashrael said unto them, If it must be so now, do this. Take of the best fruits in the land in your vessels, and carry down the man a present, a little balm, a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds. and taketh double money in your hand, and the money that was brought again in the mouth of your sacks, carry it again in your hand, and perchance it was an oversight. Taketh your brother, and arise, go again unto the man. And El Shaddai give you mercy before the man, that he may send away with your other brother, and of Benjamin, if I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved. And the men took that present, and they took double money in their hand, and Benjamin and rose up and went down to Mitzrayim and stood before Joseph. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of the house, bring these men home and slay, and make ready, for these men shall dine with me at noon. And the men did as Joseph bade, and the man brought the men into Joseph's house. And the men were afraid, because they were brought into Joseph's house. And they said, because of the money that was returned in our sacks at the first time are we brought in, that he may seek occasion against us and fall upon us, and take us for bondmen and with our asses. And they came near to the steward of Joseph's house, and they communed with him at the door of the house, and said, O sir, we came indeed down at the first time to buy food. And it came to pass, when we came to the inn, that we openeth our sacks, and behold, every man's money was in the mouth of his sack, and our money is full weight, and we have brought it again in our hand. And other money have we brought down in our hand to buy food. We cannot tell who put our money in our sacks. And he said, peace be to you. Fear not. Your Elohim and the Elohim of your father has given you the treasure in your sacks. I had your money, and he brought it Shimon out unto them. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house, and gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he gave their asses provender. And they made ready at the present against Joseph, came at noon, for they had heard that they should eat bread there. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed themselves to him in the earth. And he asked them of their welfare, and said, Is your father well? The old man of whom you spoke, is he yet alive? And they answered, Your servant our father is in good health. He is yet alive. And they bowed down their heads and made obeisance. And he lifted up his eyes and saw his brother, Benjamin, and his mother, and said, Is this your younger brother of whom you spoke unto me? And he said, Elohim be gracious unto you, my son. And Joseph made haste, for his heart did yearn upon his brother, and he sought where to weep. And he entered into his chamber and wept there. And he washed his face and went out and refrained himself, and said, Set on bread. And they set on for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Mitzrayim which did eat with him by themselves, because the Mitzrayim might not eat bread with the Ephraim, for that is an abomination unto the Mitzrayim. And they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men marveled one at another. And he took and sent messes unto them from before him. But Benjamin's mess was 5 times so much as any of theirs. And they drank and were merry with them. Genesis 44. And he commanded at the steward of the house, saying, Fill up the men's sacks with food, and as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth. And putteth my cup, the silver cup, in the sack's mouth of the youngest, and at his grain money, and he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their asses. And when they were gone out of the city, and not yet afar off, Joseph said unto his stewards, Follow after the men, and when you do overtake them, say unto them, Wherefore have you rewarded evil for good? Is not this it which my Lord drinks, and whereby indeed he divines? Ye have done evil in so doing. And he overtook them, and he spoke unto them at these same words. And they said unto him, Wherefore says my Lord these words? Far be it that your servants should do according to this thing. Behold the money which we found in our sacks' mouths, we brought again unto you out of the land of Canaan. How then should we steal out of your Lord's house silver or gold? With whomsoever of your servants it be found, both let him die, and we also will be my Lord's bondmen. He said, Now also let it be according to your words. He with whom it is found shall be my servant, and ye shall be blameless. Then they speedily took down every man at his sack to the ground, and opened every man his sack. And he searched and began at the eldest, and left at the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they rent their clothes, and laded every man his asses, and returned to the city. And Yehudah and his brethren came to Joseph's house, for he was yet there, and they fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said unto them, What deed is this that ye have done? Know ye not that such a man as I can certainly divine? And Yehudah said, What shall we say unto my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves? Elohim has found out the iniquity of your servants. Behold, we are my Lord's servants, both we and he also with whom the cup is found. And he said, Far be it that I should do so, but the man in whose hand the cup is found, he shall be my servant. And as for you, get up in peace unto your father. Then Yehuda came near unto him and said, O my Lord, let your servant, I pray you, speak a word of my Lord's ears, and let not your anger burn against your servant, for you are even as Pharaoh. My Lord asked of his servant, saying, Have ye a father or a brother? And we said unto my Lord, We have a father, and an old man, and a child of his old age, a little one, and his brother is dead, and he is alone, left of his mother, and his father loves him. And you said unto your servants, Bring down unto me, that I may set my eyes upon him. And we said unto my Lord, The lad cannot leaveth his father, for if he should leaveth his father would die. And you said unto your servants, Except your youngest brother come down with you, ye shall see my face no more. And it came to pass, when we came up unto your servant my father, we told him the words of my Lord. And our father said, Go again, and buy us a little food. And we said, We cannot go down. If our youngest brother be with us, then we will go down, for we may not see the man's face, except our youngest brother be with us. And your servant my father said unto us, Ye know that my woman bore me 2 sons, and the one went out from me, and I said, Surely he is torn in pieces, and I saw him not since. If you take this also from me, and mischief befall him, ye shall bring down with my gray hairs with sorrow to Sheol. Now therefore, when I come to your servant my father, and the lad be not with us, seeing that his life is bound up in the lad's life, it shall come to pass, when he sees that the lad is not with us, he will die, and your servant shall bring down at the gray hairs of your servant our father with sorrow to Sheol. For your servant became surety for the lad unto my father, saying, If I bring him not unto you, then I shall bear the blame to my father forever. Now therefore I pray you, let your servant abide instead of the lad in a bondman to my Lord, and let the lad go up with his brethren. For how shall I go up to my father, and the lad be not with me, lest perchance I see the evil that should come on my father? Genesis 45. Then Joseph could not refrain himself before all them that stood by him. And he cried, because every man to go out from me. And there stood no man with him, while Joseph made himself known unto his brethren. And he wept aloud, and the Mitzrayim in the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I am Joseph. Does my father yet live? And his brethren could not answer him, for they were troubled at his presence. And Joseph said unto his brethren, Come near to me, I pray you. And they came near. And he said, I am Joseph your brother, whom you sold into Mitzrayim. Now therefore be not grieved nor angry with yourselves that ye sold me hither, for Elohim did send me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years has the famine been in the land, and yet there are 5 years in the which that there shall neither be earing nor harvest. And Elohim sent me before you to preserve you of posterity in the earth, and to save your life by a great deliverance. So now it was not you that sent me hither, but Elohim, and he has made me a father to Pharaoh, and the Lord of all his